Greetings everyone, hello and welcome to Transport Fever 2 once again. I'm super excited to jump into this one. Transport Fever 3 is on the horizons and I really enjoyed my last playthrough. So this time around we are once again also starting with a free game and we're gonna create a transport empire starting with 1850. For the map itself, we're gonna go with a terrain fever mod that I've installed. So this is one of the many mods that we are using for this let's play, and in this case here we're also using the semi-random tree with those parameters here going forward too. The cool thing about the terrain fever mod is that it really enhances the look of the map by a lot. It makes it more natural, it also makes it more diverse, and it also adds a lot of interesting challenges down the road. We're starting with 1850, the earliest start that we can go for, and we are of course playing on the very hard max difficulty settings here. This is actually really hard, especially when you only have horse carriages available in 1850. We're then gonna advance quickly throughout the early 20th century and then push into modern times as quickly as possible there, because I'm really a fan of the bigger trucks and bigger trains then and planes that we get later on. But of course for the difficulty and also for just looking at history, we're starting with the earliest possible one. Town cargo needs is up to 6 at some point, so when the towns grow they have more demands than usual. And we're also going with the new feature, the industry closure frequency, and that means that industries that are not being used, they close over time, and industries will appear again, right? So new industries will pop up. So the game and the map itself is changing all the time. The industries we see at the beginning of the game, well, they're not going to be there anymore a couple of episodes later, and new industries will pop up. This makes for a very, very dynamic playthrough. I think I love this setting here, and we're of course using this. Of course, we're also using the latest updates that we have available. That also means a better traffic control that the game offers, and these are all the mods that I'm using for this playthrough. So it's mostly assets, but also graphical enhancements. It also changes how the towns will look, how dynamic the towns will look, stuff like that. So you can just have a quick look at that. Perhaps there is a mod that you would like to install for yourself, but we're also going to highlight them, of course, during the course of this let's play. These are the settings. Transport Fever 2 on very hard settings starting 1850. Looking forward to that. Also, if you're interested in my long plays, don't forget to check out my second channel, and if you want to support me directly, you can also have a look at my Patreon support. That link is in the video description as well. Without further ado, let's jump into Transport Fever 2 once again. Go, 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 go. And so it begins in 1850 with 5 million credits on the account. We are enthusiastic. We want to start a transport empire, and the world is basically available to us right now. Small cities everywhere, people with funny clothes walking the streets, horses carrying goods around, and everything is basically very primitive and very expensive for us. Starting on very hard, we'll need to make sure that we get some very profitable routes out of this. And for that, we need to have a look around at the grander scale of this map. We're playing on a megalomaniac map. That means that that's the maximum map available to us. And we got a lot of nice features here. We got this beautiful lake area there with islands, peninsulas even, towering mountains in the middle, massive oceans, and even isolated mountain villages that offer scenic routes and relaxation. In all of this, we need to find opportunities for us, and one of them presents itself here in Haywood. That is another, lake ocean system that we have over here, and as we can see, Haywood requires fuel right now if it wants to grow, besides food of course. And I can see that Haywood could be one of our central cities for now, because we got a food processing plant not too far away, and we got a fuel refinery not too far away. Now, how do we get the fuel to Haywood? This is gonna be the complex thing that we need to start with poop. Well, basically that's the foundation of our empire. Poop it is, because in order to get this fuel started, we need to start with horse carriages, the very basic transportation that we have right now, because there is a oil well over here, an oil refinery over here, and I can see that there might be an opportunity here for us. I would like to implement our first railway system as well, and trains are so expensive that they're only profitable when they're full load all the time in both directions. So getting the refined oil to the fuel refinery and then the fuel back here again is an opportunity for us. However, getting the raw oil to the oil refinery is a bit more dirty, a bit cheaper, and for this we can use the horses. And that is my very first transportation, and that is horse carriages with the oil delivery. For this we can start with a basic depot right over here somewhere. A basic truck station that is gonna deliver then the oil, and then also a basic one right over here. I'm gonna keep this as basic as possible. We're gonna of course make everything more sophisticated once we have more money rolling in and once we need to scale things up, but for now this should be fine. And let's just check it out. Let's try to get a bit further away from here. Wait a second, there it is already, right? So we can make this into a very short route, in fact, just so that we get the oil going. Then I will need to have a truck depot for my fuel that gets out here then, and I will need to have a train station. So let's just make sure that we get a road going here. Wait a second, we can delete this road, in fact, we don't need that. And I can make sure that we have this road going, right? Because on this road we can attach then a train station to that somewhere over here, and this train station will need to have access then to a truck station where the fuel is coming out. So that's probably this one where we can get the fuel out. It's usually a best practice to not have them on the main roads, right? So this is a mistake down the road, but we'll just see. Once we scale things up, we definitely will need that space. And what I still also need is a truck unload station here in Haywood, where we can then drop off that fuel. And as we can see, that city has 3 districts right now. That is a residential zone, that is a food processing zone, and that is a fuel processing zone or industrial zone, right? And we need to drop it off then here in the industrial zone. So I'm just gonna make this one as central as possible right here somewhere. Alright, got those things rolling. Now onwards to the train, the most problematic thing about all of this. Because what I can see here right away, this fuel refinery is, blocked off with the water bodies that we have there. And we will need a bridge for sure. And we will also need to make sure that this one is as direct as possible while also maintaining low levels, right? So no altitude changes, no increases. It should be as flat as possible. Let's also have a street here somewhere. Hope that we can have it like so. Perfect. There it is. I want to make sure that we still have the connection here. And then we can go ahead with our first station here. Let's keep a bit of a buffer there on both sides so that we have enough space to make this one larger down the road, right? And then we can start with the track system as well. And as you can see, this is not going to be so easy. For this one, we will need to have an increase so that we can start with a bridge. This is still not possible. So we'll need to have it increased once again. And only now is it possible to get over here, right? Gonna make sure that we keep the maximum speed at all times. So that's 120. However, the bridge will have 90. I don't have any other bridges available right now, so this will have to do. That bridge was a bit expensive, but it should be worth it. And with that, we have made the connection to the other side and can now continue on a steady path towards our oil refinery. Gotta make sure that we always stick to the ground here though. The next challenge already presents itself, and that's this lumber mill over there that we have, the sawmill. How can we get around that? Well, probably let's just have a look how we can make that station. That station will have the refined oil. Is there another source of refined oil coming in at some point? It doesn't look like it, but don't forget there are more industries popping up all the time, right? So all of this is changing. Industries disappear, others will appear. So right now, this is only the starting industry point that we have. There is an oil refinery over there, and there's one over there. So there will be potentially other trains coming in at some point. And this I need to calculate in. So let's just make it so that this train station is somewhere here. Also, once again, we are gonna need a bit of space surrounding this one here, right? For expansions in the future. And with that, let's just check it out. How could we get over there? This would probably be the best bet, right? Because this one here, it can work. This one also can work. This one needs a bridge, but it can also work. So the connection we could actually establish right away. Let's just see how the game wants me to have this one. Doesn't look good, right? Okay, this is more elegant solution. It maintains max speed throughout and it goes around here without having to cut into the water body there. Of course, at some point we will need to probably At some point, perhaps this one here even disappears by itself, and then we could make this one straight. But for now, that's my solution to this problem here. We still need a train depot, and then we can actually start with the most fun thing in this game. Let's get the train depot going somewhere here, so that we can attach more tracks down the road to this one. Also gonna need a truck depot. Let's actually have this one also then somewhere, yeah, here by the oil refinery right away. Onwards to our first lines for this, let's create it right away, and that is the raw oil to the oil refinery. And we're gonna make it so that it can use all platforms. Next line is my trains, It's going from Haywood to Leeds right over here, and then back again. Gonna rename the stations a bit here to Leeds Fuel, and this one here is gonna be not Haywood, but Haywood Oil. And then of course we can also attach the first customer now, and that would be then from Lower Haywood over here to Haywood drop-off point over here. And once again you can use, actually let's use just one platform for this. It's gonna be low volume. With all of this, let's actually get started with our first two vehicles that we have available. We got the stage code for passenger transportation, and we got the horse-drawn carriage available right now. And in this case here, let's start purchasing a whole bunch of them. I'm thinking about getting some 10 out for now, and they're going to be popped into this very first line now. And ladies and gents, so it starts with the very first vehicles. There you go. Boy, that's going to be some messy streets. With all the poop running around. Let's speed time up because things are a bit slow in the beginning. And they're now on their way on this fine day. Just look at how far we can actually see in this game. The oil is already piling up at Haywood East as my first carriages arrive. And they should, there you go, distribute between the platforms whenever there is some spot available. Of course, we're gonna need a whole bunch more, so I'm just gonna take all the 10 and copy me another 10 out. In fact, I'm gonna copy me another 10 out again, so we got 30 vehicles then on this route. Onwards to my train. We do only have this D13 available right now, the Spanish Brittany Railway, because the fine Zurich gentleman had puff pastry brought from a well-known Baden chef, especially for the trip. Well, thank you for this information. And let's just get this one going. And we do need now the tank car, because this one can take oil and fuel at the same time. Maximum speed 50 kilometers an hour, and it can take 5 per car. So let's just see how many we can squeeze in before that locomotive gets too weak. And as we can see, up to this point here, so the total capacity would be 50. That would cost me 1.7 million. And I'm not going to do this though yet, right? Because we don't have that much capacity running. So I'm starting with 20. I'm starting with 30, right? So that we do have a bit of a buffer there. And with that also, my very first train is coming out. Beautiful, isn't it? That train is now waiting, but there's no oil at the moment because it needs to be transported here first. What we'll need to make sure though is that this one is only leaving the train station when it's full, right? And we're gonna wait a couple of times here. So you can wait up to 6 minutes. Let's make it 7 minutes on that. And then it goes to the fuel refinery. I'm not gonna say this at the fuel refinery though, because this could lead to a deadlock, right? Because if it waits at the fuel refinery for fuel, but there's no oil coming in, then it's stuck there forever basically. So we cannot allow this. And there are already some oil coming in now. Very good. As this oil refinery here is now working. It's at level 1. It starts with the production, right? It has then a list of all the suppliers that it potentially can have and all the consumers that it can have. And of course, our goal also is to grow these industries into industrial complexes where you can really push out a lot of volume. All right, the money's rolling now, at least a bit. Not that much yet, right? Especially also since they're going back empty, but that's not avoidable in this case here. Unavoidable. So in this case here, we need to live with that. It should still get profitable. And as quick as it can be, the first train is already fully loaded and on its way now to the fuel refinery. A meager profit that was. It's not fully loaded yet. But that oil is now being processed at least, and then already waiting for the next train. Yeah, and there's already 93 oil now waiting at the cargo station, so I can already make this train a bit longer, and we can just attach now a bunch more carts. And I'm actually going to make this one all the way to the maximum capacity, which is then 50. So far, only my oil line here is actually profitable. And it doesn't take long for this train to actually go back almost full. So I would already work on an expansion here, and that is that I want to have 2 tracks in the center of this. I'm not gonna make the bridge into a 2-track system yet because that's just very expensive. Instead, we can use now this double system here, going all the way through, so that we can accommodate then 2 trains here on the same line. And I think this should be enough. It's a bit cheaper because you don't need to do that much groundwork anymore. And I just love how the game makes this so easily possible for you to build the double tracks, right? And we're gonna merge them here again, and with a pretty long length so that we can maintain some good speeds throughout. For this to work, we're now gonna work on signals, path signals that we need. So we're gonna have one here at the station exit. And we definitely will have one here as we enter that system here, and the same applies for the other side. So once again, where the system ends, I would like to have a signal, and also once again here at the station exit. We're also going to need waypoints. There we got them, to decide which track those trains should go, and I'm going to go with the right side traffic here and the left side traffic here. Now we can adjust the train line. That's this one here, and it comes from Haywood Oil. And then we're going to add a waypoint now, which is that one. Then it goes to Leeds Fuel, and then it goes back using this waypoint here. And with that, we're using now both tracks. And we can now utilize a second train on this line, once we can afford it. Now this fuel line here is getting a bit full, so I can now use twice as many carriages to deliver the final fuel then to Haywood, where we already deliver now the oil. And you can also see this then here, potentially. Yep, there it is. Fuel is coming in. And this leads to a 10% growth factor now for the city Haywood. And, well, it will then certainly grow at some point. After all, we want to make some huge cities. And there we have lots of space here for a nice city to develop. I want to grow fast, so let's continue taking up a loan. We increase our loan and also our interest payment with that, of course. So the more loan we have, the higher our pressure to actually get some money rolling. And yeah, we're gonna take now line 2, and I'm basically copying this train like so. There it is. Cost me 2 million, and a second train is now coming out to push more oil. And as you can see, once the infrastructure is there, it's easier than ever to scale it up. Now a new problem comes up, and that is that we're delivering too much oil to the fuel refinery. It cannot process all of that fast enough, which leads to my trains not being completely full anymore. The problem here is that this fuel refinery is still working at level 0 more or less, right? So in almost in idle mode, it can't keep up with that. So we need to grow this one. It's already growing nicely when it comes to production, when it comes to shipment, but when it comes to transport, it's not there yet. We need to find new customers. One city is not enough. We deliver as much fuel already as possible here, but we need a second city if we want to grow this. Where's that second city though? This is where things are a bit problematic. Unfortunately, we are very unlucky here with the spawn rate of the cities. None of them needs fuel except this one out there. So for now, what we're gonna make, we need to make a street right? There isn't even a street connection. We can use this one here though, right? Along the lake. Oh, he would want me to have a bridge here, really? Can't be helped. I need that road. And I'm gonna make it so with a small curvature. Oh, this looks horrible. There you go. Should look a bit softer. There you go. And this road goes all the way up here to Camborne, which is another potential customer. What the heck? It's not potential anymore. It is a customer now. It has, once again, a industry zone that needs fuel. Just gonna make this one right here, right? And all I need to do now is I'm gonna take my first line for fuel, which is here, Lower Haywood, and this goes now over to Camborne over here. There's no street connection yet, so let's just check it out where the problem is. Leeds goes into, there's no road. Still, we'll need to add this infrastructure here too. We're gonna need a crossing, or yeah, we're gonna need a crossing here. So there's gonna be a crossing all the way up and then towards this line. With that, the connection has been established now. All right, let's get the trucks going. Oh, the trucks, the carriages. And I'm just gonna take 2 of that for now. This will be an extremely unprofitable route in the beginning. So I really just wanna open up a potential customer here. And this, there you go, leads to the fuel refinery now to push with shipment into the upgradable zone. By the way, I can further optimize things by just adding another road here. This leads to a more direct path into Haywood instead of this curly road that we have up there. With all that fuel being transported, Haywood has breached 200 residences as it is growing and more districts are being added, with the fuel contributing now to 50% of the growth. While that thing is now growing, and yeah, we still need to wait for all of the logistics chains, the supply chains to really upgrade here, right? So this one's also on its track now. I would like to work on another industry right away, and that is the food. We have this one close by. Haywood and Leeds both need food, so this would be a nice additional product that we can deliver. And yeah, for this we have the food processing here, and let's just check it out where we can have a drop-off station. There it is. It's too far away. We could have it here. Perhaps this works. My idea is that we combine a station here that has access to the food processing and to the city at the same time. For this, I'm trying to establish a loop. So we have our beginning station up here, which is going to be the grain. The grain is delivering to the food processing and the food is being transported to Leeds. Right, so we got a loop here, and the same truck can do the job here because... No, wait a second. I actually cannot do this because the food needs 2 grain and 1 for 1 food. So that means it would always be half empty, and this is quite a way around here. So this I cannot make into a loop. Yeah, this is my first system here. It's a very short route, unfortunately, so it's not going to be profitable, but... On the other hand, we want to grow the cities, right? So this is the important thing. So line 6 is going to make sure that the food gets then over to Leeds. And we also will need a new line that is then from my food processing to also, yeah, Haywood, right? That also requires food. And it's probably going to be the same drop-off point because this is basically that takes in the whole city right now. Could make it so that we have another drop-off point on the other side, so that it's not clogging up too much. Oh, wait a second. Actually, more food is over here. So let's make the drop-off point somewhere here where we have more food industry coming together. There you go. Right, and with that, we got this whole system now going. And yeah, it's not going to be super profitable early on, so I'm just going to say that we are actually using smaller amounts of trucks for this. Let's also have 2 more for the food delivery and 2 more for this food delivery. That we get the customers rolling. Meanwhile, the fuel refinery has leveled up. Perfect. It's on its way actually to the next level already with the shipment. So we need another customer for that. But at least it causes now my trains to be full in both directions all the time, which is important, and this leads to my train line here now having a nice profit of 250,000. And Leeds gets its food, and with that, more buildings appear now. A new locomotive has been unlocked. Let's just check it out if we could get any improvements out of that. And in that case, it's the Borsig. It can have a higher top speed. It has a bit more power, so 1/3 more power. So that means we could transport more goods over that. Replacing this one costs me only 200,000. And with that, I can get a few more cards on that. Look at that. Yeah, 3 more cards. This train could be longer. The total cost for one train would be 600,000. So I'm going to wait until I have 1.2 million to replace both of them. Haywood has grown to 300 citizens since also the food bonus kicks in now. At this point, the train is making 600,000 in profit, so this is looking rather well. On the other end of the spectrum, we have our fuel delivery all the way to that city there. Yep, that's unfortunately something. It's a long, windy road, so that takes away your profit. The easiest path would be here to make a bridge, but that is just too expensive for me right now. We can also see that there's industries closing now and industries opening up across the map, so things are changing a bit. Finally, I saved enough money, so I can now modify my trains into the more powerful locomotive that we have available now. Oh, it's also looking more beautiful. Still, the driver is totally exposed to the weather, but yeah, that's an improvement for later. Also, we can carry now up to 65 on this train, which is important because at this point, that fuel refinery does not have oil anymore, right? So we need to deliver more oil now for this one to work all the time. With all the investment, unfortunately, we're a bit negative right now, so I cannot do anything and just hope that my lines bring in some profit. Finally, we also have a new road vehicle, and that is a better horse carriage. The first one was able to transport 5 goods. The next one is able to transport 5, but with a higher top speed, right? So in this case, it's a small improvement. So from 4 to 5 car capacity, right? And also 2 kilometers an hour top speed. So it's a slightly better vehicle. Especially useful in areas like this where you have high capacity, right? So I'm just going to say that we're now going to replace the first 10 with this new one here. And it's especially also useful in these long haulages, right? Because the extra top speed adds up, of course, over a distance like that. So perhaps we can actually also get all of them going. We can. Very nice. Finally, also that food processing plant is leveling up. Very important. So we can push more volume. This one leveled up, and that also leads to this grain farm now to level up, because now it has a higher capacity customer. That means it needs to produce more, which leads to more grain being delivered then. And so it happens that the fuel refinery levels up again, and Haywood, thanks to its growth, needs a new material, and that is a construction material. Would you look at that? And yeah, this is a new opportunity for us, of course, to make money and to grow the city further. Now, the fact that Haywood requires construction materials, Leeds and York are close by with the same demand. This presents an opportunity for us that we can use. Now, where could we get construction materials from though? Well, we could get it from over here. And I would like to use this opportunity now of getting my first ship route going. In that case, we got the Bromley over there that also requires fuel. Now, this is a great coincidence because for the ship to be profitable, it needs to go also once again full in both directions. So we need to get the fuel over here and the construction materials back to Haywood. That would be my idea. For this, well, we do need to start with the harbor, and that's the cargo harbor. And the cargo harbor I would like to have, of course, as close to the fuel as possible. In this case, we need to actually have a connection with the train line up here for this to work. So let's just check it out and hope that we can make this work. Let's get the road all the way down here. Should be as direct as possible, and then I just hope that it works. This one doesn't. But adding a new road here actually works. Now we have a connection with the train station up there. And now we can hopefully somehow get me my depot going. The thing with the cargo is it needs to be totally aligned with the ocean and not with the street, right? So if I place it here, it works. There you go. And with that, we got the first cargo harbor going. We need to make sure that we can make this one into a large dock though, right? So without that, it will not work. And fortunately enough, we can actually make it work like this. So I can add my cargo hub then here or here down the road. This would work. Perfect. Let's actually assign this, or let's actually make it so that this road is more or less aligned with the docks. This just looks a bit cleaner than overall. Okay, and with that out the way, we now need to have then the same thing over here. Now here it's a bit tricky, right? Because we got the construction material plant, we got the quarry up there. It's pretty far away. But once again, we can make this so that we combine the carriages. Because I would like to have my docks then, preferably over here. So that we have a combination here of those two. That would be ideal. Try this out. I will also need to have my depot. It's gonna be a pretty big depot, by the way, now that I think about it. And we can get this one all the way to that point here, right? And then I can make a dock here that has a connection with the depot. There you go. Also works out. Fantastic. Now with that out of the way, I do need a smaller bridge that we can use. That goes over here. Let's just see how expensive that bridge would be. 300,000 for a small bridge here. We can make this work. And then we continue with a straight road all the way down into this area. As straight as possible, because we're gonna have two routes going this way, right? The first one is the stone, taking it this way, and the construction material taking it back, and then also the fuel going to the other city there, right? So we will need to make this also so that we can add a 4-lane road here at some point, so that we can really scale this area up. Let's just check it out. It's going in here, and then probably all the way to that one. Oh, it's really far away. We'll just see. I could have a train here. The problem is with the train that there is a boxcar, or there is a car for the construction material, and then there's one for the stone. You cannot combine them into one, and this makes the train unfortunately not possible for this route. The next road is this one going up. Then we could make it here, right? Already diverting. I think this is cleaner and also more practical once we have then more trucks going here, right? And this one goes now all the way up to this point. Let's just hope that this works without too many costs. 240, 300,000. Holy cow, that is expensive. But it's a normal street, right? It's not anything special there. There's no bridge or anything attached. All right, and this goes up here. So this is why I want to use as many connections as possible. But here it's also not possible again. So let's get this one up. And then into my... Oh, this is a steep increase here. Oh, okay. Here we need to look at the terrain. And I'm probably going this way. And then through the forest. Could that work out? Okay, this works out. Going into the city. All right, that was very expensive. That road cost me $1 million, right? And money is really tight in the beginning, so yeah, we wasted a bit here, unfortunately, because this route will not be profitable for a long time. Now we got the depot going. We got the port. Now the port will have another depot for the fuel, because I don't want to mix it up here, right? So we're gonna have then two essentially here, and let's just make it so that we have the other then here. We still have the connection. And I will also need a road depot. Let's actually get the road depot a bit more here into the center. because we're gonna need this one for a couple of other things. I will also need a shipyard, right? That shipyard. Let's have it over here somewhere to get the ships going. We'll also need the customers, that is Leeds, where the majority of the construction material is right now, right? So Leeds has a total demand of that for 68 per year. And when you look at Haywood, it's only at 8, right? So Haywood is super small in comparison. It just opened up that demand. That demand is here in the center of it. So I could get my drop-off point somewhere over there. And we should then be able to grow with this further. Now, with that out of the way, it's time to get the lines going. And the first line will be the fuel, right? So we got the Haywood port to this port here now. So that's the ship line that we have now. We're just going to call this ship 1 because right now I don't think I'm going to have too many ships. So ship 1 is fine for me. This one goes now, and we could say full load all or full load any. But I think this would be a mistake early on, so I'm not doing this just yet. Now over here, the more important lines come in now. That's the stone and construction material route, this one. This is going to be a pretty big volume route, right? So I gotta make sure that we got all of this rolling. And the really cool thing about this route is that we have a ratio of 1:1, stone to construction material. And we deliver the stone and take the final product already on our way back again. So this will be an extremely profitable route. Yeah, it's a pity that we can't use trains on this yet. The ships also don't work because we don't have a direct water connection to this construction material plant. So unfortunately, trucks will have to do here. This is line 1 now, and we're going to manage this one and get the vehicles going out of this road depot. The sooner we start with that, the better. So I'm going to go ahead with this one here again, our modern version. And we're basically just pushing here. Yeah, let's make 17 out of this for now. Immediately, we should be seeing the stone popping up here. And there it is. It's very important that we get the customers going. Without that, the cycle is not really working. So we're also going to say now here, Hastings Central. This one goes now to my drop-off point in Bromley, which is the customer. It's actually a pretty okay customer, honestly, right? So there will be a bit of a demand here. There's also a fuel refinery there. The thing with the fuel refinery here is there is no oil close by, right? So no refined oil. There are no refinery except this one here. But then my ship route could not work. So this would be a very low profit one for now. Also, you have a steep incline here, right? So this is hill area. It's beautiful to look at. But it's not going to be a profitable route for us if we get this one going. Also, this is much more fun and much more profitable, hopefully. Okay, so the line will be finished now here. And with that, we got the customer going, right? So now this one here needs just a truck. And it's definitely just going to be 1 for now, just so that we get the demand stirred. It's time to get the first ship going. And for this, we got 3 types available right now in the early game. And I think out of these ones here, we only have one option, by the way, and it's the Riggy. The Riggy can take everything, right? So it takes the fuel and then the construction materials up to 17 the capacity. The Wilhelm can only take passengers and then some selected processed goods, and the Zoroaster can only take liquid, so oil and fuel. So let's go with the Riggy and attach this one to this first ship route that we have. And ladies and gents, we got the boats rolling. Now that's a cutie. It is super slow. So this will take some time. I just love how detailed these models are. On this fine day. And look at how large that body of water is. Like, you can't even see the docks in the distance, right? So it will take quite some time to get the materials over. This is also something that will take quite some time to fully function, right? So everything is now kicking down the line of the supply chain. So we can see that Melton Mowbray is now pushing transport. That means it has registers, should have registered now the customer. So once there is a bit of oil coming in again, like here, it should then make able. There it is, Bromley, the first shipping. The first fuel is now being produced for Bromley, for our faraway city, right? So now this is being registered. This takes a long time, really, before that ship gets full. All right, the fuel gets back, gets to the port, gets delivered then over here. And then here with my line, where there's one vehicle on it, going over there. On the other hand, we got now the construction material coming back into this area where we now absolutely need to make that delivery. So we need to create that customer now. That's line 3. And we're also gonna say take construction materials. Let's start with 2 vehicles for now. Even that might be too much. We really just want to start that the demand is growing now, right? That there is a line and production will then ramp up for it. It would be a big mistake to just get everything fully functioning right away, because you would operate at a huge loss. All right, that's cracking. Now this one here should register Haywood as a customer once there is some material coming in. We haven't even delivered the stone yet, so this is also just starting now. And please take both platforms. You are. By the way, this map is so huge. We are only playing in a tiny fraction right now of what this gigantic map would have to offer for us, right? So many things, and we haven't even started with planes or passenger transportation. Just working on the basics. This is also something on very hard difficulty that's really hard to manage, and that is that when you start operating new routes, it takes a long time for them to get profitable, right? This whole thing is only starting to kick in now. The ship is taking another hole now empty, but we need the ship already, otherwise the line is not functioning, right? So I need to invest into my ship constantly. I need to invest in my trucks constantly, because it takes a long time for these to become profitable. And this leads to that line right now of deep red lines that we have. And yeah, I just need to wait it out for everything to start working out. Hopefully. But Leeds has been acknowledged as a customer, right? So production is already ramping up now. And those cards already have construction material now bound for the harbor and then for the ship. Well, all of this is ranking up and increasing in volume now, right? But this takes time. We could look at other business opportunities on the map, because I also want to start growing more cities, of course, because at some point we want to connect those cities. And for that, we need then passengers. Now, Ilkley or Ilkley over there, let's say Orkney, and Orkney over here, has a food demand. The cool thing about this one, it has a grain plantation over there and a food processing plant right over here. And even cooler is that it has its food districts not too far away from the main street. So I could try something out here, and that is getting me this road all the way over here and making a connection here. Clean though, please. Like so. Okay, and let's have a look at that depot. That depot potentially could be here. That means we now have access to the food and the grain at the same time. This is great. This is absolutely fantastic. Let's just make it so that we place it here. Now, I'm going down here to the food processing. And all I really need now is to connect those 2 platforms here. And it's going to deliver the grain and get the food to the city. 1-to-1. Perfect. This is an easy, profitable route that also grows me a city right away. Let's go crazy on this right away with 10 vehicles, because we're gonna need it. And look at this, my cargo ship has 34 fuel on board and is getting into Hastings port right now, where there's a lot of construction material waiting. $124,000 is fine. And it also is halfway full now with construction materials on its way back. So this is starting to work slowly. And as the ship is coming into Haywood, what we can see is that it's almost full now. Line 5 is already profitable. That was to be expected though. It's really an easy line and already raking in the profit and also causing Orkney to grow. And after years of waiting, that ship line is now deeply profitable. So it's coming in already with a bit of a profit. It's getting the 70 tons off and it's getting then 50 tons of fuel in. With the fuels, we could actually probably increase this a bit further. There is the demand there, right? So it seems like we do not have enough vehicles on this route. So let's copy this one to increase capacity. Since we have a bit of cash flowing now, I would like to work on another train line. And yeah, it's exactly the same thing again. We're transporting fuel around because that's just the most profitable thing early on. And there is an opportunity in this area. We got the customers, that's Wigan and that's Saxmundham over there. And in this case here, we do have a fuel refinery, an oil well, and over here, an oil refinery. We do have an oil refinery here, but that's far too short-sighted, right? Here we could not make a train route profitable. This route here is profitable by a lot. So let's just get this going real quick. The cool thing is here, we can actually combine the well and the fuel refinery into one to only need one station going here. Yeah, those stations are expensive. Okay, the major issue I faced here is that there is a steep incline here up, right, to this well. And for this, we need to... I actually built a bridge here because this way I can take a more direct approach. Without that bridge, I would need to go around in a slope or in a curvature up here. With the bridge, it cost me around 300,000 more. It should be able, though. This could be a very slow train, honestly. That is something I did not calculate in so much. So we'll just see how that turns out. With more powerful locomotives, it wouldn't be a big deal. But since we are working in early stages, it could very well break my neck. We'll just see. Let's get the depot going. So I'm going to have it over here somewhere so that we can take both ways then coming out of this, right? Of course, it will be this way here as the primary one. And then we just need to set the customers. That is Wigan. And then once again, the same thing all the way here to Saxmundham for my fuel customers. And with that, we can actually get everything rolling. We got 1.2 million. I think that's not enough. Nope, that's not enough. We need to take a loan for this. Gonna push it to 2.3 million. This is very risky on my part because you never really know. But I want to make this sure. Look at that. 2.1 million it costs me. We cannot even afford the full train with this. So I will need to take even more loan because I will still need to also get some trucks going for my 2 lines that we have here. And that's line number 3 and 4. These are the ones I haven't named yet. There you go. Just one vehicle once again to get the customers rolling. The oil should appear. And let's hope that this train gets full fast, because it's going to be very expensive. I still have some money left, so let's just go ahead and also make this one completely full now. Now, of course, one train will not be enough. We will need to get something else going, and that's this oil well here to get it in, because there is a ratio of 2 to 1, right? So this train will always be half empty on its way back. So this is also something I cannot totally allow. So I will also need to make another transportation here. But first, let's ramp up this oil well so that we always have enough oil raking it up. There you go. Almost full. Once again, this will take though 2 to 3 turns before it becomes profitable. And this is something I need to pay. It's a beautiful scenic route though, along a lake in the hill area on this map. Not ideal for trains. By the way, we are already using the latest locomotive that we have available that provides some protection for the driver now. But way more important than that is it's super powerful. Like it's double or twice the capacity than the Borsig that we had previously, right? So that's a lot more. It, however, also costs twice as much in maintenance. It really is a beautiful route, and unfortunately also a very expensive one, so I had to remodel this one. Despite having the bridges, the train was just going down to 10 kilometers an hour, which is deeply unprofitable for me to get things going. Now, I'm taking a bit of a broader approach here. With that, we can maintain above 20 kilometers an hour, and what I'm also doing is I'm using a bit of an exploiting here, honestly. It's not really an exploit, right? I'm just doing landscaping, that's it. And before that, we had the station up here on par with the oil refinery, but now we have the station way below the oil refinery, and I'm using a street to connect this one to the oil refinery. And the street slope I don't care about because there is no traffic on the street, right? We keep the station with that way lower than before, and with that I can have my train going a bit faster than before, and this leads to a bit more profit. That's a $1.5 million mistake, unfortunately, because those bridges cost me quite a bit, but now I've got it figured out. I would love to have a blueprint mode with the cost average stuff like that, like in Anno for example. Unfortunately here it's pure experimenting all the time. So far so good, we got the things rolling. We are profitable, that's the most important thing. It's 1890 now, 40 years have passed already, and it's now the age of, yeah, steam machines, or, well, the dawn of steam machines is upon us, and with that also with the first passenger transportation then. And all of that in the next episode for Transport Fever 2 on very hard mode settings. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back once again to Transport Fever 2 on very hard settings. How very good of you to join for the second episode, and we're looking at our horses and poop created our empire. A lot of horse poop, of course, and this is about to change. Because finally, after, well, 40 years of being in the business now, we finally can replace all our horses with the very first diesel engine car. And this one not only has a higher top speed, but it is also way more powerful. It cannot transport more, but it can be faster, right? And in this case here, I'm gonna of course replace this right away. This should make things way more efficient for one of my high transport routes, this one here. And gone is the poop. Hello to diesel engines. Those poor souls still don't have weather protection, but I don't care. I care about my money. And in this case, this should be faster now because they can accelerate to higher speeds and that faster. Of course, what we should check out right away, of course, it's not a problem right now, but the top speed on a small country road is 40 kilometers an hour right now. So their 25 are still totally within the means of what's possible here, right? And they're transporting this now back and forth. Quite a lot of traffic here. I've been thinking about getting a train route going here, right? Because the volume for this is just super high, but I think cars are still gonna be the better choice here, especially since on the other way around it's empty and cars are just lower maintenance for that, right? To make this profitable. What's definitely profitable at this point is my ship route that we have. It's completely full. It's so full that there is a lot of construction material waiting right now to be delivered. So we need to get this one going as well. And lo and behold, we do have a new ship, the Donara Castle. This one here has a capacity of 100 now. It can transport everything. And from the Rigi, it is a nice upgrade in capacity, however not in speed, unfortunately, just in power, but not in higher top speeds right now. Loading speed though is also greatly improved, so for the amount of stuff, you know, it takes less time. The Donara was the first ship to offer a regular passenger cargo service. Let's replace this one for the 500. Oh, look at this, it's a big ship, so we need to now remodel our harbor. And that is something that we can do right over here, because now what we're gonna need is a large dock. This is the thing that where only the big ships can then dock. And how should we do this for now? This whole harbor area is still getting remodeled, right? Once we can build the large dock itself. So for now, I think we're just gonna add it here. And then we're gonna make a landing for a large ship. And this is unfortunately outside of navigable rivers. That's a pity. We need to take this one the other way around. This actually refunds me a bit of the money, so we should be careful how we approach this, right? I'm gonna make it like so. And then we're gonna add... Holy cow, you serious? It needs to be behind it now? Yeah, and there it is, of course. I just replaced the small one now with the big one, and that, of course, is much easier and also looks more elegant. We need to do the same thing on the other side. Now, this is the crappy thing about this. I cannot keep the cargo, right? So there's 300 construction materials waiting. That means there's gonna be 300 again. There's constantly more coming in. But unfortunately, I will need to delete it first before I can build the other one on top of that. This is just something that up to this day, I think there's no solution for it. So this is one of those things where I hope that Transport Fever 3 gets the job done right, that you can just upgrade this one without having to destroy anything. But there you go. Now we have a large cargo bay on both sides. There's the construction material coming in already. And then we're just going to replace now our ship with the big one, the Donara Castle, for 600,000. And there it is, in all its glory. It's a beauty, really it is. What a beautiful sight to behold. And yeah, with that we also have now a steamship, a proper one, a big one, out here in the ocean. You can even see, look at that, you can even see the turbine down there. Fantastic. I love how detailed these vehicles are. Now, we need to wait a bit, because I think we can add a second one here to this route pretty soon. But for now, let's keep it at 1. Now, we're looking at the train route again that I did in the last episode at the end of it. And I remodeled this one. I moved the the train station all the way down here. This leads to way higher profit. The reason for that is that this is just too much of an increase, right? So there's just too much of an ascent for the train to manage this, so it just took us around with 5 kilometers an hour all the way to the end, which gets me in the deep red. Instead, what we've done now is we shortened the train right all the way down here, so it still has a bit of an ascent here, but it's manageable. And then we have now the truck route that originally was just getting the oil from here to here is now getting the oil from here and the train up here. Right, this leads to a much more stable route for both of them. Line 1 is also really profitable with that. It gets the oil up and it gets the refined oil down, and the refined oil is then being transported with the train. Whoosh! That was also a lot of experimenting to make this really work. So we can get rid now of the original tracks here. This is just too steep, right? It's just not gonna work out with the trains that we have for a very long time. Electrification later on could make this easier, but we're also getting better trucks and stuff like that, so I think we can live with that, with this route here now, right? Next in line, what I still need is I also would like to modernize this route here now with my diesel engines. The reason for that is that these cars here still have an ascent, and the more powerful diesel engines lead to a higher top speed all the way up. The horses were only able with 18 kilometers an hour, and the diesel ones are now able with 25 all the way up, right? So this is also very important here to make this more efficient. Now we're looking at new opportunities here, and it's really hard actually, because those routes need to be profitable and they absolutely need to be at full capacity. One of those ones is that the tools factory here is presenting an opportunity for us. Now we haven't touched tools yet, and the reason for that is that tools you cannot take both ways with a train, like the fuel for example. So you need to look at the lower level, and that is the wood and the planks. Now we do have a tools factory, we do have the planks factory here, the sawmill, and we do have the garden forest. So theoretically this could look nice, but with a train this wouldn't work, right? The distances are too short and you need bridges which are expensive in maintenance. But we have a sawmill over here that also has the planks close by. So what I would like to do here is I would like to connect this sawmill here now with the tools factory and with that forest lumberjack hut that we have over here. So let's just see how we if we can make this work. So that we need a nice big road, and let's just make this one also a bit nicer looking, right? So it shouldn't all look like crap all the time. So I'm gonna make a road here that goes around that lumberjack hut and then goes all the way down towards this one, and we try to make the connection here, right? So this way it works. And you know what, just for the sake of it, and because we can afford it at the moment, let's also make a connection here, finished with that main road system that we have here from the game. Now let's check out if this is actually working for me. Unfortunately, we cannot connect it, but that shouldn't be a problem, right? Because we want to have the train going at full capacity all the time and not the trucks. So I don't care about that. I can still make me a nice big train station here that we're gonna have. And then I'm gonna have the same thing over here with the planks factory. Now let's just see that they're both on the same side here, because I really do not want to have to cross the street there. Right, so with that we're getting up there. Now I can just make my tracks as always. Very good, just along this beautiful lake over here. Or is it an ocean? It's so vast, I have no idea. And then we just need the trucks supported line. So don't forget, here what we have is we need to have 2 times the wood for 1 plank. That means I will need to have another truck line going here, right? So that's something to absolutely consider. Having a truck depot here with its drop-off depot somewhere here. It's just a drop-off because it's just a supporting line. It doesn't do anything else. All right, that's number 1. Then we get the train, and then we still need to have another truck depot here somewhere, connecting that train station with my tools factory. And this is also going to be not a drop-off, because I'm expecting a very high volume in this truck station here, as there's going to be lots of planks from the train being delivered over here. So I want to make sure that we have the space for it. And then I'm going to make a separate truck depot though for the tools that are coming out then out of this here. And this one will then deliver it to an unload station. We need to have, as always, a customer right away. And I want to start growing birchwood over here. And let's just see where we have the tools district. Not along a main road, so somewhere here where we can also make a nice loop around and leave the city again, right? So don't forget, these cities are growing massively once we provide goods. So we want to start having this as centrally as possible so that all the expansions are coming in. And look at that, there's then Wigan over here that also wants tools. So Wigan already gets the fuel. So tools will be another addition to this city here. Gonna need a road for it though. But let's start with 1 customer for now. And yeah, then I just need my depots again. For this route, we can already take the latest locomotive that we have, the PLM 220. Just came out really. And in this case here, the very futuristic Big C is a pioneer of our aerodynamic locomotives. It's way faster than before, right? And also way more powerful, like twice as much that it can actually go for. And we're gonna use the flat car with side stakes on this. This is wood and planks. Gotta make sure that it can take both of that. And as we can see, we can make this one so full. Let's just check it out. 72 capacity. We're not even at mediocre, right? 88 capacity, 92. So let's get rid of 1 more and make it at 88. This is 4 million already. So once again, this is a pretty big investment that we have. Carded and planks train it is. Want to start with that right away so that the logs are coming up. There it is. The planks will be on the other way back again. We already made sure that we have the trucks running this route. And for this route, we're also going to say take both platforms. This is going to be high volume truck line. And yeah, we could say wait for maximum load here at the plank departure, right? So at Carded North, and let's say full load so that they're not going back and forth. Now, then we have the Carded and Tools Birchwood selling route. So this creates the customer. Very important. And I'm just going to have 2 trucks here on this one to create that demand once again, and then we just ramp it up, right, once more stuff comes up. We still have the Carded and Tools wood up here, so this one also will need a few trucks, and once again not too much yet, because I want to have the main demand for logs coming with the train and not with the trucks. This should also lead now here to wood coming up. It's important though that we have 2 lines supporting it, because as I said, you know, the ratio is 2 to 1, so the train will not be able to get back full. Wood is coming in quickly, and there's my new locomotive in all its glory. It's really a beauty. I love these steam locomotives. And yeah, it's a pretty long train. And we are only at good condition so far. We can make this way longer than this one right now. And once again, with this route, we're going to operate at a loss for quite some time. Like that is the case with every new route that we create. So we always need to make sure we have enough money as well to buy the loss, more or less, before this whole thing becomes profitable. There's the first hole with logs. Empty back at the moment because, yeah, the planks still need to be produced. Next way around is already full for at least the logs. By the way, I just love the sound when you click on a lumberjack hut. Beautiful. Other way around again, this time halfway full with the planks, as expected. And with all the logs coming in now, also our sawmill here is starting to work. And we want to make sure that we can actually then also level this one up. Back at our original fuel transportation, we should also now start modernizing those two trains that we have here. So that means they're getting a completely new locomotive, both of them, which is going to be very expensive, just this. And then we're of course going to add these tank cars here, all the way to, let's just see, 70 capacities right now, 65 they can take right now. So this is still not enough. We want to push this one further, and this is probably going to take up the rest of my money here. So 110 capacity that we have now with that. And 120 we cannot do, but the 110 is already almost most of, yeah, it's actually almost twice as much, right? Both ways, and faster as well with the better locomotive. Gotta make sure, of course, that we have everything supplying this, right? So the oil is in right now, but it's probably not gonna be enough forever. So that's where this truck route is still coming in handy for us. And what I can see is we still don't have a traffic jam. So that means we can still add more trucks to this route, despite this one here looking pretty full already, right? But it's not, because there's no truck waiting here. There always needs to be at least one truck waiting here, and only then have we fully utilized this route. So let's actually add another 3 here, leading to 41 vehicles now on this tiny road. The additional income of oil now leads to this one here to have a higher production and shipment rate, so it should probably lead to another upgrade here for this fuel factory. However, I can also see that we will need more oil coming in somehow, right? Because this one here is already working at its capacity. So that's where this one, Voltram oil well, is now coming in. And yeah, we're just going to make another basic truck delivery here for the oil. Having another route now attached to this one here actually gets the shipment and the production up to the threshold. So this one is finally leveling up. That will lead to this refinery here, or this oil well here, actually producing more because we have then a bigger customer, right? So it all goes down the supply chain. And in that case here, this will be a nice touch again to get another area in. And of course, what I can see is that those 2 trains here are depleting that one, right? So this will not gonna last forever now. So we definitely will need to have an upgrade of that oil refinery. The upgrade of the trains led to twice as much profit now, and that's 1.6 million that this route here makes. By the way, that carton planks train that we have, just this single one here, is already at 1 million in profit. That's because it's almost always full and half empty on the other way around. It's still that profitable. These 2 trains here are working very profitable, but only as long as they're full, right? So this is why we need to have that oil coming in. But this is also why trains are so great in this game. Looking at our original plan here now, I would like to make another route a bit more profitable, and that is the Haywood Fuel 4 train route that we have all the way up here to Camborne. The reason for that is now, of course, is that the street here is just absolutely crazy, stupid, inefficient. So now we're looking at that original bridge layout that we had. And over here, we can and should now make that bridge happening. I'm not going to use this road though, because that's too close to the city. We're going to use a completely independent one. So it's this road here, right? And this road here goes now up. And it should be not interfering though with my grain trade route here, because that is just, that would lead to a lot of congestion. Now let's have a look at this. This bridge would cost me 414,000. We still don't have many more or other layouts available here. And it just goes up then here into that road and then towards Camborne. This should work out nicely. And oh, we got a new ship available as well. And the moment we connect it, the game automatically sets this one as the standard route now, as it should be. So we'll just see if that is a bit more profitable. Yeah, for now we are making a bit of a loss here with this route. Actually not, now it's 44,000 in profit. It fluctuates a bit, but it was always around the 0 mark, right? Negative and a bit positive. Now this should change a bit. The reason why we should make this more efficient is that we want to upgrade the fuel refinery over there. Otherwise, we're not producing enough fuel and we're not consuming enough oil. And in that case here, we need to transport more. That means we need to transport more to our customers. Bromley is another one. And Bromley was the city over here, right? So there we also have something to work on. First of all, we have a lot of fuel waiting here. By the way, it's 1900 now. And let's just double this one. Yeah, let's double this one and also change the vehicles to diesel engines. All right, that's pretty important to get more over. The other thing that we can do here is, yeah, getting another ship over, right? So we have one going right now that is at full capacity. So I could add a second ship to this route here now to transport twice as much. It's not quite there for the fuel though. Another thing I would like to do now is we have 2 trains here running, but that is no longer absolutely required. First of all, we don't really have the production. Even if the fuel refinery levels up, this will still not be enough. And look at that, we got a new oil card available. And with that, we could use the same locomotive that we're running right now up to 324 capacity. That's more than twice as much. That's almost 3 times the amount that those 2 trains can take at the moment, right? That is just crazy. So I'm gonna actually sell one of them now. It's this one here. There it goes. We get a lot of money back from this, and we're basically now replacing this train with the same one. I'm also using the same locomotive. We have a new one, but that new one is too powerful for this route, right? Because the smaller one still works out at only a fraction of the maintenance car. And there's now the new tank car coming out in 1900, and this one can take twice as much per car than the original one. So we can now really ramp this up. So this was the old capacity, right? And now we're just gonna add this one all the way to, let's say, 200 for now. 200 is also really quite a bit already, right? But that's gonna be worth it. So let's just have a look at this new baby. It's actually clipping in. It's loading now, and one train will be enough. So we are also saving one entire locomotive with that, which makes this whole thing a bit more efficient for us. And these are some beautiful new modern looking fuel cars. Let's also work a bit on this very cute looking island over here for another profitable ship route that I'm planning right now. We got the food delivery already working towards Orkney, and that's okay, right? So this is working fine. We could probably put it up there a bit with the vehicle count. So let's just get me a few more vehicles out there so that we can get more grain in, right? There you go. This is just barely now at the upgrade, but what's missing is another customer, right? So there's no customer, and Orkney alone is not enough for this to level up. So we need a second customer, and we got one down here, all the way down here in Carterton. Carterton needs food, and it needs construction materials. We can combine this because North Allerton also wants construction materials. So having a ship transporting the food to Carterton and the construction material to North Allerton on its way back could lead to a very profitable ship route, and we can actually grow 2 cities there in addition. At the beginning of everything lies a new truck route, and that's this one. And for this we are gonna need another road, a very expensive road that is, because this is once again an area with lots of hills. It's a beautiful area, and I certainly don't want to destroy it too much. So let's just make sure that we have this road here going around that forest, not in it, you know, like the modern approach would be this. I'm not doing this. We keep the forest intact, and I'm just gonna make a nice curvature around that. There's another forest now coming up, but once again we can be on the side. Only trucks make sense here, right? No train, unfortunately. We just don't have the way back for this one to work. Gonna be a nice scenic route though, anyway. And then we just make the connection here. There you go. To that quarry that we have. And now we just work on another depot, and this one's gonna be somewhere over here. There you go. Going then to my construction material, and look at that. We could actually make it so that once again we have a nice connection here for both of them. But of course this doesn't make a lot of sense, so I'm gonna actually get this one as far away as possible, and then we're gonna create a new one for the construction materials. And this will have then a drop off for Carden, because we want to make 2 customers here again to grow the factory. And then we're going to have a second drop off that's going to be here then in the port of Carden. And there are the trucks coming out, getting everything rolling, and we should be seeing some stone coming up now. Very good. And as expected, there's going to be lots of stone. So first of all, we have both platforms again for both of this. And second of all, we're just going to need a lot of vehicles, right? So there's 7, and then just going to flat out copy this for 14. And then I'm going to wait a bit to have them spread out. Actually, we don't really need to do this because they're spreading out themselves. So let's just take 14 vehicles and copy them to 28. Off you go, busy bees. Bring me in the money. Now, this is not going to be a very profitable route, right? It's just a stone route. It's going to be empty half the time. But that's why we're using trucks for this. More profitable will be then the ship route once again. That's something we can prepare already. For this, I'm going to need a bunch of docks now. The first one is the cargo harbor here. I'm going to make sure that we are having this one over here. It still needs to have a connection. Just barely though, with the food processing. So let's hope that this works, because this would be the most elegant solution. Nah, it doesn't work. Really? I mean, that to me it looks very close, but unfortunately it's not. Now this works. It's, as I said though, not the most elegant solution to that, but it's still what I'm gonna do, because we want to maximize the profit for this ship trade here. And you know what, let's actually just go ahead and make the dock into a bigger one right away, because we're gonna need it anyway, and I'm not gonna waste all of my cargo again. Still, this could look a bit better, right? There you go, looks a bit cleaner now than before, and everything is still working. So that's the food. The food will be then transported over to Carden, and Carden will also get its own port. Now, Carden has the food district here, so we can make it so that the docks, hopefully, can take Carden in right away. So let's build the docks here. There's a city street here. The game builds automatically. Let's delete that. And there's one over here. Let's delete that, and let's delete that. And we're just gonna build our own street here now, our own city street. This one that goes then all the way here. And then all the way in here. It's not the same, actually. There you go. Oh, we can't really take that much. Nope, I need to make this more efficient. Sorry, pals. I will need to delete a bunch of buildings here. This one. There you go. With that, we get way more in, right? And get Carden in as a new food customer. That's important for this one. This one also needs a drop-off. That can be over here. A bit further away from the docks, actually. Not quite there, but still there. So with that, we have a new customer now that gets over here. And that is then Carden const 3. That we have, because we got already quite a few going here. That's that. And then I actually need the docks for North Allerton, our island city that we have. And look at that. It's, of course, it's a small island, so we have the space right away for the docks to take the construction materials in right away. And let's make it, we're gonna need a big dock for this, so yeah, this works. With that, we have it over here. And we can also increase the size of this right away. Now I'm actually going to create the new ship route that is going to Orkney, to Carthaden, to North Allerton on its way back, right? So at least 2/3, a bit more, let's say 3/4 of the route will be full, hopefully. And that's our new ship line now. And it's going to be Orkney, Carterton, North Allerton. And still need that shipyard. Gonna make this here by the port, actually. Looks a bit cleaner. If we had close by, let's make a ship. We do have theoretically a new one, the Vandal. Oh, that very good for fuel. And then we got the Klondike. This is a passenger transportation as well that we can have. This is a pure passenger transportation now that we have. That's new, but this one's a bit faster. And it can carry more. And of course, important for us, food and construction materials that we have on this. And let's create the Klondike. and get this one on the Orkney, Cardigan, North Allerton ship route. One of them does not have the big docks yet. Of course, it was Cardigan. And off it goes. A new type of ship for the 20th century. What a beauty. That's definitely a ship that I would board. And off it goes on this vast ocean that we have over here. Empty for, of course, 2 to 3 rounds at least. So this will be, once again, deeply unprofitable before things are starting to bring me in something. Of course, hopefully, we should be seeing some food now stacking here. And then I would also like to see some construction materials coming in here. And with that, the processing plant is leveling up now, thanks to having a new customer. This will lead to a higher demand in grain. And for that, we're probably gonna need the next grain field over there. It's a bit stupid here, right? So we got Orkney surrounding by grain farms. That's gonna hinder growth for sure. So what I could do instead is I could use this farm. It's further away, but that doesn't mean that it's unprofitable or anything like that, right? So we can still make this profitable. And we could lead these farms here to close at some point, because if those farms are not being used for a few decades, then they will just disappear. And this would lead to Orkney having more space. So I definitely don't want to tackle this one because that's just too close to the city. And yeah, for that, we need to create a new route, basically, that is now transporting then the grain over there as well. So I'm gonna take this one, this road there. And we're just basically going to add. Here we have the tools factory. We're also gonna get rid of that, right? So it's gonna be cut off from anything, and it will just close at some point. We don't need a tools factory that close to Orkney. Here, I'm actually going to use a road that close because we don't want to have this road here interfering with this road here, of course. That would hinder traffic, as there is going to be quite a lot of vehicles going for these two routes. And lo and behold, Cardigan receives now construction materials and food. And with that is also now nicely growing, with more buildings popping up everywhere here. And also construction materials waiting. They're being delivered then. Yes, 55 construction materials on board. Getting here over to North Allerton, which then should grow. And there is 66 food already waiting again for the ship at this point. Very nice. This is also starting to work. And look at the view. Boy, I could really live in this town. Surrounded by water. Having a great look at the mountains. And also thriving. We have, by the way, also enough money to pay back some of our loan. Alright, so we still have 7.5 million. We should not do too much, of course, because I still would like to have money to invest. But let's tone it down to 5 million on the loan now. This also reduces my interest and also increases then my income. Now I'm all in for risk, and I would like to create my next extremely profitable trade route, or at least I think it's going to be profitable, but it's going to go with a very high upfront cost. And that is, we have this nice fuel factory here with a lot of potential to grow, right? There's a lot of refined oil already coming in, and it is only being hindered right now by not enough transportation. So that's this area here, right? So my trucks, and I'm already working on that, just pushing up more trucks until we meet the rate so that we get enough fuel out. And this will level up. This will produce then even more fuel than before. However, we're also getting a bit into a bottleneck here now with the refined oil. There's only so much refined oil you can trade in one direction. So we need more refined oil for this one. At the other end, we do need more customers for the fuel. And I found them. I found them all the way down here. There's two cities that need fuel, and both of them are close together, and both of them have an oil refinery in the center that has a lot of oil wells in the surrounding area. This is just a great opportunity for us to make a very profitable trade route, a train route especially. And for this, we need space. We don't need this area here. We can cut it off, right? There's no downside to cutting this one off here to make this work. This is a country road that we cannot cut off because it's connecting the cities, right? If you cut this off, those cities will die because there's no traffic in between anymore. So this will be a huge penalty. But we don't need that. We don't need this one at all. What I need is a cargo terminus station here. A terminus, why? Because there is no way that this train is going anywhere else, right? So this is really the end of the map here, and this will be the end for this terminus. Wait a second. The end for this terminus. That's also a nice way of saying it. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and make this one somewhere here. So this will be a pretty... Oh, wait a second. Let's actually get rid of that again. Make it into a nice road that we have then over there. We don't need this road anyway to connect the oil well, because there's gonna be also some traffic here. And then we'll just see. Yeah, I can think about that. And you can already see one thing, and that's elevation. The problem is, all of this here, and this is gonna what makes this road so special then here, all of that is hilly area all the way. We're gonna need some tunnels for this, and that's gonna be expensive. Let's just build this one for now. Right, so let's actually make this one long. 320, yes. 320, because this will be a very long train. And let's make it so that it's somewhere over here. We could also make it here, right? Nah, I'd rather build it here. So this will go right away from everything here. All right, there you go. Now building the track for this will be risky, right? Because we gotta make sure that we're not building too many tunnels. This would explode us. I also want to make sure that we don't have enough elevation, because this would slow it down. Also, curvature is gonna play a vital role. As we can see, yeah, this is looking nice. Going into that area, and then we're gonna go over there, and then it's just gonna be one giant straight line now all the way here. And I'm gonna make sure that we never have too much. This is good. Where's actually my... There it is, right? So all the way there is Hamilton with my fuel refinery. This is where we want to go, and as straight as possible, because don't forget, this train is gonna be long and it's gonna be expensive. So we want to make sure that we have it as straight as possible. And I don't care about the upfront cost too much. Here, I think it's going to be tunnel area now. This is where the cost really will go up now. So as you can see, that's 2 million. It could be close to 8 million in cost for this. But we have 28 million right now. So we can afford it to make this work. There's the first tunnel already. Now there's going to be a huge hill here, right? And I want to make sure that we are on track for that. I'm not gonna use this station that we already have, right? It would look clean, of course. You know what? Let's use the same station. It's just so much cleaner with that. However, we will need to get rid of these city roads there. So the city is already trying to grow towards this area. And what I will definitely need to do here is I will need to increase the length of this train station. And we do have the passenger, we do have the cargo. And there's my cargo one, right? And as you can see, this is already going to be tricky, especially towards this area. So we can grow towards that area just fine. There is a road here that we absolutely need, because it's the road that's connecting the train station with us. So I would still want to make sure that we can grow a bit into this area. But I think that's going to be hard. Yeah, because here we got the tracks. So I'm going to wait for this train to pass, and then we're going to make this one here even longer. Because this train is also going longer. By the way, it's one of my most profitable train routes that we have. Oh, lines at all, with 1.8 million in profit right now. And full in both directions. Okay, it leaves again. Now we can make this one longer, right, with the tracks here. Then we got those tracks. Don't forget, the train can be longer than the station, right? That's okay. But the longer it is, the less efficient it gets with loading. So we need to make sure that we always have the train attached to platforms to get the maximum loading speed out of it. Okay, and here it comes in now. And I think, yeah, the speed is fine for this, 96. It's a cargo train. It's probably not going to be that much faster, right? So with that, we got this one rolling. However, it's the wrong track, right? Because this train here now needs to be on a second track that is over here. And luckily there was a patch at some point in the past that makes it possible to switch platforms now without losing all the storage, right? So there was a time when you wanted to switch the platform for a line, it would just all disappear and reset. And now it's just moving from platform 1 to platform 2 in an instant. And I like this quality of life feature. With that, we have now this platform here available for our mega train, right? So this leaves then here. At some point, we need to make sure that the street here will probably go up or above or below the tracks, because that train will be very long. And yeah, the train will then leave here. And we will want to make sure that we get a nice speed out of that. 120. That's okay, right? As it is leaving now. Now comes the most difficult part, and that is having them touching each other. Touch and go in the center. So I'm gonna make sure this one is 500,000. Yeah, that's okay. 500,000. The problem is though, we still use the same old bridge layout, but yeah. This will be better at some point. 500,000, and then we continue now into a tunnel. Let's just make sure that, let's try and connect it right away. This would be 3.3 million. That sounds cheap. So it's going over there, and then here enters that hill, coming out on the other side. It's always max speed. So it's very important to put a lot of energy into building the tracks, because once you have the tracks, they're going to stay there forever, right? You're never going to change that again afterwards. So that looks fine to me, right? So we got the tunnels. It's cost-wise, it's actually cheaper than I thought. And we always maintain max speed. Going all the way over here. Now I've already set up the infrastructure over here for everything to work. Now we just need to create the lines. And line 1 will be now the massive one, right? So that will be from here all the way down to here. And we're going to call this the Hamilton Fuel Yorkshire route, because Yorkshire is close by. And here we just call everything Yorkshire, basically. So it's a different network now. Yorkshire Fuel 1. Right, and then we got another delivery here for the oil that we want to have. Yorkshire Fuel 2. And then we just have the deliveries now from here, from Yorkshire North to Amberville. That's the Yorkshire Fuel Amberville route. And then we have the Yorkshire to Yorkshire Fuel. It's just really funny that there is no fuel refinery in the whole area here, right? So wherever you look, there is not, even though you have a pretty high demand for fuel, nothing here. So this, of course, yeah, makes total sense to do. Also, I'm gonna grow these into mega factories. And for this, you need a lot of customers and a lot of input. Now comes the train. The train will be deeply red for us for a while. We're going to use the latest locomotive for this, the A35, with a top speed of 100 kilometers an hour and a power traction of 1000 kilowatts. So this is twice as much as than we had before. Yeah, 1900 is so the latest state of the art. The cool thing is you can actually use 2 of them together to increase its traction power to 2000, which would lead to an even longer train. That is something we're going to do later though. Let's get the tank cars rolling, and yeah, we're going to ramp up the capacity. Let's say 200 for now. No, actually let's say 150 for now, because I really don't want to exaggerate this too much, right? That's 10 million this train costs me. And this is now the Hamilton Fuel Yorkshire route. Alright, so this will probably be one of our longest ever trains that we're building in this game, this route, right? And we're just improving this over time, getting it longer, adding more locomotives to it, having fun with it. This will take some time now, right? Because first of all, the customer will need to be created out of this that we have now over here. So there's Amberville and Yorkshire is now coming up in the list here for this fuel refinery. But before the volume gets higher, this will take time, right? All the input. It will increase now the shipping. And yeah, this will definitely lead to a level up of this fuel refinery here. So this will be then the fuel. On the other hand, we do now need to make sure that we get the refined oil over. So this is the customer here that we have already. And this is where we need to get the refined oil now. And look, it's already 144. We just started this. So let's ramp it up. 16 vehicles on this short ride should make sense. as long as they're using all the platforms available to us. Now that's actually really beautiful here, as we're following the train over the slopes and the hills of Yorkshire area. And yeah, with that, we leave it at this episode. We can actually pay back all the loan that we had, the remaining 5 million. With that, we're debt-free officially, right? There's no more interest we need to pay. And we still have 23 million in our account. Of course, look at that. The loss of this train is over 1 million at this point. So right now, I'm waiting a bit for this to come back. We're just enjoying the view. And we come back in the next episode. And then definitely with passenger transportation, because we haven't even touched that topic yet at all. I hope you enjoyed this one, Transport Fever 2. The 20th century is upon us. Stay tuned. Leaving the train station already with a profit of over 4 million, raking it up. Holy cow, welcome back. This mega train that we're building here, that's gonna be one profit hell for us. And I don't even know where I put the money from this train alone. Yeah, well, how is it looking right now? The thing is, I needed to adjust a few things. It was actually transporting oil, like raw oil, over to the other platform. That was pretty crazy. And of course, we needed to make sure that in the line manager here, we tick off the raw oil, because we only want to get the refined oil and the fuel in both directions. So the more valuable good in that case here. Now that is coming in. The fuel refinery leveled up already in an instant almost, as we made up more customers now on the other end of my map. Here we have now our oil refinery, where 2 truck routes are working tirelessly to get the refined oil in. This one's already leveling up now as well as a result of that. There's 200 refined oil waiting already on this line. So what we're going to do here is we're going to make this one longer, because of course that's what this is all about. Let's take this train here and add a bunch more tank cars now. It's already working on mediocre levels, right? But as you can see, we can get the mediocrity all the way up. This is still mediocre, by the way. This is still working fine with a capacity of 378. That's too much. So let's go down to, let's say 250, right? 250 should be fine to get this one here going. It's getting a bit longer with that. And as we can see, yep, it is slowing down in this area here. This is the slowest part of the train line, even though we already made a bridge to reduce the slope here. But it's still not enough, of course. We could make this one even faster by getting rid of the bridge entirely and starting the tunnel here already, right? That could be something. Or we're just waiting for more powerful locomotive. Now, you know how I've been talking about a very long tunnel that we cannot afford yet, but since this route is getting so profitable, it is pretty slow though, right? So it's going up here all the way, then into a tunnel, and then all the way down again. If we spend 20 million, we can make a tunnel that is straight without any slope. So this is just a straight line now, all the way below Saxmundham, right? So this is all below the ground now, deep below the ground. And then it comes back here, but this would not be the end of it yet, because we still want to make sure that we get also rid of that slope here. And that means, there you can see it. That's my costs. It's coming along together here more or less. And this will lead then to 33 million that we have to pay for this. But it would be a straight line. It would be no slope, no increase, no decrease in altitude. 33 million would be the total cost for this. It's actually really easy to build this one. So yeah, I'm gonna wait for a bit more money to roll in, and then we probably could do this. Now I bought it, I spent it, and the train is now running at full 80 kilometers an hour all the way through. And let's just see how a full haul with top speed over that distance brings us in, because I'm pretty sure that we're gonna paying off that tunnel in no time for this train. This is still only one locomotive. I think it's longer than the station already. Barely. Very good. And this was 7 million for this haul, right? It's almost full the other way around again. In both directions. Perfect. 7 million per direction. That could lead to a very nice profit. All right, ladies and gents, we continue with the next mega project that I have in mind now. Now, there are 2 cities over here that need tools. You know that we already have a tools factory here, right? That is already leveling up. The thing is, we do have a tools factory here, but it makes sense to have one big factory over having smaller factories, because this small factory here will never have enough customers to produce everything. The thing is, and that's why I want to do this here, is that there is a plastic production possible. So we have the oil refinery here, we got the plastics production, and you can have tools and plastics being delivered on the same train. That means we can make a full train going here between those 2 cities here. That would have the tools factory as a new customer, right? So 2 more cities that we can attach now to this factory here, and we get the plastics back home. What we're doing with the plastics then, I show you later, because right now we want to get this one cracking. So this is going to be a major project, and this will take a bit of time here now again. So for this, we're going to need a train station with potentially a lot of space. So we're going to make this one somewhere here, right? Let's make sure, yep, this will work, right? So I'm going to have this word somewhere here. I want to keep a bit of space there for platforms, for tracks, and for more truck depots down the road, because this is going to be a major distribution area here at some point, right? With that, we got it. And by the way, actually, my bad, we need to make this one long. Oh, it's already the 320, really? It looks tiny. Can we make this one longer than 320? We can. All right, that's the great thing. So we can make this one even longer, because we're gonna need that. So this one delivers now the tools over here, and this will be a very expensive train route to make. Here we have the tools coming out and the plastics coming in. So it makes sense to make this one here into a new distribution center. So let's just make a road here that goes a bit in a straight line, right? Because you want to have a nice train here attached. This one goes down again around my plastic center. And the plastic center will then have a connection with that oil refinery over there, probably over this road there. Yeah, this can make sense, right? And up here we have then our truck for this. There you go. On top of that, we have the oil refinery here and plastic refinery here, right? And the oil well here. So here we can also make a train connection. Oh my goodness, this is gonna take time. Sorry, pals, for this, but we are planning something big here, something that will last the ages. So let's get rid of all of that. And in fact, I'm gonna try and make the connection here, right? So that we can connect this one with that. Can we do this? Yes, there's the connection, right? Yeah. Get rid of that again, and we also don't need that road up there, honestly, right? So we should... Okay, this is very close. We can make this work. If we make a connection here, this would be absolutely epic. Let's just try it out here. Still not possible. It is possible. Now we have both of them connected. There you go. That's the first part, the connection between the well, the refinery, and the plastics production. Next is the line to the tools factory. There you go. The total cost for this one will be 28 million, which is a bargain. It is a straight line. It has no slope, so it should be at max speed all the time. And also it is a bit scenic, right? It goes here across the river there, and it also goes across the lake here. Of course, that's absolutely mandatory. We can still do something else though. We can, because this is looking a bit nasty. I don't like it so much. So perhaps we sacrifice a bit of efficiency and make the connection. Yeah, okay, let's do this a bit differently. By putting the tracks, because here comes the track, right? So I'm just gonna make it so here. And then here. Alright, so now we're going around that lake, and now we can make the direct connection. The cost is still the same for this small fraction of tracks. Bear in mind, only the first track will cost this much, right? So every additional one will be way cheaper than that. The only thing that we still need to have then here is definitely can we have a bridge over that? Or, because this is a main road, right? So it's very important that we keep this alive. And if I get rid of that now, it gives me message that I just disconnected two cities from one another, which is not a good thing to do in this game. So let's just make this one, because, you know, these are automatically generated roads here right now. They're looking crazily bad. So we can make this one a bit more beautiful by creating some more curvy roads. So I'm gonna make sure that we are going above the tunnel area here, right? Oh, this is not possible? Now it's possible. And then we just take this one here. There you go. This looks much better now than before. And we still have the connection, right? It looks cleaner as well. And you have then this central crossing there for all of that. Very nice. So this is the first connection. We're, by the way, also connecting those two cities here right now. They haven't been connected before. They're so close to each other. And there was actually a gap in here. And we can now use this to get my trucks over then here. I mean, I'm always trying to keep this a bit clean, the whole thing, right? So this looks also pretty crappy. So I don't even get a message, right, that I've disconnected the cities because they were never connected in the first place. And now we can make that connection possible. There's then my fuel. And we do have also my tool depot then somewhere over there. It needs to have a connection with the train station. That's the important thing. And here the trucks are coming out then and distribute the tools to the two cities here. Now, all of this is very complicated. It would just be easier, right, to produce the tools here and get them to the city. But this would be less profitable and you would have too many small factories. I want to create huge factories with a lot of volume. And this is why we need to create these constructs here. Because with that, the tool factory gets 2 additional customers, right? And it can grow this way. Now this is all now functioning, right? This would be functioning. We get the tools over, we get the plastics back. But where do we get the plastics now? The plastics, we're gonna actually make even crazier now. Because the plastics come in here. This train station gets the tools out and the plastics in. Now we're switching platforms with the plastic, right? The plastic is going to get distributed to this second platform now that we're creating here. There you go. Right, and this plastic we're now delivering somewhere completely different. So we are gonna create this track here, and this track now kind of like merges with that platform here, or with that train station that we already have, not the station itself. I mean, actually we can do this. Yeah, let's merge them together. For this, I will just need to add additional tracks here. This is a tiny station in comparison. It's crazy. Let's make this one a bit larger. And I just realized something. With this station here, is it right that we have... Yes, we have a... I think we do have a passenger platform here working. But it still works. And then we're gonna make the platform on that side too, to keep it clean, right? And then we have the tracks in here. And then we're gonna create a track outside, and this is the track that we connect, right? So let's just make sure that this works together. There's the plastic now coming out, coming together with this. Now, because of the curvature, this will not be super high speed, but 90 is still absolutely fine for cargo, right? Gets over, and here it merges then with that system that we already have. It's not the same track though, it's just alongside it, right? We can save some money with that, even though that's not the primary concern. We just keep it clean, right? Because I don't want to have too many tracks everywhere. So this goes up all the way here. And then we continue past this station here, right? Could be a bit tricky to realize. For that, we will need to expand this station again. Once again, this is way too small with the amount of stuff that we already get done here. So let's just expand the platform into this direction there. And then also the tracks. Problem is that ridiculous sawmill that is blocking me. For this, we are losing a bit of top speed here, right? So it's going down to 67. Yeah, down to 67 for a short time, right? Before we continue then onwards with a bit of a higher speed. And this track here now just moves along this river here, right? All the way up. Let's try to not make a bridge here. And always keep it leveled. That's the important thing. This will be a very long, very expensive train. So you always want to keep this one here leveled, which leads to a tiny bridge here, unfortunately, that I don't want. Yeah, where is it going, you may ask? And it's going to this goods factory. We haven't touched goods yet, and it's one of the more complex production chains in this game. It needs steel and plastic. So the plastics is coming in from the other end of the map with trains, but with very profitable trains. The goods factory can grow quite a few times, right? And this one can produce a lot of goods for basically the whole world. And that's what I want to achieve here. And we do get this cargo station. Now this will be a bit nasty because this is once again a bit on a hill, which makes the whole thing once again tricky for us. I can make the cargo here, but you get a lot of slope, a lot of hill. So we need to get rid of this road. This basic road won't do. Because I want to get my cargo station in the middle here. Only here do we have an acceptable elevation for me, right? That I can make do for trains. And then of course we need to make the connection here again with the two of them, and we will need a road connection then too. But that is something we can work on later. Let's get this one going for now. Oh, by the way, by removing the road here by the sawmill, we can get the top speed from 68 to 91, which is just totally fine for cargo. And I'm moving the cargo station actually down here, right? So this is the maximum distance we can have to the goods factory. And with that, we can also reduce some of the elevation there again. And with that... So we reduce the altitude to the cargo station, and with that, with two more bridges and a tunnel to get rid of this hill here, we can actually make this work with minimal slope. And this leads to 2.6 million in addition that we pay for this track system here. So this gets the plastics over and the goods back again home, right? With a ratio of 1:1. So for every plastic we bring in, we get one good out, so we transport away with the train. So this train also can go full in both ways. We're still missing the steel now, and the steel we have right here. There's a steel mill, and it can be upgraded 3 times or 4 times, and it just needs a lot of copper and a lot of coal. Where do we have that? This is where things are getting a bit nasty. So we have copper here, copper here, copper here. Copper is fine to get in. Coal is not that fine. We got one copper, one coal here, one coal here, and that's it. 2 coal mines, unfortunately, that's it. I hope that another one appears at some point. 2 should be fine though, because that's 800 in total. That's 1,600 when we upgrade them in total. So this is a lot of coal. However, as you can see, we got this beautiful mountain there, and I certainly don't want to have a road going around that mountain. So this will be expensive for us because we want to make a straight tunnel from both of these directions. So let's just check it out if we can make this work. It's going to be a straight line from here all the way to here, and let's just see how that looks. The tunnel starts here right away. Great. So it disappears and it goes into this area where it creates a bridge. That is something I don't like. This would be the direct approach. The other approach is to create 2 tunnels and they're connecting somewhere here, right? With this, we can only see the trucks here a bit, and that's it. We could even make this cleaner, I think, by creating this tunnel a bit further into that direction. Let's make sure that we level this one a bit. But we always want to stay in the mountain itself. I don't want to see those trucks here. I love mountains way too much for having trucks roaming around here. It's nasty though, as you can see, because the game cannot really cope with that much altitude change. We still stick around here. Of course, we are working with trucks, so as you also can see, there is too much slope here. So the best way to create this is having an end point and a beginning point and connecting the 2 of them, because the game tries then to stay on the same level and I don't need to fiddle around with that. So going to this point here costs me 10 million, and then we would have a straight tunnel between the 2. Right, and then we still need to connect those 2 here. It's not direct, so this will not be highly profitable, but this is not about profitability here. This is about nature, and also, of course, about feeding my steel mill with coal. Okay, so this one goes over there. And I think we can make it work like this, right? So with that, let's get rid of this tunnel. And now it basically disappears here and goes then through a major tunnel system to the other side. And this whole area here stays clean. Very nice. For this copper mill, we do have a straight, or we do already have an existing line where there is also some traffic here. But this is not looking very efficient. So I would like to once again get rid of this road here. There you go. Right, remodel this one. We got a bit of an increase here of altitude, quite a bit, but it should be fine. And here we're just gonna make then the connection going over there. Oh, this would lead to a bridge. It's not very good looking right now. Perhaps we can make it use like so. This works out much better. And we're also connecting this in a more straight line. Of course, the rest we can get rid of so that this forest also is not broken apart by my road system. And all we need here is then a depot that delivers the coal in from the other side, right? And all we then need is another depot. I'm just going to have this one beside this one to have it a bit cleaner looking, right? Because I want to have one depot for one product all the time. We don't want to have a traffic jam there. But the copper is coming in from that side and the steel is going out to that side. So traffic-wise, there's no problem. So the foundation has also been created and we can now start activating this whole route. And by the way, that's going to be my great central goods production that we have here. So the possibilities are endless, right? There is room for an airport to get the goods or across the map with a plane. And also we have access to the river and with that the ocean. And I can already see some cities here that require goods as well that we can deliver then with ships. All of that is possible once we level up this beauty here. Right now it's dead. The last few seconds where it is dead because now we're creating that massive production chain. First of all, we need to create the routes themselves. So we have the line 2 here. And since this is around the city Newcastle, we're just going to call all of this somehow Newcastle. So this is Newcastle coal 1, right? And then we got the Newcastle copper. And then we have the Newcastle to this one here, the Newcastle steel, where we transport this one down. And of course, we're going to use all the materials available here, all the platforms available to us. And this we can already activate, right? Of course, it's not going to be profitable at all, right? So once again, it's just there to activate the whole thing. We purchased the 3,4D coal. We purchased the 3,4D copper. And I'm going to purchase all the safe, always in the right moment. Purchase them for Newcastle steel, right? So now we get this one active. Now we should be then seeing coal, for example, piling up here in a short time. There it is. And also copper is piling up. Very good. This is working out as expected. Now comes the funky stuff, and that is the plastics all the way over here. This is all around leak. So yeah, we're just gonna have everything here called leak, and that is the raw oil that we have up there. So that is leak oil 1. Very important, we need the customers. That is the tools that are coming in here. So we still need the drop-off points as well. So you need to really finish all of that. Otherwise, the factories will not produce for this destination. So in this case here, we get the tools in. They're coming from over there, right? So let's just see that we're gonna get this one in here. And for Ollerton, gonna have the tools coming in from here. So we're also gonna say that the drop-off point is right there. Now the trucks are also assigned. Next in line, we got the train routes now. And train route number 1 is leak to the oil refinery, of course, right? Using platform 1. Very good. So this is leak oil train. There's only going to be one, right? So it's fine to call it like that. And this one is delivering the raw oil up and the refined oil down again. And I think there's really nothing else for this train route that we need to manage outside of creating us the train. And this is a short train, so I'm not going to go with a, very expensive one here. In fact, I could really just go with the cheapest one for now and we replace it down the road. Nah, let's go with the middle one, right? It's fine. Let's go with the middle one.
And let's say capacity 72. 5 million that is already, so this was actually really expensive. This one's coming out. I think we cannot afford all of it. We'll just see how it goes. There it is, our next beauty. Boy, this is gonna be epic if all of that works out. We'll just see. Next line is the most important one. Next line is the one that really pushes us the money, and we're gonna use this train depot there, in fact. And this one delivers now the plastic from the leak to this train station, and from here the tools back again to leak, where we already have the tool to customer distribution active, right? So this one kicks in. We can actually make this a bit more precise and say, okay, in carded and transfer, only take tools, right? Do not take anything else except tools. That's your only thing that you can take. And in leak, before he takes actually oil or anything like that, just take plastics, please, right? So that's what you're about to do. And this is leak, tools, plastic. That's our number one. And then we have the other one that goes from Carterton, platform 2, all the way now, all the way up here to my goods factory. There you go. And this one, how should we actually call this one? Let's call it the Carterton plastic goods train route, right? So that's the big one that goes all the way. And once again, we're only gonna say, please only load plastics in carded and transfer. Get this up and only load me goods in Newcastle. Now we need to activate both the train routes, and yeah, I mean, theoretically, I should really go for the most expensive one right away, because that's exactly what we need. And then we need the car that takes both of them, right? So that's it, plastics and goods and tools. And I'm gonna add them, 24 capacity. Oh, the money's raking up there, easy, 80. Okay, let's go with 80 for this one. And then I actually need this train depot down here for the other train that we have. And that's also a very long one. So I'm also gonna take the expensive one together with 72 boxes. Gonna purchase me that. I'm gonna put this one on the leak tools plastic. There you go. No error messages. That's a good sign. That these things are working. And look at those beautiful cars there. Okay, we might have exaggerated here. We'll just see, right? I mean, I do have no loan right now, so as an emergency, I could get some funding in again. The thing is that we have now a very, very complex route. Multiple stages, multiple trains, expensive trains. All of this needs to start kicking in. And I have no idea yet if this is really working. So this is going to take a lot of money. We have the customers. That's the most important thing. So the tool customers are there, right? That's fine. We still don't have goods customers. So we need the goods customers. There's the goods coming in again, right? They're coming in here. That means, first of all, I do need to have another road that we're going to have here then. And this is where we're going to have then our depot. Can I squeeze it in here? No, I could squeeze it in like this. Woodwork, don't have enough space though, so it's not ideal. So I rather go with, how can we make this one clean looking? Yeah, it could be here. It could actually be also here. Don't forget, an access to the ocean here is also very advisable, since there are goods then that we can load. But the real question is, who's the biggest goods consumer right now? Islington has a need for a lot of goods, 115, right? That's a lot. Amble is close by and has 43, so this is also a potential big customer. Carterton grew and just got the goods, right? So it's very low on that right now, so yeah, it's not going to be a big customer. However, Islington, I would probably really like to get going with this. So Amble and Islington. Now for Islington, we need the docks. Isn't that great? We have already a route going to this one. So I'm gonna take a drop off for Amble. Where's the road coming in? The road is coming here to the main street. Yeah, there's nothing really else that we can do there, right? It's just dropping it off there. And then for the other one, we don't need anything else. We have the ports already working for Islington. Islington is getting attached here. Where's the goods demand? Oh, it's on the other side. Not ideal, but no, not even a single one gets actually attached to this dock. It's all construction materials. Can't be true, right? Some of them must be connected. I think we will need to, not ideal, but I think we'll need to create our own network here. So I'm gonna go ahead and get me a depot going, a road depot, and we're gonna create a truck station. So this is very unfortunate. I thought this would not be necessary, but I think it is for such a small island. And then we need a drop off for the goods on the other side, over here somewhere. There you go. And then we just create the Islington good transfer, right? Islington goods. And Carterton Islington goods and Carterton goods Amble is the customer deliveries, right? So now we have it all connected. Now we also have the customers as an endpoint to all of this. And yeah, this will take some time, right? My money is not looking good right now. We can also have a look at the lines themselves, the losses that we are bringing in right now because of that, right? So my trains are deep red. However, we still also have very profitable routes that counter this for now. And we'll just see. But of course, with no risk comes no reward, so I want to make sure that we get some risk going here. All right. Tools are coming in already at the station. How's it looking up here? As planned, all the oil is coming in and all the refined oil is already coming to the plastics factory. And there's the plastic. Now that the coal is standing and the copper is lying around, we can now really scale it up, right? So now we got it activated and only now do I really push in the vehicles here. So let's just put it up to 33. Looks like a war, an invasion that I'm starting here. And also look at that. This leak chemical plant here that produces the plastics has no full shipment. That means the customer, Newcastle under Lyme, so Newcastle Plastics Factory, a goods factory, has been acknowledged as a customer, right? Even though it's almost at the other end of the map. But this has been acknowledged, and with that, all of this is now starting to work. Now the thing with something like this is it takes a long time to set up and a long time to work in, right, to fully function. But once everything works here, these are the highest profit lines that you can have in the game. Like this is gonna rake in millions when it works, once it works, and you can create some truly epic long trains with that. And this is the goal. While we wait for the lines to fully function, let's have a look at Haywood, our very first city that we activated, kind of like. And yeah, it's also time for public transportation to start. Now, we're starting, of course, with transportation within the city on a smaller scale. And for this means that we need some buses going. So we do have a passenger transportation system here. The bus tram stops we can now activate, like the bus stop number 1. And all we really need to do is creating a loop that is potentially very profitable, taking in most of the city, right? So we're starting our loop here, right? Then it goes around through the city, I guess. So probably up here. Goes around here, through the center, and then here once again. Right? So that's already our very first loop. And let's just have a look at that. Bus, 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 bus. Through Haywood all the way. The cool thing is you can then expand this network here to also connect it with the docks, to connect it with a train station or something like that. And we're going to call this one Haywood Bus 1. Now we just need a bus. Let's have a look what we got so far. We do have the stagecoach. That was the original one. We don't have any bus with a diesel at the moment, right? So that's not possible. Oh yeah, there it is. Le Buisson und Landauer. It's called 654. So this is the best one that we can do. It's also the one that costs the most though. But for starters, it's fine. Let's activate 2 on this one. Haywood Bus 1. And there it is. After delivering 271,000 goods around the world, we're now also starting to get the passenger counter up with those sexy machines. Look at that. We don't even need horses. We are just skipping the horses when it comes to public transportation. Off they go. This horse is a bit slower. If we had 4 lanes, they would actually overtake them. What I can do though is, of course, we're also gonna replenish all of them now here with the cargo diesel. Alright, this should speed things up a bit. And this is also something here that we should... There's this, the city starting, essentially. Right, so this is why the street changes there automatically. And this is just city life now here. Right, so it has changed already quite a bit. In the beginning there was just a few horses, and now we got these beautiful cars everywhere. And, you know, the cool thing is, these are really simulated, right? So this is not just some no-name, but this Mohammed guy, Mohammed Smith he's called, what the hell? He is going to a commercial building right now. If we had transportation, he would take it probably. And if we look at the center here, that's city life in 1901. Evie Johnson going to her home. And Stanley is also going home. Beautiful. I love it. I really do. As we're now starting to also interact with the cities themselves. And of course, just connecting this within the city is not enough, right? So the first people are already waiting. So let's just zoom in there real quick. Oh, there's a lot of people waiting here already for the bus, right? And these people are now being transported around. Oh, look at that. The city likes it a lot because it creates now new buildings out of that. That means, thanks to public transportation, Haywood is growing now. We should be seeing this here. There it is. Public transportation plus 20% in addition. So Haywood grows towards 500 there right now. A very small city still. Now, of course, we could use this bus station here to connect Haywood with the next bigger city, Leeds. Leeds is also growing towards 500 people right now. So it makes sense to me to have a bus station in here that connects now that city. And let's have that bus station somewhere here, right? Because we can also create a Leeds public transportation from here to, let's make it here to probably here. So this is once again a loop. Let's actually make this one right away. Reason why I'm taking this road here as well, there might be a harbor at some point, right? So we can then use this one. Leeds bus 1. And then I would like to take these both central stations. Oh, wait a second, we could also take this one. Let's take the central one, this one, and connect Leeds with Haywood. And we're gonna take this one. Yeah, the fastest way out again. Leeds, Haywood, bus 1. There you go. Get us the bus going for this. So first of all, let's create 2 for the Leeds bus 1 that we have. And then I'm gonna create, let's make 4 right away for the, because I'm expecting quite some traffic there, for the Leeds Haywood bus 1. Of course, with those buses, with those trucks, you will not be able to do that much just yet. But it's a start. It's a start to also grow these cities more. And I'm totally expecting a lot of people that want to take this route. And here we have it, past 500 for the Haywood bus transfer. We're also pushing past 30% now with public transportation. And I think there are the first passengers. It's getting a bit busy now on these roads. So this is another project entirely upgrading the country roads. Because traffic is increasing. And what we can also see here is that that horse is just too slow for this time. Right, so he's got no problem in the world, of course. And the problem is this is a public person, Theo, so I cannot upgrade him or anything like that. And there's the same thing. So this is the thing that happens now with the transitional age, right, between the horses and the steam. And you just get this. Can't be avoided, unfortunately. I can, and what I could do, I can upgrade this public road to a large country road. Right, with this, we get 4 lanes out of that. So this could be the first highway. And look at that, they're now changing lanes and overtaking the horse. This is new with the latest update that the game received. That wasn't possible before. And this is just great, I think. And with that, we're also creating now the first highway between two cities, Haywood and Leeds. And let's just go ahead and have this one here also upgraded. Even though that is not a proper looking highway, right? So we will need to straighten this out at some point. Not now though. Gonna continue here and then probably also here. Into the city. And that's it. And here it then turns into a normal street again. Looks a bit nasty right now. Oh boy. This is really great. I hope you enjoyed this one, Transport Fever 2. And we are only still at the beginning of this beautiful game. Don't forget to leave a like behind. Thanks for watching. Onwards to the next episode. Stay tuned.
Greetings everyone, hello and welcome once again to Transport Fever 2. As it is 1912, we're looking at a beautiful trains, well, delivering resources back and forth. Also our latest transportations that we've created in the last episode, that is now the plastics delivered here to the goods factory and then taking the goods back home again, is already working out. This is now the first time that the train is bringing in the full cargo load of plastics, and look at that, it's even going in with a profit already thanks to a long distance, and 2.5 million it makes out of one of these holes here, and now it brings the goods then back home again. The goods are already waiting then at the harbor in Carterton and being then shipped over here to Islington, where we distribute the goods, hopefully then to the city itself. And there's one of my ships. We have now 3 of those because that trade route here is getting quite busy with all the goods that we transport. The tools once again are bringing them over here to the other end of the map, where trucks are already loading them up and getting them to my 2 cities here, Ollerton and Leek. Very remote cities that, funnily enough, have tools together, so this is gonna help me out. And it's also at these 2 cities that I would like to continue with my next industry, that's the passenger transportation. We have started this up in the last episode and already transferred the first 1,000 people. How profitable are these though? Look at that. Not that much, right? So we got Leeds Haywood here, Haywood and Leeds. Funny enough, I was expecting this one here to be profitable, the connection between 2 cities. It is full at least. It's probably just not enough trucks that we have on this route here. I'm pretty sure that we have lots of passengers here now. Now we get the Haywood bus line going as well. This is actually profitable. So some of them are, some of them are not. But of course, it's only a starting point to also get the cities growing further, because cargo is one thing, passenger transportation a whole different beast. And let's get this one in here into the main road. And then we're also having it here in Leek, where we have the next point. So these are just point-to-point bus transportation routes that we have right now, delivering people. Now, as expected, we have a lot of people waiting here in the Haywood bus line, right? And then also in my transportation to Leeds, look at that, there's 104 people waiting. That's within the city only. Now we have new buses available though that I would like to use right away on this new endeavor. And for this, I just need to look at my highway, because here we can already see what's going on, right? These passenger trucks that we're using so far, they're incredibly slow. They're slower than my older truck and definitely slower than the private cars that we have on the roads right now. So what we can do here now is we can just replace them, because we got a new one. We got the Post Bus and we got the Gaga now available now. And look at that, it's twice as fast than the previous version and also has a higher capacity of people. It does, however, also cost me almost 3 times as much maintenance, but we should easily counter that by delivering people faster. And the C40 was used as one of the first city buses in the Russian Empire. It was manufactured in Germany, and we're gonna replace this one. And with that, we got the new Gaggenhaus now. And you can actually sit on the roof. That's hilarious. With that, we will be able to, get even more people going back and forth. I would even like to double, or not double, but add 2 more vehicles of the same type to this route. Speaking about new trucks, we got a whole bunch of them, right? So here for my extremely profitable grain trade route, we can now upgrade finally our trucks here to the latest versions with the side stay or the Benz Turbulent trucks. So they also have a driver cabin now than the previous one. They can go twice as fast almost, right? And they can also have a higher cargo capacity. Let's actually replace all of them on my grain trade route here for 1.6 million. However, one thing of that with that comes, and that is that we can now transport more goods on this trade. So we'll just see if that farm can actually provide enough grain. At the very least, they're looking fantastic. And yeah, provide now more cargo and faster. On some of my routes, like the food grain that I'm using, I'm still using the good old horse cargos, horse carriages. And yeah, we're finally gonna replace them, all of them with the absolutely latest version. This cost me then 2 million here. We got 78 million on the account right now. Debt free, that is too, right? We have no more debt, so we can afford this. These new trucks become even more important for our long-distance fuel transportation that we have, like the HARDMODE Fuel 3 right now. Let's have a look at this one. This is a short way, right? But the HARDMODE Fuel 4 that we have, that goes all the way up here to Victoria Street in Camborne. And that means, yeah, right now, it delivers the fuel, but if we can get this twice as fast over there, this would be even better. We already have set the infrastructure, like with the bridge here. So this should be an easy way of increasing our profits and delivering more goods over there. Another 2 million we need to spend. Let's just also check it out. They can go now up to 40 kilometers an hour. That is coincidentally, I think, also the max speed that we can have on a small country road. Right, so this is the last time that we upgrade just the trucks. Next time we'll need to upgrade the streets again as well. Just also love how, by the way, HARDMODE is destroying this grain farm here step by step, because it's cutting into the fields and thus removing them, right? So this grain farm here was full of farmland around it, and now you get these city streets cutting into this one as the city is growing. Since I'm a huge fan of Islington and we're also in the age of public transportation, I would like to, yeah, make a new ship route here as well that we can nicely use. That is Orkney, Islington, Carterton and South Shields. So we connect all the big cities that we have on this lake. The only problem here will be Orkney. Orkney is not directly connected to it, it's very close to it. And as we can see, I could have the harbor here, but then my ship has to go all around here, and we will also need to adjust the height of this bridge here, because right now you cannot go through that with ships. So what we need is, we need our own public transportation in Orkney that delivers then to a nice passenger cargo, passenger dock. We can, but we should not mix them. So I'm not going to mix my cargo port with the passenger port. We're going to have our own separate one for this, and that's the passenger harbor that we have. And you want to have this one on its own street, because I don't want to block any other traffic. This could be risky, right? So this will probably, I mean, it's all about location as well in this point. So I'm probably going to go ahead with somewhere here for the moment. And what we need here then is a nice street that takes this into effect. So we got the large street with the 60 kilometer an hour top speed that we have on this one. So let's just see if we can make this work. We got this road here at the moment, right? So this is a bit in the way, unfortunately. So I would like to remodel that a bit. Let's pause the game for this. That's very important. And I'm just gonna get rid of this road here now. The route adjusts itself to go through the city right now, which of course is not ideal. I do not want to have it though combining though with this road here, right? So that one that goes now over and then leads into my city. Somewhere over here. Right, as we make that transition, we'll also upgrade this road. Otherwise, this looks a bit strange if only one road is bigger here, right? And in this case, there you go. This should work out, right? So they're using now that system again, but it's 4 lanes, right? So they can take over each other. That should be the whole idea here. Now, with that out of the way, we now need to have a public transportation in Orkney itself. But of course, it also will need to go then to the harbor. And how should we make this? Should we make this one into a loop or a one-way going? So I think we're gonna open it up here, right? And then we're gonna have 2 stations here in the center. And this goes then right here to the port. So you can make this loop here with the... This really doesn't look so good, right? So let's just see. Can we upgrade the road here? This would be okay. It would be then in concrete by the look of it. Or we're just also upgrading it with a normal city street. I think this works best for this one. And this is now our first Orkney public transportation. And it really goes through the city, to the docks, back through the city, and up here to the northern part again. Bus 1, you can call it. Bear in mind, those routes here will not be very profitable right now because there's simply not enough passenger transportation within a city at the moment. But what's important here is that we get the passengers to the docks, and the docks with the ships, they will be then the profitable one, right? They will be the lines where you can really make something out of it. Now, for South Shields, it's, I think, a bit easier if we have the docks then somewhere here. I should be able to connect most of the city with it. So we're not gonna use... Should we use a medium street already on this? Or just the normal one? Let's go with the normal one for now. And we could go down here like so. Oh, look at that. The city itself builds that immediately. Alright, and we can connect actually most of the city with that. So most of that will be fine. There is no need for other public transportation on this. Next we have Islington. This will also be easy because we can build the docks so that we have it right in the center. And I think it's safe to make this one actually... Here we could get most of the stuff in. I want to have, though, public transportation in Islington. So I'm gonna get my docks somewhere over here. Close to the other dock there, right? So they're kind of like both together. And then we can use our... road here. The thing is, there are some buildings here. We're gonna destroy them in the process. Can't be helped. Very good. Theoretically, this will already be enough, but I still want to have a little bit of public transportation here. So I'm gonna make a loop here, going through most of the city, right? And then down here, into the docks, and then through the city again, back. Should we actually go here? I think here is safer. There you go. Nice loop through the city. Islington Bus 1. It's called. We have the truck depot there. Very good. So they can actually go ahead and do this right away. And Islington has now its own public transportation and also passenger connection possible to grow this city to its short borders. Last but not least, for the dock here, I would like to make a combination actually. So this should be possible by using the public transport, the passenger transportation dock and this one here in one go. The thing is that this one here gets then its, as you can see, carded and port with the large dock for passengers, right? And then we still need to make a landing for large ships here too to activate this one. And now you have one dock with both of them. It's a bit out of sync here, so this is not entirely symmetrical. So what I'm using is I'm using these buffer zones here. These are small docks in the center of it, and you can then have left and right the landing for the cargo and then for the passenger over here. Now it looks symmetrical, right? So now you have the docks kind of like in the center, and of course we still also need then a docking here and the docking here for this to really work out. All right, so that's that. The connection here has been established. This is also not looking super sweet right now. So another thing that we can do here and probably should be doing is making this road here a bit better. This will cost me a bit because we delete city space with that, right? So it's not ideal. By the way, what is that? That is just an empty spot there. And then we just make a nice large city street. Hopefully it's possible somehow. Here, it's not quite possible. So I wonder why we have this very strange texture there, right? And then here, nothing. So in this case, we can build over it by forcing it with a mod. Otherwise, this would be not possible now. And I definitely do want to have this one here connected though. So that they have a nice bigger entrance here. Now this looks a bit cleaner. And the city should then adjust itself. There you go, already around it again, as new buildings will appear. The only thing here, Carden does not have a public transportation yet. Well, emphasis lies on head, because there it is. And now we have a loop system going through Carden. Carden is a bit strange in its shape, right? So it's stretching towards the north here, and then towards that side here. So it's not one continuous block just yet. But I think it's going there as the city streets continue into this direction. So that's that. Now with that, we have made the connection. And the only thing we now need is a proper passenger ship line. So we're gonna, of course, make this loop here then. And only now do we create the mount for this. It's the Orkney, Islington, Shield, Carleton ship route. And, oh, wait a second. This one here does not have a large harbor. Yes, you need to... This is annoying. By the way, now that we're at it, can we actually make this one? Yes, you could actually make this already in the placement. So this is my mistake. The game actually allows you to build a large dock right away. This was just my mistake here. And there it is, our first passenger ship transportation now between the cities. May it bring us glory. I hope it will not be profitable once again early on, but more importantly, it will connect the cities and thus also stimulate growth. And what we can see right away in the Orkney overview, for example, is that for destinations, now Carleton pops up. Right, and there is exactly one person right now that would like to go for shopping and 5 that go for working to Carleton here. And we also have then these for Hassel. All right, that's my other transportation, and that's Orkney within public transportation, so within the city itself. And yeah, there's already the very first person waiting for the ship. Where is she? There she is. On this fine day. The ship just left, unfortunately. And yeah, by the way, with the new buses now, also finally my bus lines that connect the cities are profitable, right? Because we can have a higher acceleration and also more people that we go in both directions. By the way, this one here and this one here still need to have some upgrades. This is also something I love about the game. When we're looking at the goods factory right now, we can see that input is totally fine. So production and the shipment too is fine theoretically. So production, there's always something to produce, and shipment wise, we have good customers that want enough goods for this factory here to upgrade. However, transportation is lacking. This is where things getting a bit tricky. So we have 2 cities here right now, that's Islington and Amble, and both of them are not getting the goods, right? So that means we produce them. And we have big enough customers, but the goods are not getting there. And the culprit is here, in fact, and that's the delivery of the goods away from the train station then. We already have a lot of trucks on this route. This actually surprised me a bit. And in that case, we're just gonna push a few more in for both of them, right? To get the goods to the customer then, because without that, that goods factory cannot upgrade, which in turn harms my plastics production, because the plastics production right now is waiting for a bigger customer, right? So shipment is only half there, but once the goods factory levels up, the plastics factory here will also level up in addition, which then leads again to an influx of new goods everywhere here, right? Because then all the wells upgrade, because right now all of them are limited by the customer size. I love this, how it goes from top to bottom all the way down, and how all your lines are affected by, yeah, just basically how many customers there are at the end side of the production. By the way, since Carleton has grown, it also wants machine parts and goods now as its next needs. So let's just check it out where we have the goods demand popping up. Ah, it's all the way over here, alright. This can work for us, right? So we could make so that we have... Unfortunately, it's not this one, right? No, because we already have the goods coming in, right? They're coming for the ships, but they're not affecting this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm setting a new... Yeah, I'm setting a new drop-off point for trucks, right? And we're just gonna say the Carleton Islington goods transportation is gonna be now not Windsor Road, but we're gonna say it's in Highfield Road. Because this way, what we can do is we can now drop off the goods for Islington, already being loaded on the ship again. And we can then say the rest of it goes to the general demand of Cardarton, right? Because Cardarton also needs 19 goods now. And I think we're gonna need more ships on this route here. Yeah, regarding ship transportation, it's really ramming up now. So almost half full, actually more than half full. And lots of people are waiting for this one here. Not really profitable yet though. Perhaps they're going for my bus line. Ah, some of them. Some of them are going for the bus, yes, indeed. Very nice. Now, another thing regarding Cardarton right now is that this city is drowning in traffic noise. 40% reduction in general growth this leads to. That's because all of my trucks are going through the whole city right now to get to the docks down there, where we have the most important drop-off stations. We can actually completely get rid of that by building a bridge here from the docks to that other side here. So we have then we're using then this road here. And I would like to do this right away. We still don't have better highways though, or country roads, right? It's still those here. Anyway, let's go ahead and have one of them, and we should then just easily be able to build me a bridge here. Let's just see what the game proposes. Not a very good one, unfortunately. So we will need to make the elevation ourselves. Going up here. And then over, because we definitely do not want to have... I mean, there are no ships right now, right? So it is fine going with a lower bridge. Oh, wow. It built a street over here right now, Cardarton, and got rid of my bridge. How dare you? Gotta be quick about this, it seems. So I would like to make a curve, and perhaps we can actually make it so that... Because we still need to go above or below that track system here. There you go. Got ourselves a bridge high enough, so there should be some ships being able to squeeze through. But of course, there's not going to be any ships anytime soon. And then we have this direct route. And they should, in fact... Yeah, there you go. Adjust for this already. So now the trucks are going through that. And I'm expecting -40 to go down to, yeah, let's say -30. Even 20 would be amazing. So that's a lot of traffic that we can now get rid of here. Oh, wait a second. This one is my construction material. So this one's fine. This one here we still need to redirect somehow. And so it happens, the good factory leveled up, and as a result of this, the plastics factory and the steel factory are also leveling up because we have a better customer now for these. That also means that once this has leveled up, the coal mine will certainly also level up because now we have a better customer for the coal mine. And there it is. Now the coal mine also levels up. With that, of course, we need even more trucks. And bear in mind, even though these trucks are going only 50% full time, right? So on the way back, they're actually empty. They're still highly profitable for us. So it's absolutely worth it to just push out more trucks than ever. Back to Haywood, it is finally time to start our first passenger train because Haywood has grown nicely now to 500 people and leads even beyond that a bit, 528. So these are two big cities for the time period that we are in 1920. So I would really like to connect them. Also, there is a huge demand for this as the bus line that connects the two cities is completely busted, right? So buses really cannot take that anymore. We need a nice train. This leads to a problem though, because building those train stations will be an expensive and complicated endeavor. The city is growing around the train station then, and I would like to make sure that we have it as central as possible to get the whole city in as the city continues to grow. Also, we need to take in mind that we already have a train line going here, so I don't want to have too many tracks everywhere. So we need to also make it so that we can kind of like connect that central station for Haywood with that train system here that then diverts into a new track system here passing Leeds. So essentially we got two options. I make either a terminus station like so that goes right into the heart of the city and then comes together here with the normal tracks, right? Or I'm making a pass-through station. This, however, will need to be a bit further outside because I do not want to have this one here too curvy. Now, what speaks for a pass-through station, of course, is that we have Wells and Bridling Sea over there, two other cities, small yet, but of course we can connect them with that system. If I have a terminus station, this would be a bit more complicated. So yes, after all, let's have a pass-through station here. For this, we will need to delete a couple of things. First, that's this area here, this area. Funnily enough, we have the money. We got 300 million on the account, so I can afford all of that. But for this construction, yeah, things will need to take an end. And with that, we have it. There's my fuel one. So this one will be part of this, of course, because I want to keep this a bit clean. And yeah, with that, we have then our pass-through station. Like, I think we're gonna have it like so. We can also connect it then with the public transportation just fine. So somewhere here, I would probably like to have it with the highest length right away, because, you know, we're definitely gonna get a bunch of trains in here. And we could also already say with 3. Oh, and because we're in 1920, I can also now say with a catenary, so we already have electrification then possible here in the future. Gotta make sure that we're not too tight there to the sawmill, because the sawmill could be growing in the future, or we also could move with our platforms further to this. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 more platforms available here at some point, if I'm going with that. Now with that, we got it. However, this system here needs to get away as well. There's only a single train on this route right now, so it should be easy. We don't really need the signals. And what I'm going to do here is I'm configuring this station again so that we have this outside track system, this one. I mean, theoretically, I could even add another platform. Let's do this. A cargo platform. And on this cargo platform, we got then the tracks. Here, are we too close to that system already? Why can I not build something here? Ah, there was an empty leftover track. There you go. Now this works. Yeah, I can still go one step closer than if I want to, right? And with that, we got the system. And now all I need to do is really, I'm gonna connect this one here again with that outer track. And as we can see, we will lose, though, top speed here. Yeah, this is better, because with that way, we can now maintain 100, which is absolutely fine for a cargo train. Right, so this comes out here and then goes over there. Once again, let's actually make it so that we can maintain a nice speed above 90, preferably. This looks fine now, as we can maintain that speed all the way then to my fuel factory. Next, we have Leeds. Leeds is a bit tricky because it has 2 lakes on both sides. And we definitely want to make it so that we can go for Camborne, because that's also a bigger city, right? So at some point that we make that connection. So in that case, let's just try and make this road here a bit bigger. I love that we actually need to fiddle around with city building, right? If we want to make these stations. This could be working. I think I'm rather going with something like that, because that will be a better alignment with the station, right? And now we can make a nice big passenger line here. But as you can see, yeah, that's tricky. This will not be a high-speed connection. Or I'm getting that station further outside. Another challenge is this area here, this section, because here the fuel train goes and also the passenger transportation. So we're gonna make it so that we have one continuous track here that kind of like goes over then into the other side while maintaining a top speed. And as we can see, this is kind of like possible. 120, that would be fine. Let's just see. We will need a bridge here for sure. Kind of like this one here. Then we have, nice, already have the new layout for the bridges, right? So here we can maintain 120 then. A much better looking bridge for sure. This one goes over then. And then over. Nice, this actually worked out really well, I think. And here we have then a connection with the passenger station. Look at that, we can maintain top speed here throughout that. I thought the curvature would be too high, but it's not. It's actually working out this way. since we're gonna have other cities connected, I'm probably gonna use the outer tracks right now for that system. And that's this area here. So we will need to merge really quickly with that without sacrificing too much speed, please. Right, so that's 80 coming out of the station and then merging with this one, also with 80, even 100. That's fine. And then we immediately want to leave that track there though, going in here. And perhaps we can maintain a nice top speed there. 80. 80 is possible, yes, perfect. Right, so that we go ahead. This way though, we need a lot of signals here. Right, so signal 1 for my fuel train as it leaves. And then definitely also here again as it enters this. The same goes with the passenger line. Then they merge together here. And here we definitely also will need some signals again. That's really important. Otherwise that fuel train will just stop working. And also as here, that system is coming together again. This looks fine, right? So they will be on the same track for a short time, but only here. And then the passenger train already leaves and goes on its way to Leeds. Leeds has the connection. It does not have the public transportation for it yet though. So we do have one station here, and that's Victoria Road. And I would like to, of course, connect that station here with the central system. This works out. This works out. So we're just gonna add this one. And I'm taking this system here and I'm gonna manage and say Victoria Road to Park Avenue, and we delete the Victoria Road, right? And with that, we have maintained that same line. It's just now connected with my train system, and we probably will need to have more buses on this because there's going to be lots of traffic to that train station. Now for Haywood, it's a bit more complicated because we don't have any kind of road there yet. So let's just see. I'm gonna go ahead with a big road right away. The reason for that is that I don't want to fiddle around with that any longer later down the road, right? When the city grows, we will have bigger roads. And I don't want to have to delete things here again. Let's actually make this one straight and then this one here merging again with that, right? So now we have connected it. And then we just have once again our Haywood bus line here that already works. And we could once again just make a small transition here, a small adjustment. And that is now that we have the bus line. Could even have the bus line here to shorten. Nah, let's actually have it down there. There's more city growing here, so it will be necessary. And then I just say South Street to the Avenue, as it's called now. And then it goes back into Highfield Road, right? As it makes that loop. The loop system will reach its capacity though at some point, right? So at some point there will be just too many people waiting on the stations. And let's also get us a modernization here with the Gagger now that we're also gonna add. Alright, ladies and gents, I think that's it already. This is just a one-way train for now, right? Connecting two big cities with each other. The only thing I now need is a train depot somewhere. And we're probably just want to have it here somewhere, close to my main station. And then connected with the tracks that we have there. Too much curvature. Really? That's a pity. I could build it anyway, but this would be a bit cheaty. I mean, you know, we already have that train depot here, so I think this works out just as fine. And that train has gotten a bit too long for that station here. Look at that. So there's also something here I need to do. I need to add more platforms to this. Otherwise, we're getting a huge penalty now on the train length. So the longer the train, the lower the loading speed is. Alright, let's connect Haywood South now with Upper Leeds. And there's a problem already. Well, of course, it wants to have a wrong platform for this, right? It is platform... Oh, look at that. This is a cargo platform. Yeah, that's my mistake. This is actually a cargo platform. We need to take this one here. So let's get rid of that one again. And take the passenger line out of this. Now it works. No more problems. The only thing we now need is a train. And we're gonna go with a smaller one for now, right? We even have a new one. The BR75. The Grand Duchy of Baden State Railway, later used throughout southern Germany. 90 kilometers, it still uses steam. It's way cheaper than the other steam locomotive that we had, so half the price only, maintenance. And maintenance is really one of the most important things here to consider always with the trains. It has a little bit less power though, tractive effort is less of course. But for our first passenger, it should be fine. Let's use it. And get me my passenger cars going. The 6-wheeler we have. And loading speed is reduced. Capacity 14. Let's use it and get us going here with 42 on the capacity. That's 5 million already. That's crazy. Alright, and we also need to give this one a name. Haywood Leeds Train 1. Just gonna call this one because there might be some other trains connecting with Haywood then. And there it is, our very first passenger transportation. Once again, gonna be deeply unprofitable at first because the whole system still needs to start working here, especially that my public transportation gets the passengers over, right? And look at that, Haywood got its first skyscraper and a second one. As we're in the 20s now, things are developing here. And that city is growing. It has the very poor noise and very poor stations. That means too many people are waiting there. That's the Leeds Haywood bus line. This should actually now go down since we have the train now working here. And there it is, on its way now to Upper Leeds. And as we can see, this is now a bit of a problem here. There's the fuel train. And I need another signal just here. Otherwise, the train is already waiting here as it enters the system. But it should wait only here. This should make things a bit more fluent. It's a nice bridge there. I like that. Modern style already. And thanks to the upgrade mod, we can also just upgrade that bridge here now, right? For 116,000. It's a beautiful mod that makes things a bit easier as we progress to the modern age. No one's waiting yet at Haywood Leeds. Oh my god, but look at that. What is going on here? Jeez. They moved all from that station now, from the bus to the train. This looks crazy. And yeah, that means the next train is definitely gonna be full. All these people going now to the train. And so the next train will be full, no doubt about that. How's it looking over here? Yeah, already 20 also waiting. Demand is definitely there. And they're all coming in by foot right now, so there isn't even... Ah, yeah, that's my bus station there. So this is where they're coming from. Not ideal at the moment. I might even add another station here. Yeah, I can already see that this is going to be a very busy place. And those buses just don't have a lot of capacity. So they're full completely, and this station is also exploding now since the train is unloading the passengers here. At the very least, Haywood and Leeds are growing now because public transportation has been improved once again and the quality of the stations has gone up again, which means less penalty and more growth. Oh wow, look at that. iLink now demands food as a new input. In this case, since it has grown towards 500, it's small in the beginning, but if we actually provide it with food, this demand will increase over time. So yeah, it's not ideal because we got the food processing plant right next to it actually, but the ship route is made so that it actually, you know, goes a full cycle before it gets there. So right now, no food is really being delivered. So what we can actually do is that say that in Orkney, as expected, it's loading in the food, for example, right? So food is going to 100%. In Cardigan, then it unloads the food, right? But only to a level of, let's say, 20%. So I think once it reaches 20, it will keep some food and bring that then over here to Islington. By the way, this is still called North Allerton. It's of course the Islington port. That should work out. We'll just see. Also, those ships are running at capacity, so I will also need to replace them. We got a new one, the Schaffhausen. And the Schaffhausen flush deck side wheeler was the last paddle steamboat. And it can transport actually 20 tons more, right? And it has a higher top speed. Not that much, but still it's there. Yeah, let's replace it. This is actually 4 million. And there we got it. This actually looks like a worse version. So it's definitely not on par with the old one. The old one had style. This one looks more industrial looking. But it gets the job done more easily with the amount of stuff that we transport. And let's have a look at that passenger boat that we have. That boat line is profitable as well, but only very low profit. But still better than a loss. We should also be thinking about a train for Carden. The city is just growing. It's probably the biggest city that we have so far on this map. Yes, Carden is the biggest one, and in that case we probably could connect it with Amble that already gets resources from us, right? And Birchwood over there that also get resources. So there might be a very interesting train line as well that we can create here. More on that in the next episode of Transport Fever. Hope you enjoyed this one. It's the 20 cities change now, right? Also, people change, the manner changes, and also the cars change that we see on the roads. I just love how this transition works in this game. Beautiful so far. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to the roaring 20s in Transport Fever 2, to a city that is changing drastically, and that is Carleton, right down here in one of the lower parts of the map, and we're growing past 600. With that, Carleton is one of the biggest cities right now on the continent, or on the map we could say. And yeah, it's still looking rather cozy, right? So we got some new vehicles, some people wear new clothes all of a sudden, right? We still have the older versions, and then we got the new versions available. And yeah, we want to do something here. We want to create our next big train system. And in this episode, we're also starting with airplanes because we have unlocked them. So exciting episode ahead, lots of new additions. Now for the train system, Carleton is part of a bigger city, well, cluster area, city area that we have here, right? So it's this area here that we have basically, and it's part of Birchwood, Amble, Wigan and Saxmundham over there. Saxmundham we've already grown quite nicely thanks to providing fuel to it, and Wigan we have grown already past 500 because we provide the tools and the fuel to it. So these would be optimal cities to connect with a train system, right? Don't you think so? Now the cool thing is we also don't have a train here right now going, which makes it very easy for us to build the first tracks. There we already have a train system, and I don't want to have train systems crossing each other too often because things get really complicated then after a while when trains take longer, and then they block each other. So the cool thing here is there's a tunnel where our big cargo train is leaving that area here. And I think this would be a great area where we can have our trains going through. Now, what we can see here is we got already a road system here where we deliver something to Amble, right? There's some trucks on it. And in this case here, that's a system that we are about to destroy now, for now, right? So I'm just going to pause the game. Not too much damage should be done with that. I hope so. And we're basically just getting rid of that. I can't get rid of that because I think we do have some... Yeah, we have a vehicle on that. The rest of the vehicles, they just disappeared, right? And we're gonna make this cleaner so that a train system here and a road system here can exist next to each other. That would be the goal here for me right now. And with that out of the way, just remains the question, what kind of station and where do we want to have the station? I'm gonna go with a terminus station for this one. It makes sense for Carleton, honestly, because later on we can see that we might have a train going to the west here, but there's no train going right through, right? Because then we would have to cross all of this here. This is very nasty. And to the south, of course, we have the ocean. So terminus station makes perfect sense for this one. And the cool thing with the terminus station as well is that we can make this one really central, like so, right? And we can affect most of the city. So that's probably why Carleton left this spot available here for us, so that we can have a terminus station right here in the center. Now, before we build the station, we need to, yeah, kind of like do something with Carden, unfortunately. So first of all, that is something we're gonna need for every bigger city, and the sooner we do it, the better, because it accelerates growth as well. We want to upgrade the roads here. The city itself is not gonna do that. This will, however, destroy all the buildings close to it, but they're gonna rebuild quickly again. We do now have the financial power of doing that, and I would like to add a main street now to Carden, right? It's this one here that goes then basically through the center, and as you can see, we're just basically deleting everything close to that automatically, more or less, right? And this goes then all the way up here, so right through the heart of the city. I would also like to get rid of this road there again. Now with that out of the way, what we can do is we can finally add now a proper station to this area here. And as you can see, I'm gonna go with a big platform right away, because the sooner we reserve the space, the better for us. And what I can also see right away when building this monster is that, yeah, we're gonna cut deep into the territory here. So Carden has a bit of a hilly approach. It's a beautiful town, no doubt about that, and it's just gonna grow. It's definitely gonna grow all the way up here at some point, so doing this right now makes sense to me. Also, what we can see is the bus line is actually connected with the station. So in this case here, we can still use the old public transportation loop that we have here. We're also definitely going to change that at some point. Yeah, it's not looking super ideal here, but to me for now that's fine. And with that, we got the first station already. And when we're looking close at that, pretty sure we're going to have a tunnel there right away. No, okay. The game actually wants me to rather carve into the territory. Okay, now it's a tunnel, in fact, yes. This is definitely gonna go right into a tunnel system. Now here, we do have then our train. And the train goes then probably right to Amble and then to Wigan. Makes the most sense to me, right? Also, we have a pretty high... Ooh, this is just going crazy. We have so many hills here. Oh, that's gonna be quite the work, honestly. Did not expect that. To have so much work here. Let's actually finish the highway here right away. We should be doing this, right? So we have it coming from Amble, I think it was. So somewhere here. Right, and then we're just moving that road as close to the water as possible, because I want to leave some space available then for my train. Oh, come on. Here we have the problem with the road that already exists. Right, this works. And then all the way down here into that system again. Alright, so there we got the highway system. Looks a bit cleaner now than before for sure. We actually don't need that road here at all. Right, so this one leads to, I don't know where, to the forestries over there that we don't need to connect right now. There's a sawmill, so this might be an opportunity for later if these industries still exist. Alright, so we lose some of them, right? So in this case, what I can do is I can send all of them back to the depot. Except the ones that are outside. We're gonna sell them. And then I'm basically just gonna reapply them to the road again. And there they are out again. Right, so this this route here should not take any damage. That's the Carden tools we can trade. And let's actually push another 2 vehicles on that again right away. Now this continues to work. Oh, wait. What's going on with you? You are not looking good. I would love for this to have a better way of doing it. I don't think there is. Either way, we need to get rid of all the trucks first and then build the road system, or we do it like this one right now. I'm just going to send them back home again and sell the remaining ones. Right, there you go. It should actually drop them off at the closest one. And there was the Carden tools. Alright, and off they go again on their track. So now this is working again as intended. Now we have the room for getting that train over. For this, we need to create now new stations. For Amble, of course, it makes the most sense to have a pass-through station. Gotta get rid of this road here again. And we're probably gonna add a... Actually, let's add a large street here right away, because at some point we're gonna need it anyway. That goes then over into this direction. And kind of connects them here again with the city road, right? This way. And with that out of the way, we can now make our passenger train somewhere here. The game, yeah, we could go with the massive station again. It is the safest way of doing this, right? Because otherwise we need to destroy the stations again afterwards, because there is no real upgrade mode available. So I'm just gonna make sure that we have this as far... look at that, the terrain just goes bonkers here. I probably need to have it somewhere here. Right, I mean, Amble is also gonna grow. It's already growing nicely right now. And then we're gonna have Wigan. For Wigan, I hope that we can work with a tunnel here. That would be ideal. And for Wigan, I'm also gonna say that gonna get rid of that one here. It will grow again once we unpause the game. And then we could have our main station here somewhere, right? So this makes also sense to me. And it will also cut into the whole thing. Let's also upgrade the road next to it right away to a bigger one. That's a too big one. Gonna go with that one. And we could also upgrade the town center of Wigan already with the main road system. Right, let's get the painful stuff out of the way right now, so we don't need to worry about that again later. Okay, so there we move it down. And with that also Wigan has its main road system, and now we can add then a nice train station to that. I could push this one even further into the center, right? No problem, I could delete all of that, it will regrow quickly. But I think it's not gonna be super necessary. So let's build me that station somewhere here. And as you also can see, once again, crazy terraforming. There's nothing else that we can do here. It's just the elevation is so crazy. I mean, Saxmundham. Alright, if we can squeeze it through here, we could also have it here, no problem. Alright, I think I like this more. There's still the copper mine. This should disappear at some point. It's cut off, right? There's also a road connection, so this will definitely disappear at some point, and the city can then grow. So let's get rid of that solution there. And this one's looking a bit cleaner now, with then here outbound my station. And then we need Saxmundham still. Saxmundham definitely also gets a pass-through station. The question here once again is, where do we want to have it? There's going to be then Lotus and Newcastle down the road. So Saxmundham actually has a great connection to a lot of cities then, right? So I think this one here is a safe bet for doing this. So once again, we need to get rid of the roads here. And once again, I'm also going to upgrade a nice main road here for that city. And once again, the problem here is terrain. Building the station here would look just absolutely stupid, right? There's no denying that. So I need to find another solution to that. This one here would be a bit of a steep angle there to the other main station that we have. So that is something I can't do. But I could have it a bit further outside here. The terrain looks rather flat here. And what we can do is we can go in different directions then, right, to different cities. And we could also go and build a tunnel system, honestly. For this, I need to interrupt the city's main connection right now. Very dangerous, so I rather pause the game as we do this. And then we have our main road system that still goes down here somewhere, and then makes that connection going here, more or less, right? So that city is connected again. And I will also want to have a main road here, and then a road going this way down there. Okay, that looks fine to me. And here we have then that connection again. And bear in mind, the city will grow all around that, right? Quite automatically. The game is rather flexible on this part. So with that, we can have now our main stations somewhere here. And we will definitely need to have a public transportation then attached to it, right? For Saxmundham main station. Now comes the challenge of connecting all of this. We have then our main station here where my trains can go outside or outbound from Amble. They need to go then here. So I think we could even have my first tracks created here, next to each other, with the top speed going, right? And then at some point here, we need to make that curve. So let's just see what the game proposes. If I'm going with this platform here, it should create me a tunnel or something. Actually, that would be a bridge. Just see.
Always need to make sure that we maintain that top speed. Okay, with a new bridge, this actually works without a tunnel. This one here is looking a bit strange, so we're gonna get rid of that road here, and we're just gonna make a nice bridge. So this one goes up. Should be able to make a bridge here. I think up once again. Then we're just basically going up that again. The thing is now also that this one looks a bit nasty, right? So we're just gonna get rid of that system here again. What a beautiful sound. Just doesn't look clean. There you go. With a new bridge, this looks much better now than before, cleaner. And in that case here, this one is a road that we're gonna upgrade then later down the road. Yeah, with that, we continue now with the tracks that are going up all the way to Amber. There you go. Now the connection has been established. The highway, we need to go above the tracks there for a short time, and then it goes into Amble. There might be a bit of an incline here or a rise, right? But it should be fine as it is. The next step is actually much easier. There was just a tunnel to dig through that mountain here, and with that we're getting right into Wigan connection. This is almost a straight line now, despite all the elevations that we have around here. And also that last step here cost me another 3 million just for track number 1 to establish. With that we have a tunnel here once again because there's a huge hill as we push towards Saxmundham. And yeah, it's definitely going up here then. I'm using the middle platform here for Saxmundham because on the left I would like to use then another system going here to those cities. And on the right for the platforms I would like to use then these cities here, right? So this will be a pretty big station actually. Before this whole thing gets too theoretical, let's actually implement the train already. I'm using the most powerful locomotive that we have right now because this is gonna take quite some power here, and we're also gonna go with a capacity of, well, 112 right now. 10 million only, that's okay, and it's going from Carlton to Saxmundham, and with that we got the next train established. That was quite a lot of work actually to get one of these trains out, and it just shows you how much work you need to put in, right, to get this going. But once the tracks have been established, most of the work is done. Now we can just enjoy our trains and also the growth of our cities. I will definitely need to add a parallel track system here soon, but for now it's gonna work with just one train. And for example in Carlton, around the main city, look at how many buildings already pop up there again. So this is growing rather quickly. And we could also, once again, dedicate a bit of energy here into city building itself by finishing that road here. It's going to be a smaller one though, this one. Right, and then the city will just play some other roads in here again. And there's the train, leaving for the first time. And of course it's self-explanatory that I've created bus lines now in all of these cities to connect the train stations with the center. Really didn't take long, and this train is already full. There's 112 passengers on it. It's not profitable yet, but I have a feeling that it's gonna be profitable pretty soon. So that is the main station Carlton as it leaves, right? And then we have now the train going in both directions via Wigan and via Carlton, and there's the people waiting then for this. And all of these cities are growing because of that. Public transportation takes a massive boost. As the train is leaving Saxmundham, well, it's also full already and profitable. So we could pretty soon work on a second train going on this route. And there's the latest passengers coming out. Going right from my bus station, taking the bus and also adding to the profit. More skyscrapers appear also now here in Saxmundham as the city is growing, thanks to having a nice boost there in public transportation. Now back to the Haywood Leeds train route. Here we actually have a problem. That is that this train is not profitable because it is never really full. What's going on here? The reason is actually pretty simple. The demand is pretty high for both the cities to interchange with each other. The problem is getting to the train station is not possible because there's so many people waiting at the bus stations, at this one here especially here, trying to get to the central station, that yeah, my buses can't keep up. Look at, there are 61 waiting right now at the train station itself for leaving. This is a problem that I cannot really fix that much right now. I'm gonna add a bunch more buses to the public transportation system. We could also work on our first tram system in Haywood. And we can actually do this quite simple because we have also unlocked trams, and that means I can now upgrade roads with a tram track on top of that. And with that, we could potentially push them. Yeah, trams definitely have more throughput, right? So you can have more people squeezed into one cart. What I can see is already there's so much traffic in Haywood. Not entirely sure. We're gonna go with a 4-lane major street, probably pushing all the way through Haywood here. Here, this one's not possible for some strange reasons. There's nothing really in the way that would block it, honestly. Seriously, this is really strange. Even by deleting the road, I cannot build anything here. We can build it up to this point, but making a connection is not possible. Weird. So I'm actually just gonna delete the whole neighborhood there, and we're creating this main road that pushes through. I also just realized that Haywood does not have a main road yet. So it's high time that we create this one, going all the way through the city center, all the way here to the edge of it, and also here, all the way along the main station that we have here. And for the tram, I think we do construct then a smaller loop here, where it can go around again. And for the tram, I'm actually using now stations on both sides of the street, because I think this is just then much cleaner as well, and also more efficient down the road as, yeah, density just basically goes up. Let's create our first tram route now. In Haywood it is. And let's just see what kind of trams we have available. The horse-drawn streetcar, I'm so happy that we don't have to use this anymore. We got the CE22 What is that? A 2-axle streetcar from Switzerland. And this one can travel 40 kilometers. Yeah, it's really, you know, there's no option here really. It's the one that we go for. Of course, it also has the highest capacity, 22. Let's go and have both of them assigned here right away. Oh, beautiful. So detailed. Beautiful, really. And yeah, they're hopefully gonna revolutionize my public transportation here once again. They're also much quieter than a bus, so the idea could be to completely get rid of the buses then here down the road. And of course they only really work on 4 lanes because they have to stop constantly, right, in order to not congest the traffic. And there's the same thing happening now for Leeds. Also gets its own tram system. And yeah, I forgot how big the city is at this point. So this is, I think, my longest tram route right now. Also going through the whole center there. Main road, then all the way to the train station. And once again, it's just crazy how fast those cities grow then once you add something new to it, like that public transportation now. like the trams. And yeah, they're gonna get full really quickly. I can see that already. Alright, and let's continue with our train system and also our very first airfield now. Now, for that airfield, I have designated this location here to it. It's not super ideal because it's not the flattest terrain, so building something here will be a bit tricky. We do have this road here that, yeah, really doesn't serve any purpose. There's also no traffic on this road. It goes where exactly? Into those fields there, but no one is using those fields. By the way, that's a lot of fields. There are 4 fields here and no food processing unit anywhere close except this one. Yeah, could be an opportunity for something at some point using trains and whatnot. We'll just see. Anyway, we do have our situation here then. As you can see, this is going to be a bit tricky, right? So I'm going to have it as close to the lake there as possible because only this makes really sense to me. And we also gotta make it so that, yeah, it's not flying right over the city and not right over the mountains. So I think for starters, we can have our first airfield somewhere here. It's gonna be a passenger transportation system right beside the lake. And we can, of course, also add then a cargo terminal to this one here to make it possible. For this airfield, we only have 1 runway available right now. Nothing else we can do. Now, the reason why I'm building this here is because it's close to Haywood and Leeds, right? And it's, I think, the best possible location that we have. Building the airfield here would block Haywood from developing into this area at some point. Here, we got unfortunate industry that I cannot delete, and that would once again also block Haywood. This is too far away again from Leeds. So, I mean, this is also looking like a very good area for an airfield. Perhaps we move it at some point. I have no idea, but right now I think this is the best location. Also, Camborne is not that far away as well, a growing city that we now connect with our passenger transportation. Now, this is something I would like to do right away, and for that, yeah, we need to once again also fiddle around a bit with the poor city's street layout. And that's this one here. And I'm just gonna make this one quick and dirty, and I'm gonna say we make a passenger once again a level 7 one or 7 track, so that we get a big terminal out of that right away. I'm gonna place it then here beside that street. And you know what, we can actually, if I want to, also just get rid of this one here, right, to not make it so big of a station, because they look a bit oversized for the cities that we have. Alright, so just getting rid of 2 platforms there, and their trains and the tracks makes it a bit smaller, and we can still maintain that large terminal then for that as well. This one continues, of course, onwards then to cities that we have over here, right? And it could even go then to York. But for now, we have then here our system that goes now from here, and we're probably once again gonna use... since we go there, I might actually use the middle track again, honestly, right? Because I'm not entirely sure how many more trains we have. We can always change this around rather easily later down the road. I think we'll need to get very close there to the lake then, like so. And here we're coming out of Leeds. Here. Very good. This can maintain top speeds. That's the important thing. And then there we have the oil, unfortunately. Much cleaner. And then I'm actually just gonna make this connection right away. And once again, really the safest way of doing this is just connecting the endpoints with each other right away and let the game decide what is the optimal route. Let's also use the modern bridge again. And as we can see, because of the elevation, we're gonna need a bridge here, but this looks like a very straight path then through that forest. Can't be helped. And then right over there. Yes, let's actually do this right away. 1.2 million. And I'm gonna have it so that we build the second one as well right away, because I want to have this one in parallel going, because I'm pretty sure we're gonna need that soon. So let's start here. And then I just need to draw this along the first line to get the full parallel system out. Should be only a fraction of the cost, as we already made most of the landscaping. I've also added a second track right away to the Leeds Haywood area, and we can now work with waypoints here once again that I can have on both sides so that I can determine in which direction to go between the two cities there, right? So that we have already everything here then set up for 2 trains. By the way, here we still need to have this one coming together. Should be possible to have this on a bridge. That's not possible, it seems. And there it is running now from Haywood to Camborne, and then via Leeds back again to Haywood using its respective tracks. Platform 2 in Leeds on its way to Camborne, and Platform 1 on its way back to Haywood. Camborne also receives the upgrade, if it wants it or not. That is the main road upgrade. By the way, this is looking like a very cohesive city there with the buildings. Looks very orderly. The main road goes to the station here, and then we're probably going into a smaller one again and turn around here, right? And then this one goes up here and turns around. And this was already enough to push Camborne towards 400, and with that we have also the machine parts here as a new good coming in. They should distribute themselves, so that's gonna spread up. And look at that, there's already 25 people waiting for that first train here, even though we just created that route. So I'm pretty sure there's gonna be lots of traffic here. Now with that out of the way, let's have a look at my airfield now, because that is actually part of that whole system here. First of all, we got this road here that connects this oil refinery with the city, and let's use this road now too to connect the city with the airport. That's the first step that we need to do here. And it goes down here and then probably takes a nice turn here towards that airport. Let's build the road here first. Gotta make sure that we have the connection here, as it is then leaving towards the city. We could have a connection here too with Haywood directly. That could be profitable as well for the city. Now, with that out of the way, we still need an airport, a train station now, because I also want to have a train going to the airport from Leeds, and that is going to be pretty important. So let's have this one. Let's just see, where's my tracks here? There's my single track, right? You don't need anything else here, because Leeds is in a very bad position when it comes to trains. You know, we have a city here. We got the city over there, York, but that is on the other side of the city, right? And then here we got a mountain area where there are no cities. So having any other trains going away from Leeds is very unlikely to me at this point. It's just, the location is just too bad for the city, honestly. It's just profiting from being in the center between major cities, right? But the location itself otherwise is not very good for trains. So we can have our tracks then here, and this is going to be the airport shuttle that I want to implement here. Could be tricky. Let's just check it out. We do need to have a good angle here, actually. I could go with this, and it also just needs one track, right? Because there's not going to be that much more. This could be, though, way too steep. Let's just check it out. 81. Let's have a look at that. 80, all right. It never needs the absolute top speed, right? But this is fine, right? So we got top speed here in the center, and at the end and the beginning, it's a bit lower, but that's absolutely fine. And this is our airport shuttle route. And let's just also get us... Can we have a train depot here? Yes, you can. Very good. At the end of this. And with that, we just have now our train going here. And this is just Leeds Airport, right? So we're just going to call it this way. And it's just going to be a tiny train, really. Nothing too fancy, nothing too expensive. And we don't have that many options. So I could actually go with this one. But, I mean, yeah, just to get demand cooking, you know? I could go with this one here, 1882. Fantastic. And let's have one going for it, right? Why not? We can afford it. The first airport train route in the world. There it is. The problem is, of course, there are no planes at the moment. So we need to have a second airfield now. And of course, the second one is going to be in my Carden Amble area. So here we have Carden already with 700 people. Amble, we got Birchwood not too far away, and we got Wigan. And they're also connected with trains already. So it makes sense to me. Once again, though, we have a bit of a problem here. And that is, as always, location. Look at that. No matter where I'm looking at around the city here, I do have extreme elevation. And finding a right spot here will be hard. So Carden actually falls completely flat. It's look at that. You can't have an airport like this. We could work towards the river. This makes sense. This is actually the case quite often, right? And we could make it like so. All right, look at that. Carden actually has flat space over here. Now that is an option. Absolutely valid. The thing is though, I don't want to have the airport too close to the city because it creates a huge noise pollution. We are already down to -40 right now. But this looks far away, right? This looks far away and we connected with a bus or a tram system better. I like the idea of shuttles though, right? So a train going to the airport directly. And here we would connect then Amble and Carden with the airport, which also makes sense. Okay, look at that. In the forest, right in the forest, we actually have enough flat terrain so it doesn't look too bad. Right, so I think this is my go-to here now. And I'm just placing it. I'm placing this one here. Causes some discomfort in the terrain. But otherwise, it's not looking so bad. Got some trees here that we definitely need to get rid of though. And with that, we would have an airport a bit, yeah, in the forest. Of course, there's more in forest than disappearing here. This is kind of like the Frankfurt airport. That is also right next to a major forest. So in that case, looks pretty similar. But of course, we gotta make sure here that the planes have no problem taking off and landing. There you go. And with that, we would have an airport now that connects two cities once again, because you really, really want to have volume going then for the airplanes. For the train itself, it's actually not a big deal. We can just make here, it's almost on the same level. This one here is a bit more tricky as we don't need to extend the bridge that we have here into that system, right? So there is a bridge that is splitting apart then, more or less. So it's one bridge here as it continues. And then that bridge is kind of like splitting up into two, going in here now, right? So from above, it actually looks quite orderly. The only thing is now that we need to build that street here. And that street is probably going to go into a tunnel that we have then over there. So where's my highway? There's the one, right? So it's not a proper highway yet. Birchwood. I could upgrade it, of course, into a proper one. I mean, these randomly generated highways, of course, really don't look that good, right? So definitely gonna remodel that at some point. And this one then basically just, if we make the connection like this, it creates very strange shapes like this one here. So what we can do instead, make a tunnel, right? So this one kind of carves in. There you go. Something like that. And then comes out on the other side again. And this makes the airport connection then. So now we have all of this set up and you have this tunnel kind of like as it is entering then this train system there. Much better, I think, than before. And with that, this one looks a bit funky. This one definitely doesn't look real. Fortunately, we'll need to do this again. Yeah, we need to have the airport connection road a bit further up here. Otherwise, it would create some very nasty shapes there. And a bit later, our airport expresses are coming out again in all their glory. Amble and Carlton connecting them to the airport. Now, there's one more thing that we still need to do, and that is create the airline itself. And that is Birchwood Airport, it's called. We probably will rename this one. And it goes then now all the way over here to Leeds Airport, right? Let's call it Airline 1 for now. I'm gonna rename this one though soon. And now we just need to purchase an airplane. We got the Junkers F-13, the very first one, 1920, and it was developed in Germany after First World War and was the first all-metal aircraft for civil aviation. 3 people we can transport with that. Now, isn't that something to behold? And there it goes. 1920, what a glorious age, what a glorious time. And yeah, this is starting now to, of course, once again, cost me quite a bit in the beginning, but I'm pretty sure that it's gonna ramp up. Now also the demand is, of course, being created so that people want to take my airport lines. And yeah, since this is a very long haul route, right, I'm expecting quite a bit of profit out of that, especially since it will be full both ways. But we need to wait on that. And 3 people is not exactly the world. That's of course the test flight now. So we'll just see if everything goes as planned. So far so good. Takeoff was successful. There are even the flaps you can see on the plane. And yeah, it's moving now with 127 kilometers an hour. Will be faster than that, of course. To Cardigan. And actually, 140 kilometers an hour is top speed for this one. And after I don't know how many minutes, it's coming now to the other end of the map. There's already Carlton coming up. Oh, that's gonna be steep. And touchdown successfully. Our first airline is now operational. And yeah, we can already work out something for our passenger transportation. So as we can see here, there are 350 people waiting for the train to Cardigan. Saxe-Mundham should not get the... Okay, it doesn't get the penalty for this, for the stations, because this is obviously not a good quality anymore. So it seems like station doesn't affect the city itself. Yeah, okay, I'm happy with that. We need to manage the line again, so we already have all of this going. But since there's going to be several trains now on this system, I do need to make sure that they're using the right waypoints, right? So we're going Cardigan, and then I'm going to add a new station here, and that's a waypoint, this one. Right, then it goes to Amble, and it's gonna say platform 1. Very good. Right, and then we continue, and I do have my waypoint somewhere here in the beginning. There you go. So that goes to Upper Wigan. What a lovely name. Platform 2. That's right. And then we're going back again, and here we'll definitely need to make a... Perhaps we can achieve that before the tunnel happens. There you go. And then I can say Upper Wigan, go with the waypoint that we have over here. There you go. And now take the platform 2. Otherwise, this would not... Oh no, we're not in Saxmund. We're in Amble, actually. Saxmundham. What? Now it's working, changing the platform. And then you're taking your way from Upper Wigan to Amble again. This one probably also doesn't work. Ah, it does work. This time he took the right platform, platform 2, right? And then he moves from Amble all the way down to Carleton. But I still need to get my waypoint going here. This one. There you go. That he has the right waypoint, and then he moves into Carleton. Boy, what a train route, right? It's working out. By the way, this is deeply profitable here. 1 million. Where's the train going right now? Ah, leaving the station in Carleton. So I'm also just gonna say, plop, me a second one. And the second one is already coming. Leaving now the depot. Over here, once there is a free path. Would definitely also like to have this one here connected. There you go. Doesn't take long for the first 2 passengers to finish their route on the airplane with a bit of a profit there, 42,000. And since the maintenance cost of the Junker is rather low, you know, this is fine. Going 2/3 capacity actually could be profitable in both ways. At this point also, my other train route, the Haywood train route, is pretty full, right? So there it's coming in. I've also modernized my locomotive for this one. And the length of it is not enough at the moment, I think. Nope. So it's full now. And how many more are waiting? 200. And with that, we continue onwards in the next episode with more planes, more trains, and perhaps a few more ships. Stay tuned.
Hello everyone, how very good of you to join and welcome back once again to Transport Fever 2. Boy, it is, well, we're in the 1940s now, and that means we're in the middle of the World War era at the moment. Well, it's World War, but my cities still want to grow, and grow we should let them. Look at how the city is changing with the 40s now. So really, when you're looking also down at the street level, right, so people completely wear now different clothes. We have completely different buildings now everywhere popping up, so you can really see the age transition. And yeah, with that also of course comes the transition of, well, transportation, and that means we have a lot of work to do. In this episode, I would not only like to create my first cargo airline, we are also gonna update our older transportations and especially also remodel our public transportations in the cities, because that's gonna be important. We're starting off with the cargo airline right away because I found an interesting opportunity. We want to grow these cities, right? So they just don't grow endlessly. We need to provide the goods. Upgrading the food transportation, upgrading the fuel transportation is absolutely necessary, because you can see we're not meeting demand right now, but we also need to meet the new demands that are coming up, and that is the goods now for Haywood, for example. We can also see that Leeds wants goods, which is a nice coincidence because we have very good goods production somewhere on the map already. Camborne wants tools, and York wants tools as well. That's also 2 things that we already produce somewhere. On the other hand, we have a very good fuel production here that we can, well, and should expand, because that fuel refinery here is waiting for a bigger customer right now before we can really fully grow this into the next tier. And my fuel refinery here, the oil refinery, sorry, is waiting for a bigger customer to grow to the last level, right? So we want to maximize all of that now. And with that, well, actually, We do have a supplier, a new one. Very good, because the oil refiner will consume a lot of oil with that new customer. And where do we get this customer? Well, I found one. And it's over here. It's Birchwood by, well, just beside Carleton. Now, you might be thinking, Birchwood, where the hell is Birchwood? It's a city that we haven't really touched. It's just getting a small input here of tools, right? But that's it. The city wants to grow and it needs fuel for that. And also, of course, we want it to grow so we can also connect it to a public transportation network. However, there's no fuel production anywhere close by. But what we have is we already have this very good cargo hub over here where we have tools, goods, and now fuel coming in. This is a very good opportunity of getting us a cargo airport going right here somewhere. And yeah, I think this is an optimal location for this, really, to have it. Now, this is a cargo airfield, right? Getting this one into a cargo airport later down the road could be tricky though, because cargo airports just are massively bigger. We might need to move the road then at some point. We'll just see. Either way, it's gonna be messy at some point. Yep. But for now, it will work just fine. And having this one here makes sense to me. So let's build it. 5 million it costs. And we just build it by the river. We have a little bit of a sandbank here. Unfortunately, we don't have a key or something like that I could add here now to make this look a bit cleaner. But it's working out for me, right? And this one here is now immediately connected with our train line here and with the tools factory here. So we get the goods, we get the tools connected to this airport immediately without anything else that we need to do. That means the fuel is coming in, the goods and tools are going out. So that cargo airline will be potentially full in both directions. The only thing we still need to have here now is another depot that gets the fuel then to Birchwood. And let's have this depot. As you can see, traffic wise, it's getting a bit tricky here, right? And let's have it on the other side over here beside my goods depot that we have there over now, because having it over here would just congest this road even further. Upgrading this road is though also of course possible. And look at that, we got asphalt large streets now, not the dirt streets anymore. Beautiful. We got the large country roads here with 100 kilometers an hour speed that go both ways. Can we upgrade this one here already? Yes, we can. This looks clean. This looks beautiful. Fantastic. And this one can accommodate now up to 100 kilometers an hour. And we should be upgrading our highway system with that immediately, right? So that's what I'm doing here. This one, boy, it's actually quite expensive doing this. We could add the tram tracks to this, the bus lanes to this now. That's new, right? This one I cannot do because then the bridge would actually add a pillar collision to that. That's not ideal. So we will need to move a bunch of things around for that. But boy, I like this. This is the new age now. The cars cannot really go faster yet, right? So, but they're going there. That's the important thing. Definitely important that we upgrade the road towards Birchwood. Right, so that's our highway system going up here. And then we just need to have our drop-off point here, the truck unload. And yeah, we can really just have it at the beginning of the city, really, right? So we are not polluting that much of the city. And have the drop-off point somewhere here, right away. Does Birchwood already have a main road? No, it does not. It should get a main road though, too. Can we use one of the new ones? That would be nice. A medium street we have, and a large street we have. So that's the proper one. And let's just get this one through that city here. Sorry Skyline, that I'm wrecking you there for this time, but it's gonna be better long-term wise. And yeah, beautiful streets really. Also lots of space. They even have trees on the side. That's nice. And with that, we have also that fuel added. Let's finalize this one right away, because we want to have the fuel customer immediately going. Otherwise, you know, with the planes, you really need to get the going. Otherwise, it's going to be very expensive. And this is now the Carleton fuel. So we can call it Carleton fuel to Birchwood to keep this one clean, right? So we also know where it is. And there's then my vehicle, and look at all the new vehicles we have with the 40s, right? So we got the all new diesel engines over here, and they can carry almost twice as much than before. That's crazy. They can also go 60 kilometers an hour now, right? So this is also gonna revolutionize what we're doing here. We can also have a dedicated tank truck now, and this one here can have even more capacity for fuel. So this is also gonna be nice for my oil deliveries. But for now, let's actually just use the Opel Blitz Topolin truck, an extremely popular truck from Opel, and get this one into the Carleton fuel to Birchwood transportation. So this is now the state-of-the-art truck coming out here right now. Off it goes. Now actually the road is limiting, right? So this one goes up to 60 kilometers an hour, but this road here only allows up to 40 and it stays there. So now it's gonna be also very important for us to upgrade roads in the future. We're back in the Haywood area, and over here we can now go ahead with our cargo airfield that we also want to have here. And yes, it would work like this once again, right? So we have it then over here, the airfield somewhere. It has an immediate connection with the train line that delivers the fuel. So the fuel comes into the airport right away. It's flat enough, it's far away from the city, that's fine. It might actually still interfere with the city though. But these airfields are temporary until we get the final airports, right? So I can move it then around again. We probably want to... It should be fine to not directly fly over the city, right? We might even need to get the angle over there somehow so that the airplanes fly over the lake and not over the city, because yes, it absolutely affects your noise pollution that you have. With that, we have the fuel stuff going. Now I just need my truck depots here to get me the outbound goods, right? That's the tools and that's the goods, both of them coming out here. Let's have one for this. There will be of course traffic for it, I know, but it's gonna be manageable, I think. Can we upgrade this please? I want to have a big highway road system here, large country road, there it is. Let's upgrade it all the way up there, right? And attached to this one here, we can then have our depot going, and this will be probably a pretty big depot at some point. So what we could already do here, I can add more platforms to this one here, just to already prepare for the future, right? And then we have dedicated platforms for all the goods, where the trucks are coming in and out, taking stuff away. Now, with that out of the way, let's also create the customer here right away, right? So we get the goods and the tools. So I want to have definitely York connected now finally, right? So York is a new tools customer, and we will have... So first of all, York is completely underdeveloped. For being a city so close to bigger cities, right? York unfortunately was a bit neglected. That's about to change now. So of course, once again, we will revamp its road layout. So it gets a dedicated main street now that will go through the future bigger York area. And it needs a truck, a depot that we're probably going to have then here, where we have a lot of tools coming in, right? So it's going to be a bigger tools customer for that. Where's the road though? Yeah, we probably will use the same road again, right? So that we already have the layout for this. It makes sense, of course. Let's upgrade this one to an extra large. Can we make an extra large highway? That would have 3 lanes. Holy cow. Yes. I want it. Alright, so that's a pretty massive road. You can have a top speed of 100 kilometers an hour. So this is already, you know, what trucks will do. And then we will not be able to construct this in most sections, unfortunately. Okay, so what's the problem here? One field will be removed. I would love a move button like in City Skylines, where we can just move it a few inches over. Unfortunately, that's not possible, so I will need to delete it and build it again. There you go. And I've also used this to clean up this mess over here. So this looks now way cleaner than before. I hope everything has been connected as it should be, so that here these things still work out. There you go. Right. And now we got this highway system now all the way spanning over there towards York. And of course, York we can now easily connect. And it gets a medium road then, of course, that kind of like enters then here. Let's just see that we can straighten this a bit. There you go. And with that, we have the connection. This one looks a bit strange. There's no room there. And with that, York has the connection. Very good. And I think also this one here we need to move a bit. And we also, of course, connect Camborne now. So it gets the big highway system right away. By the way, not only do we profit from that, but the cities themselves will also profit from that once a bit of time passes, because we have also this private transportation sector here. That means the connection between the cities, the quality of that connection determines that factor here. So the higher my quality is, the higher I upgrade the roads, the faster the city can also grow. There's so many factors to city growth, it's just incredible. And what kind of stuff is actually affecting you is also just beautiful, I think. By the way, we got a goods factory over there that's disconnected. I would really like to also clean up the map more and more, right? So needless or useless roads that just disappear, that just cleans up the map and yeah, adds a bit more realism and also adds a bit more easiness to me to read the map then also. Now with that, we have the tools and the Camborne tools delivery and the York tools delivery. With that out of the way, we still have Leeds and Haywood as a goods customer that we haven't touched yet. So once again, we have a road system that we need to upgrade. I think this one's not possible really. The reason for that is simple, but as we enter the city, we can actually tone it down to the lower lane road anyway, right? As we enter now Haywood. And by the way, this is also looking pretty nasty here. So why not just use this opportunity of getting rid of some nasty road structures that we still had here? That one, sorry Haywood, right? Can't change that. And I'm just gonna take then a bigger street, the large street that we have, this one, and try and connect it with the highway system that we have over there. Could be tricky because we got a lot of noise here, right? And then this one continues that way, outbound again of the city, right towards this direction. And this is a very small one. Let's try to make that connection possible again. There you go. Right, and with that, that main road leads out, and the main traffic from the highway comes into Haywood there, into the main road of Haywood. This should also clear things up a bit. And with that out of the way, where are my goods? I think we already had something like that. No, not really. Haywood is a goods customer, but I can't see the goods. There they are. It's in these skyscrapers here. And that's problematic, but it should work, right? So we have our drop-off point there already. And for Leeds, we have the goods drop-off also already close to a truck depot. So we're just going to combine that. As the trucks get bigger, we can also reduce the amount of trucks we have on the roads. So that's also very important to know. Let's use once again Haywood Exchange here. And Haywood Exchange goes then to Haywood. Right, and then we take one that takes this one to Leeds. It was this one here. Haywood, goods, Leeds. That's a lot of new vehicles that we put on the road now. And we are gonna, once again, just make it for the customers, right? To create the customer here. And we just will have then the Haywood goods now, 1. We're gonna have the Haywood goods Leeds, 1. And the same goes then for the Haywood Tools Camborne 1 and the Haywood Tools York Transportation. And I accidentally used a passenger stop there, but now it's working. We just will want to make sure that these trucks can potentially use then all the platforms, right? Or these lines here that we have for this. Makes it a bit easier then, of course, because everybody can just take whatever they want right now. We might want to specialize this one to platforms at some point, but I don't think it's going to be necessary, honestly. All right, the customers are there. Now comes finally our cargo airline, and we're just gonna make the stop one here, and then also the stop in Carterton Airport. And this is now Haywood Carterton cargo, right? And that's it. We can now get us the airplane, and look at that, we got a bunch of new ones here. We started out with the Junker, the Dornier was close behind, and now we got those 3 new ones here. The Douglas DC looks fantastic and is a good passenger one. The Vickers Victoria is a very good cargo one, and the Junker is actually even better because it can carry 10 goods per direction. However, it's okay. Why is the Vickers Victoria an upgrade here potentially? I don't see it right now. The Junker can carry more, it's faster, and it costs a bit more maintenance, of course, yes, but all right, we go with the Junkers. Haywood Carterton cargo. There it is. A big one, it is. A beauty. And now everything should start working on these lines, right? The customers are being recognized. The cargo will be produced for the destination. Of course, this plane will be empty for, yeah, a couple of turns, right? Can't be avoided. Before all the lines are working and delivering, producing and delivering, this will take some time. It looks like a passenger transportation. Did I make a mistake here? No. This is for all cargo types, yeah. Because it looks like a passenger plane to me. Beautiful. Also much faster than before. I just love the transition of these airplanes as well. Modernization. And off it goes for a few test flights before the cargo comes in. Speaking about modernization, it is time. We have a few truck lines right now that are overflowing, and we can now modernize them. So we have the old ones with 5, and now we can actually replace them with the new trucks. So this one here would be 14. This is way too much, right? So we will have an overkill, so I'm not gonna do this. I'd rather say that we're gonna delete a bunch of them. Unfortunately, this is clicky work, so I don't think there is another way of doing this. So I'm basically selling half of the fleet here, and the rest we're gonna modernize into the new trucks for the 5 million, right? They can carry now more, and they can do this faster for the fuel. So this is now like 3 times as much, right? From 5 to 14 now. That's crazy. That's a lot more stuff that we can transport on these. And of course, they're also faster, so we need to really, really upgrade that road system here. Otherwise, the whole thing wouldn't make sense. So now they can really reach their top speed, which is 60. And I will definitely also need it for this one here. There's 160 waiting, so since it's so much, I'm actually just gonna delete 4. And then we just will take the rest with the new trucks. The fuel refinery already took notice and the shipment exploded. So now we're just waiting for stuff to be transported, and then this one here can level up. Also got some new city buses. They look fantastic, like tourist buses really. And they are transporting 3 more people per bus, but that's it, right? So it's 11 now. They're also not much faster, so for the buses we don't have that many new additions. Got some nice stairs now though. People don't need to teleport up to the roof. For my airport lines, I would like to take a new approach now. We have the Roter Pfeil, which is a really funny looking train. So it's an express train car, was widely used in Switzerland. You can see we're playing on the European map here. We're getting a lot of European trains, and yeah, they're the peak of it. So I rather go with the European ones. They're just so lovely, so many of them. And in this case here, the Roter Pfeil is electric, 125 tops speed, and the capacity is 20, right? So we don't need to have single carts anymore, but just this one here. It's actually really expensive to maintenance, so it will be not profitable. You can actually stack a lot of them on top of each other or behind each other. And this one is the Haywood airport route, and you will see there is going to be a problem here, and that is that we do not have electrified tracks everywhere at the moment. So the Haywood main station actually has it, and then we have this line here going over, right? And this is my new line here that then goes over here to my airport system. And actually it has it though. Oh my goodness, we don't have the tracks coming out of the depot electrified yet. They're so old that there's no electrification on this one here, right? And with that, we have it though out of the way now. This is actually something that we'll need to do, unfortunately, for a lot of tracks, also electrification. Okay, they're still missing electric tracks somewhere along the line. Now, this is really annoying. It's actually the building. The building is not electrified, right? There is a train depot where you have not a catenary option, right? And the thing is, I cannot upgrade it. I cannot upgrade this one to the new building, so I actually need to get rid of this. However, I need to once again sell the train. I mean, these are the things that you need to think about. And then we need to have the catenary, right? And only now do we have then this one here, this tiny patch here connected. And there it is. Finally. A beautiful, beautiful train indeed. For 1940, this looks really futuristic, right? So this looks really modern. Beautiful design there. My new Haywood Airport transportation. May it bring me losses unimaginable. By the way, I also just noticed, yeah, this is my first electric train, of course, as well, right? So the first electric trains on the tracks now. Bringing closer the end of steam trains. It's also once again worth checking out my plane. It's been a while and it's full now, and it's full in both directions. So there's 10 tools right now bound for Haywood, and in Haywood itself there's 140 fuel waiting for the other airports, and that brings a dilemma with us, of course, because now we need to ramp it up there on the cargo plane. So I'm gonna push out 3 more now that will transport stuff on this route. It's actually just the same in Harden here. So let's also push up to 4 planes now onto this one here. Also, the Birchwood Airport, so connecting Carden with Haywood, is taking shape. So there's more and more people waiting now. And our Junkers is not only profitable, but also full all the time. So I think it's time to at least replace it with the Douglas DC-3 now. Ah, I love the reflection there. And this one is not only much faster now than the Junkers, it can carry 10 people. And it also has retractable gear now. Look at that. A nice detail. As it is flying over with beautiful speeds now of 350 kilometers an hour. Thanks to the airline, we also have now Leeds and Haywood here as customers coming up, and this of course helps out with this goods factory. It already leveled up, and yeah, what we can see right now is that plastics is actually the thing that's missing the most right now. Now when we look at my train here, it's going full with the goods in this direction, and how much plastic is waiting then here? 380, a bit more than what it can actually carry. I think it is 280, 288 it is with the limit. Now we do have new locomotives that I would like to use on my high capacity train now, right? So right now we're using this one here, the A35, which was fine, but we got a better one now. We got the Flying Scotsman now. It's much more powerful. It's faster, so 20 kilometers faster. I think it's the best one. Wait a second, we got a new one there too. 1935, the Class A4, and we got the Crocodile, which is slower though. The Class A4 sounds like a very good one. I think we're gonna skip the Flying Scotsman and go for this one here. This is a British locomotive and London Northeastern Railway, and was 1938 and set the record for the world speed for steam locomotives at 200 kilometers an hour. Whoa, That is actually pretty crazy, and it's still valid today. 145 kilometers is fast. Let's replace this one here with that Flying Scotsman, with the Class A4. Do we have a new card there too? That would be great. We don't, which is not ideal. So let's actually get this one up now to 300, 320, 330. Yeah, I think this is a good indication. And there it is. In all its glory now. Our latest modern, I think it's also one of the last steam locomotives that we're gonna use before we push into electric locomotives entirely. Going 80 only. So why is that the case? Well, of course, because we still use old tracks here, right? So upgrading those tracks is the next one. So we got the high-speed tracks now, right? Only they allow then for really higher speeds. Let's use the catenary on that right away as well. So this is now all of that here going through that station, and then all the way into this direction. You know, here we can actually push both of them right away. Why not? You can upgrade them while the train is on it actually. It doesn't reset or anything, it just continues its journey. I would love to have more sections than just one being upgraded. That's not entirely possible. Alright, with that, it's on its way now. It's a beautiful train, really. And a very long one. Okay, it can't go faster than 80 because the cards don't support a faster speed. This is bad. There's really nothing else we can do about this. I need better, more modern cards. Unfortunately, this is limited. I hope it's not tanking profit too much. By the way, looking at profits, I'm glad to see that my cargo airline is now up there with the most profitable routes that we have, raking in 2 million there in profit because it's always full as well. We could potentially get another plane on this. The problem is when we look at the airport, it's just not feasible adding even more planes to this, right? Because you congest it then and planes cannot land safely then anymore. So we kind of like reached the limit of what air transportation can do at this point in time. There's just not enough space for all of this. We need bigger planes. By the way, replacing a lot of these truck lines now is just one of the first steps towards modernization. That means we use the same amount of vehicles or even less than them for more capacity that we can transport more efficiently. This is really beautiful. So especially in lines where we have those supply lines then, right, that really, or the distribution lines where we distribute the final product to the cities, you need less cars now. For more stuff that we can carry in, and this also leads to more satisfaction on the goods, but also on less noise pollution overall because you need less vehicles. So this makes city growth then even easier. It's also very nice for bus lines that we have between the cities right now, between smaller cities where trains wouldn't make that much sense at the moment. So we are still using the Gage now on these, and we have the Saura Tusha on this one here, city bus. It's actually a city bus, but it's got a very nice top speed of 50 kilometers an hour, right? So that's faster than the other ones, and it also can carry more. So it makes sense to me to really replace them now with this, so that we can transport people faster between the two cities. So that's the one. But of course, as you can see, there's also a lot of private transportation here between the two cities there, right? Lots of private cars going back and forth. So we can also push that city further by, yeah, upgrading the road infrastructure that we have. Is this forest plant though? So I think going with, that is not possible because we have a collision then. That's just nasty, right? So we need to actually get rid of this road here just because of that stupid forestry. And the same applies then here. I might just make it... No, you know what? We need to have that connection going there. I'm just gonna get rid of that altogether. And we're just gonna clean this up and get us this nice country road like so, right away. And then we have a connection here as well. It's also just beautiful, right? When these highways then get really utilized, look at that. Fantastic. And with that, as you can see, this number here is going up now, right? So we're now getting the private transport also going up because of that. And this also leads to direct city growth, because those cities are now well connected. And yep, at this point also our passenger airline is coming to its limits. So this one DC is not enough anymore. There's 40, almost 50 people waiting at the airport. So this is slowly but steadily ramping up and makes it possible for us to add a second one. Why does it appear here? Ah, now we have two next to each other. Not ideal. Oh, probably because I clicked on this airport here. The airport counts as a depot as well right away. Okay, so you need to wait there a bit. We can manually stop them. That's pretty cool. And admire those beauties. Don't get too close though. Safety standards weren't that high yet. She's looking at the abyss. By the way, if that isn't the most beautiful airport you've ever seen, I don't know. The view here is staggering, so yeah, I wouldn't want to leave here. In the middle of the 40s, we do have an upgrade to our cargo plane. Now, it doesn't carry more, the Douglas C-49 Skytrain, it's called, but it is much faster, right? So 130 kilometers more than a third faster. And in this case, also has more thrust power, so it can accelerate faster, but it's still the same amount of cargo that we have here, right? So this is now developed to use in the Second World War. Thousands of them were converted for civilian use afterwards. Let's replace all of my cargo ones with this one here. It's a bit expensive, but since it's faster, we can carry those goods faster. I still can't have more planes on the same line, right? And we still cannot carry more, but of course we can carry more because we can carry them faster now in one direction. Finally, we are in the 50s, and boy, we have new carts for the trains. Look at that, it's the gondola, and this one here has now a top speed of 120 kilometers an hour, and the boxcar there as well. So right now we're using the old boxcar now, this one here, right, and we're just gonna replace this whole train now with that. To replace it, yeah, I need to use my class A4 there again, and then we're basically gonna add in. By the way, also, we can carry way more per boxcar now than before. So if we add them, let's just check this out. We go to mediocre. Right now we have 333 capacity. 333, 330, yeah, 350. Let's go with that. 23 million cost me. Replacing this one though gives me now a higher top speed for this train. So it can finally now speed it up. And yeah, we can carry a bit more, but also we can carry this one faster again, right? Also, these cars just look now really modern at some point now with the 50s, right? And finally, this revolution. I mean, how long did we use now the old one, right? The old one was used since 1900, and the new one is just now in 1950. For over 50 years, we used the old box cars. So yeah, another modernization we need to do now for all of my railways to really make this more profitable. Also important, now we need to modernize the bridges. So the last bridge system we had was 90 kilometers an hour. Now we are going for the iron bridge with 180, or the suspension bridge even. That is overkill. This would look strange, but upgrading this one now absolutely makes sense. And with that, we can also maintain then those speeds over bridges. And that is really fast. Modernization takes place everywhere, and that also means for the ships. So right now we have the old ship routes going here with those trampers. And now we're gonna replace them finally, where we don't even need that many ships anymore. So I'm gonna sell one right away. There you go. And the other three we're gonna replace now with, what do we have? So we got this one here, the Schaffhausen, the old one. 130 capacity. The new one doubles that, right, to 220 and 240, and it's also faster at the same. No, it's actually slower. That's a surprise to me. It's actually slower, but it can carry twice as much. So that's the one. And that is now 1950. Once again, a Swiss ship. They really did a lot, those Swiss. And let's replace this one. Maintenance cost is not that much higher. It's actually a third higher. And also now they look way more modern than before, and they can carry much more. I think, yeah, this could all be taken now. There you go. This looks lovely as it goes off again. The same applies for the passenger transportation. It's not very profitable. The reason why this passenger transportation is not very profitable is because of south shields. There's literally no one waiting on this. And the new passenger cargo we have now is the Zurich, right? And it looks really old already, but it looks a bit rusty even. Let's have a look at that. It looks better in real life. Once again, a beauty, and yeah, lots more capacity, right? Even those ships in this case here. And yeah, this actually pushes all of this combined, of course, pushes Cardiff now towards 900 people. And look how that city is growing. Think about the passenger ships brings me up a new idea of a new line that we can have that we don't have yet, and that is a passenger harbor with a small size right away. We could have different or more terminals. Look at that. This looks pretty cool. But I think I'm just gonna go with something smaller along the line. I think there's not gonna be that many ships here, right? It's just one other city that we literally can connect, I think, even though it looks nice. Let's have this one a bit central there. Perhaps it works. Close to that bus station that we already have. That would be ideal. And with that, we just need one more on the other side, and that is Hastings. Hastings hasn't been connected yet, and it makes sense to me to make that connection work. Unfortunately, it's not possible here. So we will need to go a bit more inside. There you go, right? To connect as much of the city as possible there. Right, to just have a basic ship line between Hastings and Haywood. This definitely will profit both cities, Haywood to Hastings, right? And don't forget, the more cities I connect with each other, the more my other lines also profit from this, because of course there's now people then from Hastings that not only want to go to Haywood, but perhaps they also want to go to Leeds. That means that there's more passengers on my Leeds train route. There might be also some people that want to go to Cardiff, for example, right? So then take the train to Cardiff Airport, and then they take the plane to Cardiff again, right? So the more cities I connect, the more my lines are being used throughout the board. In this case, I think it's better to go with the smaller one. I'm not expecting that much traffic on this, and it costs me less. Speed-wise, speed is important, and there's not that much difference between the older version and the new version. It's just important that we connect those cities, and yeah, that's the best way that we have here, right? Because basically you have this body of water that I don't need to maintain at all. What we could do here is that we can connect the other side of the city with the harbor, and this is really just probably the smallest bus I have. Hastings bus 1, right? And that's it. it's a bit of a sad one. We got the bus over there, and I'm really just gonna use this one. It's cheaper, just one to go for this, to also add some connection. And look at that, public transportation now is ramping up, and Hastings will definitely grow past 300 just with that. There is goods demand here. This is something we actually have, so I could think about, there's my goods hub. So a connection here is not that bad. Actually, the connection is already there. We could have a new customer for my goods factory. The problem is my goods factory does not need a new customer right now. It's overwhelmed. What it needs is better transportation. So we're not transporting all the goods right now that can fit onto this production. That means we have either something here, like the Cardiff and Islington goods, or, yeah, my planes primarily as well. They suffer. Speaking about my planes, we might have a new upgrade here soon. But for now, that's enough. We continue onwards then in the next episode with the 50s and 60s. And also the age of bigger trucks, bigger planes, jet planes, and of course the first high-speed trains then as well. Hope you enjoyed this one. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back once again to Transport Fever 2. How very good of you to join and still stick around to this beautiful game. Take a cup of coffee or tea, sit back, relax and enjoy as we continue with, well, something that is time sensitive, something we should be doing right now. There is a sawmill and this sawmill is closing right now. That is not good for us because I figured why not just check out the surrounding area, and I've noticed something, and that is that we got an extremely well supplied, potentially well supplied steel mill over here by Fleetwood that has copper and coal in masses around that. On top of that, we have a very nice machines factory here that we haven't activated yet, right? So it's dormant. And the cool thing about this steel machines factory is that we can really scale this one up. So it has everything around it to make it possible to get this one into a very big one. It has customers. We have South Shields, Orkney. We got over here Nantwich and Weavenhoe. Whatever that name is, we probably will need to rename that, and Hamilton down here. So there's a lot of customers with good cities that we can grow this one into. So let's activate this one before it disappears. And we only really need to do something here, and that is the country road. And we're gonna go with a, well, actually I think we're gonna go, this is the asymmetric country road that I haven't used yet. I think this might be interesting. Let's just check it out. Can we decide in which direction it goes asymmetric? I don't think we can, right? No, I can just increase the length, but I cannot really choose it. So let's just go ahead with the big one anyway and make a direct connection there to this to this lumber camp there, right? And that's it. By the way, it would make a lot more sense if, you know, the lumber camp would be here in the forest, but it's here. So you know what we can actually do, since I also have a bit of money, I can just go ahead and get me a nice mixed forest going here. We could do this across the map, but it really tanks your performance if you plant too many trees. So I'm just gonna keep this one, you know, a bit natural perhaps. I don't know. There is another forest, so we can make a connection here, right? Adding a bit to this, painting it. There is another forest here, so connecting a bunch of forests makes sense to some extent, right? But we definitely shouldn't overdo this because, yeah, it's really hard on the CPU there. Now, with that out of the way, I think we have the connection here now to get us a proper depot going. There it is. And let's just make this one somewhere over here, right? And then I'm gonna have another one over here on that side. And that's basically it. The moment we make the line here and activate it, we should be fine. Let's call it line 1 for now, because I'm not entirely sure what we call it. And then I'm also gonna have a road depot. Gonna have this one a bit further away because we're gonna have, of course, a bunch of lines here attached to this. And it's basically now line 1. And look at that, we also got some new trucks available here. They're a bit faster, not really, but I think, what is the big difference here? They're more expensive in maintenance. It's 1 ton of cargo more, but that's it. They're actually also... this is actually really hard. I think the Opal is still better here. It's also less on the maintenance. So I'm just gonna pick me one and put this one to line 1. There it is. Let's activate this one. The industry closure still takes time. Look at that, it's still there, right? So 20 minutes. And then this one here is closing down. The logs are waiting. It's still not stopping to close though. So I think we still need to deliver something, and then we potentially still need to have a customer as well. So let's also get this one going. I really don't want to lose the sawmill here. I think it's a very important one. that we're gonna need, right? And then we just have that depot here. And then I'm also creating the next line that delivers then the planks, right? And we're just gonna take another one again for line 2 that we have here for now. This still doesn't do any difference here, so I hope that it's really just the logs that we need. Alright, logs were delivered and the closure is off. And with that, we got this one here activated moments before it actually disappeared. And that's actually pretty great for us. So we already copied more trucks on this route now here. And then of course also this one goes to the machines factory. Now this is going to be a pretty massive one. We will need to prepare also potentially here a train station then. And in this area, I can think about a cargo airport down the road as well. Speaking about cargo planes, what's going on with my cargo plane, by the way, that we have? 4.5 million. And look at that, even my passenger transportation now is also doing fantastic. So I'm really happy about this, as it is working out. And while we're also close here, of course, we're completely overwhelmed with the amount that we need to transport. We have a new plane, by the way, and I would also like to really do this quickly, and it's the Lockheed Super Constellation. This one has, so we're using this one here, right? So it has 8 more capacity, which is a lot, right? And also its top speed is now at 480, which is also way higher again than before, so over 130 kilometers an hour more. Let's replace this for the 22 million. Look at that, we need a bigger airport for this, and we have unlocked the big airports now, finally, right, with this one. So that is another project for this episode. But of course, the focus lies on my machines factory, so we also need to get steel now going. There's Fleetwood, so in this case here, we will need to be very careful of not getting this traffic into Fleetwood, because that would just totally wreck the noise levels of this. And there's also South Shield, so I would like to, while we can, make a nice highway connection between the two cities so that they also profit from that. So we want to grow them, right? We want to grow more cities, and let's just make it so that we have a nice clean looking connection there that goes over here. There's Fleetwood already, and here we probably will just make it, this needs to go so that we can draw it right over here. I'm still not entirely sure how that road network always takes the wrong one, the wrong shape. This one here can upgrade and should, even though this is looking too nasty. There you go. That we got now a nice proper connection between the two cities, and in between we now have our own connection where we have then the transportation, and I might even think about having a sort of a tunnel here, right, that goes below. There it is, and then above again, and make that connection there. Because with the trucks, it's really not a big deal of doing this. Right, you don't want to have the main routes being disturbed by this all the time. Right, after having set up a couple of more stations that deliver another copper, don't forget these mines can also upgrade, so potentially we have then a delivery of 800 copper, so that should be enough for quite some time. And of course we want to activate all of this again. I mean, activating it's probably working out pretty well right away, so let's just go ahead with 11 vehicles for, I've also called this all now Fleetwood machines, right? So this is the Fleetwood machines production in general. And then we got the first one here with the coal. Unable to find a path. What the hell is this? Like, oh, this one's cut off for some strange reasons. This one's been cut off. I'm also now, based on some feedback you guys gave me, and of course it makes sense, I'm not connecting these depots usually anymore directly to the main station, because it actually causes a traffic jam on the highway, right, on the real highway. So you want to have them a bit further away, like here, right? This also works out, and they're just going right into it, taking their stuff and then getting out again, right? This makes the traffic a bit more fluent. We could also have a one-way out and a one-way in going, but I think since we have high capacity trucks now, this should be actually fine too. And now we can push them into the coal one that we have. And then I'm gonna go ahead with the same amount for the copper that we have. So the Fleetwood machines copper. And then we have, I don't know, let's go ahead with 5 of them for now with the Fleetwood machines planks delivery and the steel delivery then, right? That we have. So that we have all of this going into that one then. With that out of the way, we can then actually start supplying the customers that we have. Like Aberdeen is the first one that comes to mind. And in this case here, we would probably be well off with a, not a truck station actually, but with a drop-off point, right? Because there's not going to be that much traffic going in and out of this. And I've actually renamed the city South Shields. That's just bad for my tongue. We're going to go ahead with Aberdeen. That's the closest that comes to my mind when I look at the shape of the city here, close to this, we could say ocean, right? And it just came to mind here. Yeah, that's the machines. By the way, this is a goods customer here to a potential one. I like the idea of that. Where should we have it? Probably in a bit of a side street here. We could also have it down here by the docks, right, where there's already a bit of noise, you might say. So let's have this one a bit closer down here. And this is then my first customer. So there's the planks coming in. So this will already be quite a bit of traffic now that I think about it. I'm gonna make this one a bit, having the drop-offs here and then the goods going away here, right? And this is now the Fleetwood machines to Aberdeen. Now that I think about it, I've never had a fully functional or a truck system like this before, right? There was always a train at least, but since we have the customers so close and there's no real combination here, I think we're just gonna go ahead with this setup here. I think this is something I like. And it's basically just trucks. Let's take one for now that gets the Fleetwood machines then to Aberdeen, right? There it is. And this works out now, hopefully. Everything is starting to ramp up. And Aberdeen gets its machines then out of this. There's the bees. Once again, the invasion starts. Upgraded roads right away. And yeah, top speed also right away. Can't wait for this. And we're gonna make a train then for sure to get the machines over here to Wivenhoe and to Nantwich, because both of them will also need it. Now that I think about it, it would also make sense to have this exchange here, the transfer, where the machine parts are coming in and the goods are going out, because we also have machine customers here. Carton, for example, will need machines. Amble needs machines. We already have passenger lines here going, so you know it makes sense too. I just love, by the way, how these mines look. It's like a amusement park. And by the way, since I've also seen some comments, yes, of course, there's lots of public or private transportation going. So once we upgraded the main road, look at that. There's cars appearing now of private citizens going from Aberdeen to Fleetwood here, from the residential to the commercial building. So they're actually commuting on these cars here now, right? And they're using that between the two cities. As long as we don't have public transportation connecting them, we just get now the private transportation here ramping up because of that. It's always worth it to revisit all the lines. I totally forgot about my good old, you know, stone line. And look at that. Those poor souls in 1952. They still have to wear a hat, especially. And they also have no cabin. This is devastating to me. Let's actually replace them. And in this case, they need to be replaced anyway because they can't keep up with demand by a long shot. And this leads to 8 million investment. That finally gives them a cabin and removes the hat. Also, they can go way faster now and coincidentally also carry more, which is important for this one. And by the way, that also counts for this good old road that we still have here. Upgrading this to a 4-lane. I mean, we don't have to upgrade everything to 4 lanes, right? It's not necessary everywhere, but for this section here, it makes sense because there's actually 2 lines going this way. So for me, it makes sense to have this one here upgraded to a 4-lane road all the way, right? All the way to here probably, perhaps even to here. If we get rid of this depot there, we should be able to upgrade even further. There you go. This one's going then up and this one's going down to that area here, right? So there's just a lot of traffic here going back and forth. So this makes then a lot of sense. And finally, This one has been modernized too, which is important because this construction material plant here is still working only on level 1. So it's only upgraded once in its lifetime. And oh, not even that. It's still the baseline there, by the way. We need to really ramp this one up, right? And that's where the stone is coming in now for our transportation. And for ultimately also then providing more materials to my cities. By the way, also something really strange is going on here, because for Haywood Airport there are 270 people waiting. It's this small train here that's get completely busted with that. There's way too many people. They even want to sit on the roof of it. And why is that the case, I wonder? Because they certainly don't want to fly with the plane, right? Or do they? Can't be that they all want to go for the airline. I mean, I love airlines myself, but I'm not just doing it for fun. What's going on here? For Leeds, there are 200 people waiting and 200 people for work waiting. Haywood has then, that's within the city. But for Carleton, there's only 20 and for Amble only 10, right? So these are the cities that you connect with the plane here. So this doesn't make sense. It seems like they're going for this one and then they're taking the Leeds airport line to get to Leeds rather than taking the direct transportation. Why is that? Perhaps because the direct transportation is working on a very old, outdated model at this point, right? So perhaps they want to go with the electrification rather than with these good old cars here that smell a bit bad as well. So we might need to do something here to address the issue. First of all, electrification. That counts for basically all my tracks. And not only that, but we're also moving this one into a high-speed track system now, because why not, right? There is no downside of doing this other than a bit of money and of course a lot of clicks. I also love the high-speed tracks. They just look so much cleaner. With that out of the way, let's actually replace these very old models here. I mean, come on, right? We're still in the 1900 with that. Let's move it to the top. We can actually go now with some electrification here. It is not exactly cheaper. It's not faster. It's not more powerful right now. So, you know, we could still go with the Class A4 for this one. And I think I'm just going to go ahead with it. The more important thing will be the upgraded passenger wagon that we have, the BC4. It's still old actually, right? It's already 17 years old. But it has a higher capacity. And that's important, a higher base speed, right? So like the Donnerbüchse, that's a cool name. And the six-wheeler, right? So it's faster as well. We still need to have a better one for sure though. 30 million it cost me to upgrade both of them. And capacity, the rate is rather low on this route, but that's of course because demand is not there. We create demand by getting us a better train going. I don't want to have too many because this will lead to higher maintenance cost, but let's go with 140, right? And replace both of them with that. Now this has been modernized. People will be in awe of what's happening there, and perhaps they would like to take this one now in the future. And quickly rectify the mistake here that I did. And yeah, that is once again something that goes with the carts. So the one that we used usually for my stone route here didn't take construction materials. This led to this one here actually not downgrading to 100. So now it goes up again. Huge mistake. Glad I found it out before I had to read it in the comments. There's actually a truck that carries both of these goods, the stone and the construction material. They take less per vehicle, like two less, but that's okay. And of course, what I'm also doing, but not always showing, is that I'm diligently upgrading more roads and more routes and also vehicles, especially the older ones that we had, to further scale up these industries that we have. Okay, onwards to the big problem, and that is, of course, now upgrading those airports. Now, unfortunately, I would love to have it, right, to have an upgrade button for this, but it's not gonna work out. So there's a vehicle on the way. Let's just check it out. I don't see any vehicle here. Perhaps there's one landing right now. There it is. This will all be very hurtful for us, right? So unfortunately, there is no way around that. And that's because there's no upgrade feature. I would love, once again, to have this one for Transport Fever 3. So once again, I say this. And there it is, cut into the lake, which is totally fine for me, because this is also something that happens in real life, that we take away a bit of the water here to create a bit of an extra runway space. That is just unavoidable. The other solution would be to move all of this one step to the left, right? But that is just so much logistical work here, especially since we will not be able to take away with us these truck stations there, right? So I would need to recreate all of these lines here. I'm not gonna do this, honestly, just for the upgrade and just for aesthetics. This is looking fine to me. And on the other side of the map, we have it a bit easier because here we have a lot of space, right? So we can get rid of this one right away. And then I'm just gonna rebuild this cargo one somewhere here. Yes. That's it, right? And the routes should adjust themselves automatically. There it is. And these are now the modern airports, and we're not gonna take them away anymore, right? So these have their final positions now. Last I know is we cannot add another runway. There is a mod for this. I might actually reinstall this mod as well. And what we can do now here with this cargo line is finally something that I wanted to do, and that is upgrading this route to the Lockheed Super Constellation now with the upgraded speed, the upgraded capacity. And this was the first version of the Super Constellation, and it was equipped with a large cargo door and heavy duty floor. 22 million to upgrade all of them. There it is, job done. And these are the ones, those beauties. And they can carry now a lot more, which is necessary because my industries were already struggling to scale up because there was not enough delivery. Look at how big these birds are, in the sky especially. That looks really epic as it's coming along. Over there. You stopped way too late for this. The pilot just thought to himself, there's no collision control in this game, so let's just go ahead and drive a bit further. Why not? Beautiful ones, and probably one of the last ones that we're using with the propeller, right? So the next planes probably have jets then already. Already full again. I'm really surprised. By the way, it's also just great to look at these details, right? The doors are opening, cargo is coming in. It would be lovely that if there's even a crew, you know, like fueling them up and stuff. Doors closing, and it continues its journey. Yeah, and because of this upgrade, that cargo airline here is just absolutely bonkers now. So it was 2 million before, and it's almost doubling now already within the first minute. So that's going to be one heck of a profitable cargo air transportation route. Now this brings me to that food processing plant here. We are always talking about scaling up those industries. Unfortunately, there is one thing that I still don't quite understand, and that is the shipment parameter here for for this industry here. The problem is right now that, you know, everything is working now. We get the grain in, so this is now in production, right? It's producing more than it needs, and it can upgrade with the production. Transportation is also fine, so getting the final product to the customer is working non-stop. That's fine, but there's not enough customers, it seems, and that's a bit strange to me, because we do have two big cities and we cannot even supply the whole of Haywood with the production right now. So theoretically, we should have the customers big enough to upgrade this one, right? Because we don't even meet half demand here right now for Haywood with the production that we have. So we cannot even do anything here, right? It's just not enough to push it with the consumers. We need a third consumer, actually, a third city for this to scale up. And that means we need to find a new customer. We could transport, or we could use even our cargo transportation here, the air route, right? We could get the food to the airport and then to the world. That would be possible. Or we just use wells over here that we haven't used it. The cool thing is wells also need construction material that we already have over there. So Wells is a city that we can very well grow. You know, you get it? Very well grow. Anyway, let's get the drop-off point going for this. The thing is, though, once again, as always with those things, we need to first upgrade the roads. And I'm also gonna give Wells already a main road, even though, you know, the city is so tiny that we actually delete half of it by upgrading the road. But it's okay. Once again, long-term wise, the city will profit for that and be thankful, hopefully, for this monstrosity that we're doing here right now. Dropping this always almost down to 100 there on the population. Then Wells has this already existing route that we can just also upgrade. And once again, this is ridiculously big, right? This is just way too much. But I don't want to do this again in 20 years from now, so I rather do it now and be done with it, right? So now we got the highway road system that goes here. That goes then through my existing system that we have over here, going then over there. And it's actually going through the city right now, which of course is not ideal, so it probably would make more sense to take this route, but I'm not expecting a lot of traffic coming out of this for now, so I'm just gonna go ahead with it. And we're gonna use this drop off here again. I'm just gonna add another platform, right? So we can add different or more cargo platforms to this. Also make this one a bit larger here to the north, right? That looks like that. And with that, we can accommodate more trucks. And don't forget, you know, the number of vehicles is not going up now magically anymore, because we can squeeze in more and more capacity into these trucks and also increase their speed. So this makes it a lot easier for me to maintain these routes. And I'm just going to have then a drop-off point here for the food. And this is where it's basically going now, right? Oh, look at that. City's changing again. Buildings appear. Especially those food ones here. And that's what we want to do. And this is now the leads. I think we call it foods. Yep. And this is, oops. Leads food to Wells. Right. And we're just going to add then a bunch of these trucks. It's probably those ones here. Yes. Let's say 3. You know, this is already quite a lot, I think. Should be fine though. Alright, with that we get the new customer. And I'm expecting this one to go up. And look at that, it's now going up. Let's just see how high it goes up. And hopefully we can upgrade this industry with it. While this is happening, let's also once again check out my transportation, my train transportation between Leeds and Haywood. So what I've noticed is that the profit has gone up now, right? So Leeds, we are almost profitable now with this. So it was a good, nice first step to increase capacity and speed. However, we also have a problem that we still are not able to fully transport enough people to the stations. So we got this one. We got 100 people waiting here, going for Queen Street, right? Which is my airport, my train station, tram station. So let's check it out. We don't have a new vehicle, so I'm just gonna go ahead and copy me another tram in. By the way, this is already a new version that we just implemented now, carrying 26 people per cart. So this is also a nice capacity increase, and they just look fantastic, I think, as we're now transporting these. Way better than buses for sure. For buses, we have the 11 capacity per bus, and we still don't have an upgrade here, right? So there's no real development happening, whereas trams are just getting constantly new updates. And while we watch all of this, I'm also glad that you can participate in the big event of this Let's Play on very hard mode settings. And that is now us pushing towards billionaire status. It's close. It's getting there. We're making huge earnings right now. And there it is. 1 billion on the bank account. There is even room for more, I'd say. But of course, it doesn't mean that we're absolutely safe. I mean, of course, the game gets a bit easier now. But since everything is getting so expensive, the risk of just dropping tremendously with bad routes is also still there. But of course, let's not kid, we basically want the very hard settings here and just continue onwards with the fun. I also especially love my food distribution center here. There's a lot of stuff going on, lots of trucks coming in and out, and lots of food being produced. And just to stick with positive news right now, also this passenger boat transportation that we created here between Hastings and Haywood is also very profitable and always full. So a lot of people like those ships and like to use them. They're even using the proper outfits while doing so. Alright, and just with the cargo, I'm also gonna now upgrade my air transportation to accommodate then also the larger planes that we're gonna need here. Demand is certainly there, so there's way too many people waiting, right? So this is of course also kind of like throttling the demand that for this transportation is there if people have to wait too long at these stations. So after this one took off, we will just upgrade that one too with, yeah, also cutting into the water here. And the same applies also for the airport in Birdwood. And with that, we should be able to now... I don't think we have a bigger one though. Ah, yeah, we have the same thing, the Lockheed Super Constellation, carrying now twice as much almost, right? Also with a way higher speed than before. And we can now replace this one. It's the same one, just really for passenger transportation. Let's just go ahead with 3, because I'm fully expecting here to have then that many passengers. Finally, also our transportation system between the cities Haywood and Leeds is very profitable. That's of course also because the passenger count has gone up significantly. The airline transportation here has gone down significantly, so people now prefer our passenger transportation to Leeds rather than taking a detour to the airport, right? So this is now finally working as intended. And it should also increase, yeah, very good. The station quality now in Leeds has finalized and we're at 900 people with that. Closing in on the 4 digits with our first cities. Oh my god, I'm so happy. Also, the food processing plant is about to level up at this very moment. Thanks to having now big enough customers, it seems. This is just so important because with that we can provide then also more food to the cities then here that still want to grow, of course. Yeah, that pushes now, right? And that also leads to more food being produced. Now regarding those 2 cities, Brightlingsea and Wells, Wells is already growing now and Wells could be even bigger because we now have also our construction material plant over here that is at the moment leveling up. That means there's gonna be a bunch of more stuff coming out here soon and we can use that bunch. And let's just see how we can do this. There's Hastings in between. Hastings is to me rather okay for now. It has 2 materials that we cannot really get here quickly, right? So we got the goods over there, but the goods is pretty much overwhelmed right now. So we need to wait for the goods to level up. And the machine parts we can actually get in here a bit later. So for now, let's actually focus on this one here. And we do have our main road here coming out. So I'm gonna upgrade this one here because I can. And then we're gonna make this one here actually that I'm making a bit longer, right? And we make this road here around Hastings because I don't want to have this main traffic going into Hastings. That would be very bad for the city and it would definitely lead to a negative growth. That is something I don't want. So we are carefully trying. I mean, I could also make it underground. It's not like we cannot afford it. Yeah, let's have it up here for now, right? And I'm just gonna push it then over here. We need to get rid of this road there, and then I'm pushing it here. It's not the most beautiful thing, right? It's a going around Hastings here that is not looking good for the landscaping that we have. And then this one's also a bit tricky. We're going to make this one here going here. Definitely a bridge. I can see no other way of doing this. And this bridge goes over. There is no ship traffic here, so I really don't care. And then we're gonna make it into this tiny part. Where are we? We're here. That's great. So this looks okay.
right? And then we just make it straight here to Wells, and here we will make the connection. Just perfect, right? With that, we got a nice connection. Wells will definitely also profit from this. I'm expecting private traffic now to go up now that we have a good connection there with Hastings. 2 connections indeed, and this one goes in, right? So now we just need to have our drop-off point. It's coming in here. The materials are right here. This is great. So the trucks can actually just barely enter the city and leave again. And this also means that here, gonna create me a new depot for sure. I don't want to have this one mixed with the stone construction depot. This would be very bad. And that was of course to be expected. We're just gonna have it here. Like this dirt road is completely unused, right? And I think we can actually live with that, right? Oh, Wells also needs goods now. That's, of all the goods really that there could be, it's goods. It's a complicated production, and it's very, very hard to actually really scale up because there's so many moving parts in a goods production. That's just a crazy thing. And we say Hastings construction to Wells. Right, so that's my general line here. And we do have our road depot. Let's just check it out. Construction is going to be all cargo. We could also make this one. Let's make this one. And just get us 3 going for now, because while of course there will be quite a bit, especially since your shipment goes up now, as you can see, there's still not enough stone coming in to really get this going. So despite having the latest trucks already, oh, look at that. Okay, this quarry here is not working at maximum capacity yet. I'm surprised. It is waiting for the construction plant to level up, which should be happening now, as we can see, right? Yeah, it's definitely going to happen now. So this one will level up, and then the quarry will level up, and then we'll need once again more trucks on this. So Wells was really dormant for 100 years, right? And now it's exploding. Now it's going to get some goods. And on top of that, we now provide a train line. And this is going to be an interesting train line. I show you why. For now, let's just have us a main station for Brightling Sea. Brightling Sea is, you know, ridiculously useless to us right now. Still gonna make me a, let's make a large street. No, a large city street. Large city street. Let's cut through here. And up here. I know, it's not good for the city itself. Alright, but it's necessary for the general growth that we're gonna need here. And then I'm gonna need a medium street that I'm gonna push like, probably like this. Yeah, I think we're gonna make here a curvature or something like that, because along this one I could make a train station like so. That should work out. Alright. The thing is, there is a bit of a hill here. It's not that easy to see, but it's hilly, right? So this will be a bit tricky. And then getting out of this area here with the train, that's gonna be the real challenge here. So there is my central station. As you can see, the city is already growing right next to it, right? So it's all full of buildings here already. So I'm gonna delete this here now. These people actually build in an area where you shouldn't build, where my trains are coming in and out, right? And this is now the station here, the platform 4. Let's use platform 1 for this. Platform 1 is still available, right? Platform 2 is being used for the airport. 3 is the intercity connection. This is a pass-through platform. So platform 1 we can safely use to get out of here. And, oh, 300 tops. And we will need to go underground with this, because it's so complicated that this is the only path that I see can make sense for this. And I just hope that we can get out of here. I think we cannot do this. It doesn't go steep enough, quickly enough. I wanted to originally combine this so that also my oil train, but this is not gonna work out. It's too close. So we have 2 options now. Either we make another crossing here and make the road a bridge, or we move the main road a bit further away, or in fact a bit closer. There you go. Actually, we make an underground tunnel here that goes then up here to the other side out again. So with this, we have plenty of space here for the city to continue to grow. There's the city street. And also what we have here is the bridge was just not possible, right? So no matter what, it's too close to the tracks from here. Also, I've cleaned this area up, of course, because that just looks better now. And of course, the moment we unpause, I'm expecting then the city to rebuild these plots here again, where things just kind of like were destroyed, right? So there will be more buildings now popping up and even more streets for sure. Now the tracks itself, they're stopping right now here because we managed to get them underground. It's a simple track for now. It's probably gonna be also once again a two-way street, right? It's gonna be high speed, so we're kind of planning this one, right? So I'm trying it, and as you can see, we can now make a tunnel all the way with top speed below all of that messy area here, right? So this is industry zone and then the airport, and then we're coming out here somewhere, and we can definitely make it less curvature somewhere here, right? Just gotta make sure that we keep this one a bit leveled, like so, so that it doesn't go too steep here for any kind of drains. And yeah, then it's basically just the connection here with that line. Right, and as we can see, we're entering then with 200 kilometers an hour almost into Breitling Sea. So this is working out for me as we're coming out there again. Keeping the slope as low as possible, and this one brings it on. And then we just go towards Wells. Now Wells theoretically could be a terminus station. We could also make a connection then to Hastings. So I would like to keep this option available. So we need to keep this in mind when we place our train station here. And yeah, once again, we will probably need to do something with Hastings here. So I can see that we got this street here that we could just develop over there, right? And this opens up a bit of space here that I can use for a trainer. So look at that. The city continues then with a grid layout for me. I'm actually thinking right now of deleting this one. Yeah, this looks better, because this way we can actually have our station somewhere here, right, where it makes sense to me. And in that case, there you go. Right, and now we could actually enter here with a tunnel. I think this, yeah, when we look at the elevation, holy cow, this is not going to be easy towards Breitling Sea. And towards this direction though, it's then pretty much open there, right? So it's flat for later on. And now just onwards again to my track system. Let's just see how we can make this work. As expected, we're going probably like this right away. Now that looks ideal. That's another 5 million we need to pay. And it automatically enters then here a tunnel, right? Goes then through all of this mountain, coming out here in the forest. And then we just have a longer bridge that goes then right into the city itself. This way we can keep it flat, and we have the potential here of making a truly high-speed train once we need it, of course, right? And also we have enough space for a parallel track system then as well. Very nice. With that, I think we are golden to create our next train line, and that is now Haywood, going towards Breitling Sea, Wells, and back again. And for now, this is working out fine. And since this is going to be a high capacity train, I'm not expecting really to Haywood to Wells. I'm not expecting a second train on this anytime soon, honestly. So we'll just see. Platform 1 he's choosing right now, so I have the option of both platforms, and that seems to be about right as well. The only other thing we need now is the train depot. This one here certainly won't do anymore. I could have a train depot here situated by my lumberjack, my lumber camp, so it doesn't really stick out that much, right? And then we just make the tracks going in here. It's just for this train, honestly. I'm gonna delete this again afterwards, I think. I mean, we can also keep it like that because it doesn't really look out or anything like that. And let's just see what we have. I'm probably gonna go with class A4. We could also go, not a crocodile's too slow. This needs to be a very good speed, so let's go class A4, and then we're gonna use a bunch of these. 120, that's already good. The maintenance cost will kill it anyway for the beginning. And then we're basically putting it out here. Haywood to Wells. There you go. Next train coming out. Loving that. The only thing that we now need is, of course, in Brightling Sea and in Wells, a public transportation towards the station. And since Wells is growing so quickly, I could also be thinking about a tram here, honestly. I think this would make more sense to have a tram line going through the city. Yeah, why not? There it's also coming out now for our next line. And Brightling Sea just got a simple bus line that is connecting the station with the rest of the city. Oh, there's even 11 people on board already as the train makes its way back to Haywood. All of this leads to Haywood to grow even more, so we got 80% now on the public transportation sector and 50% on the private sector. What I can still see is we get a bit of room to play around here. We need way more fuel and way more food that we deliver to that city to also let it grow further. With Leeds, it's the same thing basically. Construction goods would be something. I want to push the first 1000 pop cities, and for that we need to just simply provide more goods overall. So far so good. Also our Haywood central station is growing with more and more lines being attached to it. This is gonna be fun watching all those trains go choo-choo all around, and we continue onwards then in the next episode of Transport Fever with the 60s and probably the first jet engines. Stay tuned. Oh boy, that train has seen better days for sure. Hello everyone and welcome back once again. How very good of you to join and stick around to this series here. Haywood Fuel 2 it is, and it's been operational for quite some time now, and I would finally like to do something about this. This route that we have here is interesting because we go with capacity over speed on this route, right? It's not a long distance, it's not a fast distance, but it just needs to carry tremendous amount of goods. There is 400 refined oil waiting right now for the next haul, and this fuel refinery here has leveled up to the next one, and we're pretty far, by the way, here with this one already, and it's processing fuel like crazy at this point. Now that means that we need more wagons on this one. However, this locomotive is really coming to its limit, so we do have something new for this. Before we go into that, I would like to upgrade my tracks here. Not necessarily the high-speed tracks that make sense here for me, but rather the catenary, right? That we have this one here electrified as well, because I got a new locomotive that I would like to use on this right away, and we're just gonna use it then as well. By the way, this track here is not part of the station, so I was able to upgrade it, funnily enough. And then, of course, also this. Why is this one not? Oh, this wasn't high speed. It was already electrified, of course, because we got the rotor file on it. And that one just made its job. And look at that here, for example, this one's not electrified yet. Also, definitely what we need to do on this platform here is we need to make it longer, right? So we got some very long trains at this point, and it's just hurting business if the platforms are not long enough. It's nasty here because first of all, we do have 2 tracks here. Second of all, I would really want to make this longer, right? So getting rid of this causes a whole bunch of mayhap messages. And let's just check it out. I'm gonna configure this one now to get me the next platform going here.
I mean, look at the size of this one. This will probably not be enough, so... Nah, this is enough. If it's longer than that, we are just gonna live with the penalty, honestly. Right? And then we just need to go in here and delete the middle track. Gotta be very careful here. There have been numerous times where I accidentally deleted some other bigger system in here. Like the main building or some platform, and then it disrupts the whole thing. Nasty stuff. Alright, that's been done. This will be interesting. Let's just check it out if we can actually make this do without too much penalty. 66 is too... It's not enough. Yeah. Yeah. So these are the things that... They can hurt. Now we're looking at 120 again. This looks much better as we enter the station. And then the pass through here goes here again, right? So this one's also looking fine for our airport transporter. And yeah, it also looks clean enough to me again. Phew! Actually, that wasn't so bad. This was on my list for quite some time. And yeah, with that, we have it much longer here now. On the other side, it's this platform here that's causing me still a bit of trouble. For this, I'm gonna wait for the train to go away. And the city has really nicely grown over those tracks here. Look at that. They're already building something. They reckon this is a nice spot to build a house, and... yeah, it's growing over there. That's what happens when time passes. Let's just check this out. So the train is leaving now. Look at that. It even has mixed cards. I'm just super confused now. Why after the update do we have now two stations here? So this one here is the old one, Haywood Oil. And this one moved to Haywood now. That's a different station, right? So also all the oil disappeared and the platforms have different looks. Though it's the same cargo platform. So I would love to see the comments about this one because I'm really not sure what happened here. This didn't happen on the other side, right? The other side looks... it also has different colors, alright. So it's the modernized version then. Right, so this one's now fully electrified though. So what we can do now is we can look at our juicy train here. And finally replace it. And I'm just gonna go with the replace one. And let's go ahead and, you know, we were using this poor soul here now, right? So that's way not enough anymore. Going already with the class Flying Scotsman would be fine. We also have the crocodile now. And I like the crocodile, kind of. It is not as fast, you know, but it is very powerful, so you can transport a lot of stuff on it. We even have something new that is even more powerful than a crocodile and also maintains higher speeds. And then we got the BRE, that's the latest version. However, this one's super expensive on the maintenance. I think we could still go ahead with it though. Let's go with the German crocodile, as it's called, and that's this one here. It's looking pretty cool, and I'm in this case here, I'm really not entirely sure what is the best locomotive for this. As I said, speed is not the most important thing, as you will never reach max speed here anyway. It's all about the traction power, and this one here is just really powerful with that. So it can speed up quickly, and it can also carry a lot of stuff. And then we have our cards here. Right now we are sitting at 340, so I would like to get this up to 400. Look at that, even with 400 we're in good conditions with this, right? So even that is absolutely fine. 27 million, why not? And there it is, transporting stuff now back and forth on a high-speed track. Looks pretty cool, I think, right? So that is now an upgrade, and of course also much cleaner than before. And look at that, it never really reaches the maximum speed anyway, right? Because when it accelerates, it already has to slow down again. So it's all about the traction power here, and this seems to be quite good. And also, once again, we have a bit of a revolution here with the aircraft. So we are going to replace all our Lockheed Super Constellations with 18 capacity to the Canadair CL44 with 27 capacity, also with 644 top speed, which is just incredible for the engine type that it uses, I think. So that is something. It, however, also costs me twice as much on maintenance. 52 million, this one costs me, as you can see. So that's also, yeah, things are getting more expensive. So while you have more money, you also need to spend more money. And look at those beauties with retractable gear. and a very high top speed. Also, they can carry more. And I'm just going to replace them one by one because, yeah, there's a lot of cargo that we want to transport. Just gonna need to point out that every time I want to showcase a vehicle, the game autosaves, even though I have got the longest interval for autosaves already. This is just very noticeable. Beautiful. You can even see the shadow down there. Look at that. As it now moves to the other side of the map again with very high speeds. Now, there is something else, and that is the chat age is upon us, and we are going to use it. However, we don't have a lot of people there, right? So the planes itself, they're full, so this one just took everything it had, but we're not gonna need 3 planes on this one here, right? So I'm gonna sell one right away, and we're gonna use the other 2 now to replace it with the very first jet engine, and that is the Comet, of course. And originally developed as a 4A for capital airlines, the 4B had a higher capacity, that is 21 now. The previous one had 19, but the top speed is what it's interesting, right? So we got 480 with the old one, and the jet now can go 700. That's the first jet engine there at all. 1960. Wasn't particularly safe, that vehicle. We're still gonna use it, just for the fun of it, and also to listen to the sounds of the jets. Because that is beautiful, I think. And with that, the age of jets is upon us, with a beautiful speed there as well. 2 aircrafts should be fine on this route. We will definitely need to scale up though airlines now. Also, we got the first 4 digits city. It is Leeds that won the race, and it's the first city with 1,000 pops. You can say that this probably is that 100,000, or it doesn't look like a million, but 100,000, right? And with that, yeah, we continue the growth of these cities. By the way, do we need better public transportation or so? Looks fine to me right now. Do we have any new needs? Tools is the 5th need that the city has now because of that. And there it is also, since the city grew, we have now also a bigger customer. And with that, my fuel refinery is leveling up to almost the last level now. Crazy stuff. And for those wondering, yes, this is a mod that gives you more levels of industry available if you wish so, right? To build even bigger hubs out of that. Haywood followed suit, and also 1,000 pops now in here. Now, we can notice one thing, and that is that we just cannot meet demand. As these cities grow, their demand just goes crazy. And I can't do that. I can't keep up with that with just one fuel refiner, even though we have the capacity to produce a lot, right? The game dictates me to have several customers in order to scale this industry up. It doesn't matter if I have a big city, right? A big city doesn't matter, basically. It's the amount of customers that matter, and not the size of the cities, unfortunately, at least in my experience. So if I want to provide more fuel and food, I need to tap a second industry that provides it then to the city. The same applies for Leeds, that also has only 50% of the food supplied, even though living right next to a pretty big factory. Before we start a new route, let's just also have one more modernization, and that is the buses that we have. So we're in the 60s, and some of these bus lines are actually pretty profitable, right? So 30,000 for this one, it's always full. And we can now go ahead and, instead of pushing more buses onto this route, I can go with the Mercedes-Benz 6,600, and this one here has not twice as much, but quite a lot more capacity, and also a way higher top speed than we had before, like twice as fast. However, it also costs more in maintenance, but that should be fine. And let's have a look at them. These beauties are already quite longer than the ones that we've used before. Gonna be interesting if this route is still profitable after all of this. But this one here makes especially sense because it is the connection from my docks to Orkney Center. So speed actually also matters a bit here, right?
It's a bit of a distance. And yeah, on our way to look for new routes, I also just noticed this here. This is crazy. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 grain farms and not a single food processing building somewhere here. Why has no one seen the opportunity? Now this brings me back to Orkney, because here we have a lot of potential of stuff to grow. First of all, Orkney has a food processing plant that is already operational, and I don't know, this one is new, right? There's a new grain farm over there, and we can connect this one just nicely here then as well to provide even more and also add new customers. And who is that customer? Well, of course, it's Haywood on the other side of the map. Coincidentally, we would have then something like a goods demand here coming up in Orkney. Well, scrap that. There is really nothing I can transport back here into this region that we're producing. The fuel in Haywood is already maximized. I can't get more fuel over. There is no other demand here except food, goods. Goods we have actually over here. So once again, there is no combination here really possible. And also there is no combination here possible, because look at that. We make the machine parts. We could get the machine parts with a train over and get the food on its way back here again, where we have Fleetwood as a customer. The problem with this whole layout is it would not be profitable with a train, because the game covers the distance or calculates the distance regardless of terrain, so that we have the water in between. I need to get my train all around here, which is slowing it down inevitably and then reducing profit. So this is also not working out, right? This food processing plant here is in a very bad position, in fact, because it's surrounded by so much water. Of course, the ships make up for a bit of the portion there. Still, I would like to continue growing my cities here, and Orkney needs machine parts. And we do have now this machine's factory here, fully operational, and it's just waiting for a new customer, basically. So, of course, we will do this. We already have a nice infrastructure here with the highways. It's this highway system that I'm actually more interested in, because I don't want to go through Aberdeen there with my trucks, right? So I'm just gonna create me a smaller 4-lane that we can have, and this one basically now goes all the way then down into this area here. So we are basically cutting it, right? And by the way, we don't need this road here. So it's really, for me, it is really hard right now to find a proper new route, because we need to always combine things, right, on this difficulty. Otherwise, it's just not going to be profitable. And I just can't have a combination here with the planes going, unfortunately. And then we just have here the road going down, right? So the trucks go this way rather than through the city of Aberdeen. And with that, we just need to upgrade this bunch here to the better system. Going then all the way over here. We haven't even done that yet. I'm very surprised. Into this area here where we have then also our food. Now, this truck system we could theoretically still combine, right, to get some food back again. Yes, this is possible because we got the Orkney hold where food is being delivered to, right, from the food processing plant. So we can deliver the machine parts to this depot here, and this line here will take extra food over here that we can then transport further, because it's not fully utilized yet with the food, right? There's just not enough food being produced right now. So this should actually make it up for. Let's just check it up where we have then the maximum. Look at that. We're already in the machines district here with this truck station. Not so much in the food district. All right. Doesn't matter to me though. If we can kind of like combine this one to get even more food out. But of course, it also leads to a very central depot then somewhere here. And this way works, this way works. This is just a bit too far away now. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna actually break it up, right? Because we got the grain farm here and the combination here doesn't work anyway. So I'm actually gonna create new routes now out of that instead of having a combined one. And I'm just gonna use my medium. Okay, this is the new layout and it's also fully functional already. So we're producing the grain now here in an extra route, right? That just gets it down there to that. So this is, yeah, easy peasy. Then we get the food now from Orkney Food Line with a new updated road system that gets into the city. Orkney also received now its main road. Look at that, there's an autosave again. Just at the moment where I wanted to showcase that. Autosave always pauses the game. In that case here, yeah, this looks a bit
crazy right now because I just demolished a lot of buildings because of the road upgrade that we have now through Orkney. And then we have here this road depot, and this road depot combines the food district and the machine parts district, and it also is close to a potential new harbor area for Orkney that we have that goes into other cities on this upper lake here that we haven't even touched yet, right? So we have then the lower lake and we have the upper lake here. And this one we can also now touch with a dock that also has a depot then already combined to it. So I think this is the safest approach here. On top of that, what we can do now is we can now use this new line that we have, right, from here to here. That takes now the machines. And we're going to call this Fleetwood Machines Orkney. And then I can now create a new route, and we'll just see if that is actually working out, but that would be interesting. So this is the biggest combination of trucks I've had so far, I think. And we're then just going to have a drop-off point here for Fleetwood to get the food in, right? So this is now from over here then to here. And we just call this Fleetwood Food 1. I don't know. There might be some other line for this or so. Right, and now we just need to get the trucks on this way, and we need to make sure that it's one that can take all cargo, right? So that's food and the machine parts. So it's this one here. And let's get this one going. Fleetwood Machines to Orkney. And then we get the same thing now for Fleetwood. Oh, that's too many. Definitely don't need so many. 2 should be fine for now. Fleetwood Food 1, and this we just sell again, right? Now with that, it all kicks in now. That means we are getting now a new customer. So this one here grows already. Nice, because we want to scale this up, of course, for the machines. And they're transporting the machines now over, and then there should be some food waiting. So that truck will actually go both ways with cargo. That is the idea here. And also, this food processing plant should also ramp up its shipment because we got now a new customer, and that is then Fleetwood down here, right? So it's not being recognized yet, but it's gonna be soon. So yeah, we'll just see if that works out as intended. At the very least, we need to find a new customer, a new producer. That farm is the producer actually. It's not even scaled up properly yet, right? So it's still waiting for the food processing plant to level up before it produces more. This one's already leveled up, all right? But we need more customers. And yes, of course, I would love to make a cargo airport here now and sell that food to Haywood, but unfortunately I still don't have a good that comes back, so this would be a very bad airline. That was quick, already leveling up. A new route that I would definitely like to do, and that is a combination of several things now, is a train road between Orkney and Aberdeen. Both of these cities are growing now nicely. Both of them have the potential to become pretty big because all of these goods they want, we're already producing on a bigger scale. For Orkney, it's actually a bit interesting because there's a lot of cities in different shapes around it. So we're starting with Orkney here, and as always, we will need to, once again, change that city a bit. So we're going down here. There's still this station that we definitely will need. This one goes away because I need some space here. And you know what? Let's actually cut a bit deeper into that so that we have the ability to build me a nice bigger station. I think this should be fine here now by the look of it. Yeah, so look at that. We still don't have a modern station, unfortunately, so I'm still going with the older system. We're making it as long as possible, high speed, catenary. And to accommodate for a large building, we need to go with 7 tracks. Unfortunately, there's also no way to toggle this one. I would love it. Also, in this case here, this is going to be a large road, of course, as it's going to be attached. And there's the main road. And the main road continues then all the way up here towards my train station, right? Because we will need to have a good transportation there going. Terrain-wise, this looks really good, I think. Right? And with that, Orkney gets its own main station now finally. Will be a bit tricky getting out of here. And then we have Aberdeen. Now look at that. Once again, this will not be super profitable. It's all about the connection between the 2 cities there. And also then Fleetwood down the road, which should receive at some point food, right? I mean, we will just need its own food production somewhere here eventually. There's just no way around that. And Hamilton is also then something where we can make a nice connection to, right? So all of this can work out if we're doing it correctly. And then we got Aberdeen here. Once again, we got the right shape. got a good shape right now for adding a big station at the moment. So that's the main station here that goes then once again through the whole inner city. And I can see that this is probably then the main road of Aberdeen in the future. So it's gonna go in here, right towards the docks area, and then it goes up here through the center of that city, right? And with that, here we have a very good location once again for a train station. Then I'm gonna go ahead with like so. The crazy person in me would like go this way. It's actually not expensive, right? It's a direct connection now, and look at that. It is a huge bridge, but of course that is just absolutely unacceptable. The way this looks, the way the landscaping looks. In Transport Fever 3, by the way, landscaping will play a role, how the population will affect the happiness of the population. So if you do some crazy, stupid things with your environment, then the population will not be happy. We could also try, and this is potentially very crazy, a tunnel that goes into the lake, but we're not far away enough for this, so this is also not going to work out. Now, before we build the tracks between them, I want to have something else in between, and of course that is a new airport, a passenger airport, somewhere once again here, and this would be a great central airport then for Fortbridge, Orkney and Aberdeen, and even Wivenhoe up there, and if we combine that, you can get a lot of passengers out of this. Gotta make sure that we keep the farm though, because we will need that as well. And also gotta make sure that we have the ability to build a train station here. It's gonna be a smaller one, so with only 2 tracks. That we have then in between of them. So this is the tricky thing, that we can connect this one nicely with the train station. And the train station, of course, should not be right on the highway. This is just bad practice. I mean, now that I think about it, there's not going to be any other passenger line going for this, right? For this train station. Yeah, there's the airport and a bit of terrain anomalies we can cover with trees. And then we got the train station. The train station looks towards the airport though, right? So because it doesn't make sense that it looks towards the highway there. And we're just gonna make a road here. Let's make it a bit bigger. And I probably would like to go with this road here. After all, this is going to be a pretty big airport at some point. That goes all the way. And then probably into the ground or something. Very good. This works out for me with the train station. And now we have everything ready basically to connect them to. Right, and this is then ground here going up there again into the highway system. So the airport is also connected with the road. And then we can just now make this connection complete. We're going above that. 300 top speed? Yeah, why not? Unfortunately, here we have that stupid sawmill. And there's no way for me to get to do this. We need to go around here. So let's hope that we can. Yeah. It will lead to a lower top speed, unfortunately, around here. Should be fine though. Here, this is nasty, so we're probably gonna work with a bridge again. The question is, I mean, we do need both of these roads actually, because, you know, one is transporting the grain and one is transporting the food. So in fact, I will need both of these. But the way this looks right now, I also don't like it. So let's actually get rid of this road here. Clean this one up a bit, right? So we already have this main road now going into Orkney. There's no need for a second one, right? So it takes a bit of a detour there, but it's okay, really. And here we're probably just gonna make a bridge going over that. I think this looks a bit nasty there. There you go. Funnily enough, since we're so close to the lake, there's this very strange beach texture coming up. The same that applies here towards the lake. To make that transition. Yeah. Okay, so we do have now the train going right above that main station here, that main line here. And yeah, we could actually also paint a bit of, you know, trees around that to add some look to this area here too. Like we have, yeah, a bigger forest here actually right in front of Orkney now. Well, of course, there you have it now, and this whole system is now operational. So we just need to add now a line to this one, which is going to be now Orkney to Orkney Airport, and then to Aberdeen, and then on its way back again Orkney. So we're not using a special airport transportation here or something like that. It's Orkney to Aberdeen. It's also not going to be a high-speed train or anything like that, right? It's just a normal train, basically. And in this case here, Orkney, Upper Orkney uses platform 1 and then platform 2. That also works out nicely. I wonder why there's a mixed line showing here above the tracks. No, it's fine. It's just the same color, right? And with that, this is working out. The real question about this route will be, what kind of locomotive do we want to use? Because it's gonna be a strange route, honestly. We have the new series 1042, which is a legendary locomotive that is still being used today. 140 top speed is nice, of course, but the maintenance cost is crazy. It's 2 million a year. The diesel engine we have is 900,000 a year, which is, it's not that much slower, right? It can just carry less or drag less. So that's the thing. Let's go ahead with the diesel for now, right? And then let's just add a bunch of them. Mediocre it is. Look at the capacity. It's fine, right? It's really fine. 140. Let's go a bit slower right now. Not entirely sure about the total demand then. And we'll just see. Right, and with that, this one is coming out. Our diesel locomotive on a high-speed catenary track system. Built for the future. I love these fans. Unfortunately, still no new cards. Still the old, I think Donnerbüchse it is, right? No, BC4. Alright, the only thing is that, for example, Orkney now also will need a new line here. We got this bus line there, going to the docks. With the train stations, of course, also comes some tram lines again. One for Aberdeen and one for Orkney, connecting now the inner city then as well with our train station here. This is actually one of the most important things. If you don't do this, then your trains will probably be always empty or half empty, because we only reach a fraction of the city with the station. One more thing, of course, otherwise this station here will be always empty, and that is, of course, we need planes. We need 2 lines going from here, I think. The one is gonna be a very small one, Orkney Airport to this airport here, right, to Birchwood Airport. So that's Orkney Carterton Air. And then, or actually, let's put the air to the front now that we're getting more airlines. This makes sense. Air Orkney Carterton. And then we're creating a second one that goes now from here, of course, all the way to my system over here. We want to connect those airports. Want to create demand between them, right? Air Orkney to Haywood. We can call this one. And we're gonna use 2 different planes on this. The first one is a jet. That's the Comet. That's gonna be the one that is connecting Orkney with Haywood, because that's a long distance. You wanna have a fast speed on that. So that's Air Orkney Haywood. And the second one will be a slower one because it's a smaller distance, right? And with a smaller distance comes also slower speed, because, you know, the Comet also takes some time, of course. And it's very expensive in this case. Let's just see what we have. We got the way cheaper Lockheed Super Constellation that I'm probably gonna use, the previous version. And that is the Orkney Carterton route, right? And with that, we're creating now demand for Aberdeen and Orkney to get passengers to the airport, and then transfer this one to the cities. We could also just make a really quick connection here, and that is Fort Bridge. I mean, it's 300 people, but, you know, it could add up over time to just have a smaller country road here. Doesn't need to be something massive, right? It's just basically going out here, because I've noticed that Fort Bridge does not have any connection whatsoever with the greater system, right? And we can probably, could be tight, but it's possible, have just a connection here, right? So that people from Fort Bridge like to go to the airport, but also, of course, to Orkney. This boosts the private transportation between them, and we could also make then a very small one, bus station. So that's a
station right here from the center, from Fort Bridge right away to the airport. Why not? All right. And this way, Mill Road, it's called, by the way. Fort Bridge Airport, bus. I mean, bus should be at the front, but I don't care for this single one. And let's take me one of my depots that we have, like this one. And we take, of course, the Mercedes-Benz high speed, right? And just one of that, really. To get from Fort Bridge, boy, we have so many lines at this point. By the way, how many vehicles do we have? The total vehicle count is at 1,000 almost. Almost 1,000 vehicles on the roads, tracks, in the air, and on the ocean. It's like those people waited for this connection because they're immediately coming for it from Fort Bridge. By the way, Fort Bridge has a connection with Weavenhoe already, right? So yeah, in the greater scheme, this could actually also connect them. I'm surprised to see that much food waiting here for the machine's delivery. I hope Orkney gets enough food. I doubt it right now. Doesn't look like it. Since there's so much food waiting here. Let's put a few more trucks on this route. Because of course, they're also bringing in the machine parts from over here. But it looks fine here. Look at the traffic here. What is going on? That's Hamilton and Wigan. Boy, there's a lot of stuff going on this road. Connecting those cities. Time for me to upgrade this road. Even though this is a strange road, it's made by the game. Still, that should make things a bit easier. And you even have a tram track now on that. Look at that. There, fixed it. In before comments. I'm so scared of them. By the way, there's quite a demand for these air routes now, right? So Carleton Airport here, for example. So we can now combine the airport transfer into a train like this. There's gonna be an even more sexy version pretty soon. And yeah, quicker than you realize, this airport has 70 people waiting for that. So that's people coming right in with the train, right? A lot of people actually with the train, and they're then going in masses to the airport. They couldn't wait for it. That was faster than expected. And also, of course, they're changing to Fort Bridge Airport bus as well. So that is something. But this Air Orkney Haywood line, that will need an additional jet airline on it now. Another Comet. I mean, it's a bit bonkers, right? Like that city just within literally 2 minutes exploded to 550 people because of that. Because of that public transportation, 90% plus. It just exploded. It doesn't even need goods, right? It just went up to skyscrapers right away. Because of that single line that we have here. Really like how this whole thing here turned out. All right. Discussing the matter of planes. I'm really surprised how quickly this grew. There's also now to Haywood over 100 people waiting for my jets here. I'm still very hesitant to add more because don't forget we cannot add another runway just yet. And in that case, this leads to congestion. At least I don't have an option available of actually getting runways going here. So Haywood is already quite busy because there's now a couple of airlines already coming in. I would still like to add one more plane system, and that's over here. We got Ollerton and Leek, right? And both of these cities are very close together. They're also, by the way, connected now with a very sexy bus line that we have. And in this case, the bus line is working fine, right? So this is also profitable. And yeah, I would like to have now my planes going here too. Makes sense insofar that we do have, because, you know, airports usually make sense when you can connect cities together using the same line then. So yeah, the same airport, that is. Just would like to think how we make this in the most efficient manner. Not that efficiency is ever guaranteed in my playthroughs. And let's just see if we can use it here. It wouldn't look so bad, right? So we're kind of like coming together here with the station. However, we're absolutely neglecting terrain. This can still work though. This can still work nicely though. I need to keep a bit of space though if we ever want to, in fact, make the runway longer. So, or, you know, add another runway. So once again, this one here is unfortunately not gonna work out for me. This needs to go. And there's also a vehicle on this one now. And I'm just gonna move this whole one now once we have the plane going. So we can kind of like squeeze it in here between the quarry. Also, terrain is much more forgiving here. This looks great. I'm not using a train system here. We might even... I mean, we can still do this, of course. But for now, I think we're happy with that, right? So right in the middle between the two of them. I'm fully expecting that those industries disappear over time. They're also not connected to any system, right? So they should just disappear eventually. Let's get us this road here going again. Oh, wait a second. This is nasty now because the game does not... Now it recognizes that. Where do we need to go from here? I think we are gonna make a crossing because we have a system going to this area and then I have this one going to that area. Alright, goes in, and this road here is still the connection, right? So this is now between the systems. And here we definitely want to have then actually it should be here. A nice road going like this. Alright, also implemented both bus systems. We just need to get the buses on the road now. Where's my depot for this? There it is. Do we have anything new? Unfortunately, we still have the Mercedes-Benz. And I'm gonna go ahead and have one for the first one was the Ollerton Airport bus. And the other one is the Leek Airport bus. Or Leeds. No, it's Leek. It's Leek Airport bus. There it is. Right, so they're now working this. And then we still need to have our plane. And where should that plane go for? It could be a very short one, right over here. I mean short, right? A high-speed train could also work out nicely here. But I'd rather go with a plane this time. And I'm just going to connect them. And this is now the Leek Carterton. Yeah? Actually, we called it Air, right? Carterton. There it is. And yeah, that's it. I don't want to have more, I think. So it's a rather small one. And let's just see. We do have a new one. We do have the Boeing 737. And can be also converted into a freight transport. It can carry all cargo, 20. So that's also passengers, of course. And it's the fastest one so far that we had, right? So the Comet is 724. And the Boeing is 780 kilometers now an hour. So that's a really fast one. Is it cheaper too? It's kind of like the same actually. So it's fine. Let's go ahead and get this one going. And there it is. It's a small one. It looks smaller than the other ones for sure. And probably one of the more modern versions now of aircraft that we have. Now what's going on here? Leek Airport. Passenger stops cannot be used by cargo vehicles. This is confusing. The Air Leek Carterton route. Passenger stop cannot be used by cargo vehicle. Oh, it's not a passenger plane. I thought it was a passenger plane. I mean, it's all cargo, yeah, okay, but can be converted for freight, right? So I thought that it is a passenger actually. Okay, can't be done. So we do need to have the Lockheed. It's my only option. The Comet is too expensive for a short route like this. And just look at how the public transportation goes up. Massively, right? And it's shrinking, massively going up here. So this is getting a bonus here then now. Growing these cities further, right? So there it is. Super sweet. And with that, we can just enjoy our deeply profitable long trains and continue onwards then in the next episode of Transport Fever 30. I hope you enjoyed this one. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, welcome back and once again to Transport Fever 2 to the 70s. The moon has been conquered, free love for everyone, and planes can actually move their back parts there back and forth, open them up and yeah, load them with juicy stuff. Juicy stuff that is goods, especially here that we're transporting right now. And in this decade, in this episode, I would like to focus on improving some of my industries now, also with all the new technical marvels that we have. And don't forget to take a cup of coffee and a tea, or both of them, and a cookie. Sit back, relax, and enjoy as we continue with our goods factory over here. As we can see, the storage is filled, right? There's plastics, there's steel, and theoretically we have production shipment going. By the way, this goods factory is not very high yet, right? And we want to push this further. And for this, we need to transport more goods away from it actually. So we need to make sure that the goods are getting where they need to go. And unfortunately, that's not the case right now. Where are the goods stuck at the moment? So they are going for Amber, they're going for Islington, or as some of you have been pointing out, Islington, I should say. And both of these names are fine to me at least. And we have no problem here with our island city. The thing is actually, and that's a surprise to me, is that the cargo planes do not carry most of the stuff right now that they should. Right, so we are at capacity here, in fact. Let's have a look at the line itself. It's sitting at 34 million profit per year, so that is a really profitable line. Unfortunately, there hasn't been a new vehicle for this one. And the problem with that is that you cannot just endlessly push more planes onto these lines, right? Because planes need space, they need a lot of space and time around them, because when this one here starts to land, no other plane can launch and no other plane or can take off and no other plane can land at the same time. So you're kind of like restricted to the amount of planes in the sky. And in this case here, there's not that much more we can actually do right now, except hoping that there's another plane coming. I'm actually gonna push another one now onto this line here, just because we need to. And I hope that we do not congest this one completely at this point. But we need to push out more goods to the world. Otherwise, I cannot grow my goods factory. And there's a lot of stuff connected with that goods factory. Especially also here, my plastics. The plastics are okayish. The train's actually not very profitable when I look at that, right? And I want to push more plastics onto this route. We have the oil. We just don't have the customer for it. Now, I would like to work on my next high-speed track system that we have. And in fact, it's this one here that goes through the tunnel, right? We do have a train going this way that is completely overloaded right now, especially also because of the distance, of course, that it needs to cover. So once again, we're just going to upgrade all of the tracks here to high-speed with catenary, right? It's this one here. Gotta make sure that, unfortunately, as you can see, the stations themselves also need modernization. And it's this line here, the Hamilton Fuel Yorkshire line. Because what actually took me by surprise is that this fuel factory here is almost maximized. And I didn't even work towards it, right? So I was just adding some lines to this and making those trains longer. But in fact, it was enough to push this one almost to the top here. The reason why this train line here makes sense for my first high-speed cargo transportation is that, of course, also here, the oil refinery is limited by the amount of oil we get over there. And look at the amount of oil that's waiting for every hole that we want to do here. So this makes sense. We still have the very good one, actually. Class A4 here with a top speed of 145. The thing is, though, I think we're still getting limited by my tank cars. So there's not really that much we can do, right? 120 is really my top speed for cargo. But we still have better options now. So that was 1.3 million that we have to pay here for the top speed of 145. And the power is at almost 2000, right? And now we can push it to
almost 1,900 with less maintenance costs here and a higher top speed. The top speed is not that important to me right now, but what actually makes this so cool is that it costs me less on the maintenance, right? And we can still add the same amount of cards to this one here. So this is 300, and I would like to push it a bit beyond that now. So we're still mediocre range, 400. That looks quite nice. We do have, by the way, a better one even, the BR103, the most powerful locomotive that we've had so far, 7,000. Look at that. This is insane, right? The amount of stuff you can actually drag with that. And the top speed of 200. The problem is the maintenance. Look at it. 5 million per year, which is 5 times more than this one here costs me. So even if I push 2 of these locomotives into this track here, right, it's still cheaper. So I'm going with the new electric locomotive from the Austrian Railway that is still being used today, by the way, the Series 1042. Finally, it has a very high traction power, not that much more expensive maintenance-wise, and it has good condition even with 400 cards. Let's get this one in for a whopping 36 million. And there it is. And it's just waiting now for new cars that we can hopefully use soon to push this to a higher speed. And loading speed is almost on par. Right, so there's not that much that I need to improve here. That's 400 now per turn, so hopefully we should be able then to transport more. Also, we got finally some very good trucks, like the MAN trucks now, and these ones here from 65 can actually carry a lot more, right? So the old one is at 13 capacity and the new one is at 21 capacity now. And top speed is also higher with 80 kilometers an hour. The maintenance is also doubled with these. But still, they're totally worth it. And there we have them. And I think I still see them around sometimes on very old routes, right? And there you go. These are now much better, also suited for higher speed, carrying more fuel over. It's needed, especially since the train can carry now more fuel over. And we don't want to have a bottleneck here. It's also time to connect Birchwood to the bigger world, and Birchwood has no public transportation whatsoever right now, and it also has a demand for construction materials that is not being met at all. So Birchwood really has potential here. The thing with Birchwood is, and by the way, look at that, the cities in the 70s changed once again a bit, so we got some more modern architecture. Not exactly beautiful, I'd call it, but still more recognizable for today's city studies. And Birchwood has an advantage. We have the materials plant over there that wants a new customer, right? We need to provide that, otherwise it cannot grow. We already have the depots rocking here. By the way, I can increase that with a few more cargo platforms now. I would like to do this, as of course traffic from this depot here will just increase over time. And by the way, we could also make a connection here of a normal, let's say a normal country road. This one here. And we're just going to make an exit here so that you can enter this from both sides, right? So from over there as well. And then we just have this connection here now that goes into my highway system over there, right? So my trucks can leave a bit faster, especially since we're going to use this road here all the way up to Birchwood. And we just need a drop-off point then here for the cargo. Just check it out. Oh, yeah, we could use the one that we already have, by the way. Wouldn't be a big deal. Especially since, you know, since we have better trucks now than ever, there's really no need to push more. So let's just take this one here. And it's the Carterton construction to Birchwood. Right, and then we just need a proper vehicle on this one. We also got some new ones here. The Topolin truck, MAN, once again 17 capacity now, up from 11 that we had previously. So this is quite a massive step for each vehicle that we have. And oh, look at that. I do have a lot of the old ones still in that depot. Let's sell them off and get this one into the Carterton construction Birchwood. And you can please also use all the platforms available to you. This will lead to the customer now, and as you can see, shipment goes up, and I'm expecting this construction plant here to level up because of that, which then also leads to this quarry here to level up so we can carry more stone over there. And by the way, we're still using one of these very old dirt paths here. this is also, of course, not ideal anymore for this age. So I'm just gonna level this one up as well. But it's fine to just use one lane because it's just the same trucks. It's just one line. Also super happy how all of this here is working out. So there's so many people waiting on these that I really need bigger planes at that point. Otherwise I just can't do it, right? And look at these people in here. These are real people, right? So this is not just an asset here. These are simulated pedestrians and people that are going from one city to another by a plane. And yeah, I'm super happy, right? But at the same time, of course, this is not acceptable. So we really need more or better planes. Now, Birchwood gets its construction materials, but we still also need to have public transportation going away from this. So there's two ways of doing this, of course. That is connecting it to another city and providing public transportation in the city itself. And of course, we can combine that just nicely, right? And in this case, we just need the station somewhere. And I think this one looks like a good point here that we can use. So I'm just going to once again intervene into city building here. I'm just gonna say this one, please, in a straight line, as straight as possible, please. Get down there. And then also get down here. So the city kind of like provided already that grid layout. And then we can get rid of these roads here. So that we can add now another station to this. And of course, it's a direct connection to Carden. We could try and make it work so that it goes to the exchange here, right? To the airport. But I think I'd just rather connect it with Carleton and get a special line than for the airport. And we do have, of course, our train station here. And I just want to increase that. Now, these people built very precariously. I have no idea who came up with this idea. But this is unacceptable by my safety standards. So let's get rid of this road here again. And we just need to add then those tracks to it, right? Some very old, outdated tracks everywhere here. It's just insane at this point. There is a mod where you can actually do this with one click, but I've been hesitant to use it because people report crashes when doing this. So I'm not gonna risk it. And yeah, we need to add now track number 3 to this platform here, right? So this one pushes. And by the way, don't forget, we have the other tracks here that are still rolling then later on for the cities that we have over there. So glad we have the space. We're gonna need it. Okay, once again, we had to take in the terrain. Of course, this one here is way too steep for a station, right? So look at that. I should have done this earlier. I didn't realize it, how steep it is, right? So it doesn't look like anything from above. And here it's much more flat. So of course, this is the ideal location for another station. And with that, we can just go ahead now and perhaps even connect them in one go. We still need to get over that bridge though. So that bridge is the turning point, right? The point where those tracks are going out then. As this bridge is growing, and then we just continue now over here. And I think we're just gonna try it out. And that's definitely just gonna be a one train system, right? There's no need for anything else. Construction is not possible because we want to build a tunnel here, which is acceptable to me, but there seems to be a collision here. So let's just go ahead and make it like so. 160 top speed will be fine. And then I'm trying to make it now work like this. This looks better. Using a tunnel again, very good. It definitely goes up though. And it also creates some nasty things here. So that's the tunnel. I'm gonna build that regardless of this, right? So this is the 2 million now because this is the flattest way of doing it. And then we're just gonna make a, yeah, as always, a bridge for the highway here. Not even necessary, of course, because there's a tunnel here, so we can just build above the tunnel. There it is. No need for a bridge or anything. That would have looked very strange. Now, with that, we have the connection. Once again, we just need to now connect the city itself with the train station. So we're gonna make it... Loop systems kind of like come to its limit now, right? With so many people. So I usually go with... I like the approach with parallel stations now, right? So we got the parallel station here. We got it in the center, and then we have one station here at the end for the train station. And I will also need now a station here for the airport, where people from Birchwood come in. And of course, they connect it so that it is a connection between the station, the airport, and the bus line that we have. I mean, let's actually make a tram out of this, honestly. I think it's better. And then we can use some of the modded stations that I have now. I think this will look much cleaner than in the future, using this more often. So in this gap here, we could, for example, use it. There you go. And this is now kind of like a really cute round station that we have here that takes in the tram. And I really love that we can also decide the shape, right? So we have two different shapes available for this. I like this one actually slightly more. Also, we have a connection with the other side. We can also make the terminal length. And we can also say the shelter era. That's pretty cool. So we can decide how it should look. 1920, 1850, or 1980. Right? And also terminal, tram. We can also say what the center island is. Is it a square? It's just crazy, right? Is there a pond? Oh, I like this one. Yeah, let's go ahead with that. And the street era is new, of course. Got ourselves a nice station there. This is really beautiful looking. And this is now where the tram comes in and turns around, right? And you can have then two tram lines here, of course, where another one probably connects in the northern Birchwood City area then. We still have this nasty thing. And I think we're just going to use one of those stations here then again, right? So we have them 2 times then. And this is then the outer station that we have then probably connected here. As it leaves that main, yeah, this might be, yeah. Kind of like so, right? And with that, we can get rid of that. I like that. It's much cleaner than what we used before, right? And you just have the connection then for this area and so forth. And with that, let's create us a new line. That is now Birchwood Tram 1. And I don't need that one here. There you go. So we have this one already rolling. The only downside is that for every tram we build, we need to also have a tram depot, right? So there's no way around that. I cannot connect the tram depot though with my station here. So this is a bit of a downside to that. And let's just check it out. We got a new one, the Mirage. And this one can carry 27. It's also in a beautiful blue. And is, I think, the ATM is actually still better because I don't care about top speed in a city, right? But capacity is almost the same. Loading speed is higher, but maintenance is also higher. Let's go with the modern version. You know, we just should go for it. Okay, cannot go for it. Missing electric tracks, really? I definitely electrified them all though. Okay, in fact, it was just this tiny piece here that was missing. So now it's working and now we got this beautiful tram on its way. I just love how these buildings get proper trees right away. In real life, you need to wait 20 years for a tree to grow this size. That's some black magic right there that I would love to know. Now in this area here, we do have the station. And this station now goes then also from Birchwood to the airport, right? We want to connect... Oh, wait a second. Let's make this cleaner. We're going to use this one here, right? And we have the line here. That goes then here to the airport. Birchwood Airport bus. And I think this is golden. We cannot use the tram depot to purchase a truck, unfortunately. But we should have one closer here. There it is. And let's just check it out if we have something new. We got the MAN SL now. And by the look of it... Yeah, it's definitely better. High capacity, a bit more maintenance cost, but also higher speed. 1970s, the standard city bus. Let's go ahead and take this one, Birchwood Airport bus. And there it is. Might not be totally suitable for a route like this,
but should be fine. It's just a start. By the way, I also love that all of my airport train routes are profitable at this point, all of them. So I didn't expect this to happen so soon. But it's working out. And capacity, they are also being used just fine. I think we might need a bigger one. Yeah, there's a lot of people waiting. But once again, here we have the same problem that we had in Haywood already, that the airport train is considered faster and more convenient because it's electrified than the standard train that we have. So once again, we also need to rectify this one here with probably a better train. I mean, we're already using a high-speed locomotive on it. That's a bit of a strange thing to me here, right? So these are certainly not all going to the planes, right? I don't think so. There's definitely something we can do now, and that is that finally we do have new wagons, right? So we got the Einheitswagen now, as it's called, and this one has a higher top speed, 140. Maintenance is of course also a bit higher, but also capacity. And yeah, they're more modern now. So the last one we are using is still 1935, and this one here is now 1962. And in this case here, let's replace it. We're still using though the same locomotive. Look at that, we got some new planes. Right now we're using 180 on the capacity, so I'm just gonna go with this again. There you go, 180, 180, 24 million. It costs me just to modernize this one. And yeah, we can see there's now proper seats in there too. And yeah, once again, by the way, these are real people there. Leaving the station. But I think this one here is really getting a bit too weak now, by the look of it, right? So this one has the traction power of 2000. And the new diesels that we have, no, it's fine. There's still nothing better. I still wouldn't use the electrification here because it's too expensive to me right now to maintain. And if you think it's bad when it comes to passengers, there's 500 people waiting for the Orkney-Haywood airline. Which of course is great for profit, not so great for the people themselves. And it's also time to finalize our passenger train here for now. So we have the Orkney-Aberdeen route, and we already have the station here. And of course it makes sense to also connect in Fleetwood with that. Yeah, elevation is okay, I'd say. We could try. No, we can't, because then the curvature is too big. So we're getting rid of this road here. And, you know, Fleetwood is also growing now, gets the food. Construction materials might be something we can provide, but outside of that, public transportation will already lead to a lot, and we're actually just gonna go with a small station here. There's really no need for anything else at this point. And then we're pushing this one once again with some high speed, and once again, let's check it out. Where's this one coming in? Here. Here. Oh, this would actually be possible. This one's not. Why not? Okay. Easy. And once again, we have just an automated tunnel construction here going below the industry and then coming out here right in front of Fleetwood. This has the potential of becoming a high-speed train at some point, right? So we can maintain speeds around 250 upwards, even though distances are not the greatest. And yeah, with that, it's actually implemented. Not that much more we need to do. Probably here just a tiny connection between the tracks. And that's it. And then we just take the line itself and add... Oh, okay, we have Orkney in between too. So we got Orkney, Orkney Airport, Aberdeen, and here we're now gonna cut it, and we're just gonna say go to Fleetwood, then go to Aberdeen, and then go to Orkney Airport again. This one. Right, and this of course will have then two trains at some point. Though I think right now we should be fine with just one. There you go, going to platform 1. Fantastic. That's already it. And Fleetwood is now getting connected to an airport and to 2 other cities. It should profit from this greatly, and as we can see, that number is going up already steeply now.
Finally, for our airport transportation, we have now a new version, the Mirage or the Mirage. It's a 3-part electric multiple unit, was used for commuter traffic in Switzerland, and this one has a way higher top speed than the one that we've been using so far, right? Of course, maintenance is high again with this, but of course, since these are pretty successful so far, I think we should go ahead with that. So it's 57 now instead of the 40. And also, of course, a higher top speed. Looks a bit Russian, actually. I'm continuing modernizing all of my trains at this point with the new Einheitswagen, so we can just transport way more. Especially here also, this line, the Haywood-Wells line, is completely overloaded. Okay, at this point it's pretty clear to me that airport traffic cannot be the solution here. It's just too many people, right? So we need to find a new solution of getting a lot of people back and forth, and that is now, of course, our very first long distance high-speed train that I haven't implemented yet for some strange reasons. Well, now there is a demand for this. These are pretty complex to create because you need to be efficient about the distance you cover, and also that you can maintain the top speed. Also, we need to decide where we want to have that station. So I think we can connect Leek with Carden on our first one, though I'm a bit hesitant here because Leek is not very big at this point. It is though connected with Ollerton as well, right? So we have one station here, by the way, or one cities that are so close together that they probably will grow into one giant city at some point, if we continue providing goods to them, which is not the case right now. So for example, here we need the construction materials, and we're not even supplying all the tools to this city that it could have. Another problem for sure is that there's no construction material production close by, nor any food production close by, nor any goods production close by possible. Okay, scrap that. There is actually something possible here, and it's this tools delivery that we can implement, right? We already have, of course, the tools production, right? So that we deliver the tools with, but it's once again just half of what you can meet. So we need a second tools factory to supply these cities here, and it's this area here. Unfortunate train for this. I can't see how a train can be profitable on this route here. Also, given how much elevation we have here, right? So this is just a really steep area here going into the high hills and then into Sleepy Hollow. And in this case here, I think a truck system just works the best for this, especially given how much capacity we can run with the trucks now these days. So it's going to be the medium country road. I'm not going to make a big one out of it, nor do we want to use this one, right? So this one is crazily bad. So what I'm actually doing is I'm going to delete this one. And I know that at some point here, this grain farm could go away, so perhaps I need it. So I'm not gonna cut the grain farm off, right? So we're just gonna keep this one there, and then I'm gonna build me a direct road from here. This looks a bit cleaner then. That goes then all the way up there. Perhaps we will need a tunnel. We do, which is fine. In this case here, this looks clean to me. And then it's coming out on that side here. And here we just have the normal one again. The good thing is we can actually combine this tiny area here with the trucks, right? Even though this is still not entirely feasible here. So I'm gonna need two routes for this. The first one is the wood delivery. This one's the simple one, right? So we just have, what do we call it? It's Ollerton. So we're just gonna say Ollerton wood 1, right? And then we're gonna make one that takes the planks from the wood drop off, and I think we could actually just use one truck station on this one for all of the lines, because since we can carry so much capacity, I would like to try it out like this. It should be fine, right? And we just take the same station again, go to the tools factory, and then deliver the tools to the drop-off point here in Ollerton. So you also have this nice circle here. And at least the truck goes 2/3 of the way. Yeah, it has cargo, but really, I'm not expecting this to be a high profit or anything. Right, it's primarily there to supply the city with tools so that we can grow this to that, so that we can make a high-speed train profitable on this. So with this, we're also going to use the latest ones. There's some Japanese trucks here, but they're really strange looking, And by the way, not so... Whoa. Okay, this seems a bit broken. No, okay, it's fine. It's 14, right? This one's 17. It's much bigger. And I think we don't have a dedicated wood truck, right? So I need to go with the old cargo one. And this one's delivering then the Ollerton wood now. And we'll just see how much that actually will, yeah, cost us. And then we're also going to say the same thing for the Ollerton tools. Of course, Ollerton is not the only customer. We're also going to say the same depot here. From the tools factory, that goes then to Leak drop-off point here. Leak tools 1. And we're also just going to push, yeah, a couple of trucks on this. It's those ones here again. Let's just say 3. We can always then double this one quite easily. Beautiful work environment they have. Beautiful sites. And those cities there hopefully grow them pretty massively because of that. Now, while this whole production ramps up, gonna take some time again as always, we can work on, yeah, our transportation now. So there's now tools coming in. We do have, by the way, also a construction material plant just here. Originally, I wanted to have it disappear. The thing is, there is really no other solution to it at this point because there's not a single quarry close by anywhere. I mean, look at that. The next quarry is up there. That's quite a distance to cover with trucks. It is not entirely impossible, but I wouldn't say it's, yeah, something that I can go for. So we could also just tap this one that we already have at Carden. That is already producing and it's still looking for another customer to pump it up once again. I mean, there is something we can do here, and that is this tools delivery. So we're having the train here that gets the tools over and the plastics back again, right, to Leak. And this one's not full capacity, and it probably will never be, because we can always just make this train long. It's not really that long yet. And in that case, this presents an opportunity, because as far as I know, we do have the cargo here. Scrap that! That's not possible. Tools is actually a different category than construction materials. I mix it up all the time. Now, and that, unfortunately, that means we cannot combine the train really, except if we make special carts here. Getting planks back would have been nice, but unfortunately the tools factory here that we have is now at the maximum. And that also means, as you can see, it's not running out of planks. So we already have too many planks supplied here for this one. It's also at the capacity, so this one's a dead end for me now. So for now, I will just have to be happy with more tools being provided. This will definitely lead to more growth, and with the combination of a public transportation high-speed train, this should even go further. So for this, we can now start with the construction of this. We do have now our modern stations, hooray! And I'm gonna make a terminus out of this one, in fact, right? Because I'm not expecting this to go anywhere else. And let's just delete this road that we have there to the goods factory. And then we take the terminus, and it can actually be a small terminus, right? Because it's a small city, in fact, and there's not going to be any other, yeah, trains attached to this one, right? So we can make it so, like, completely central, attached here to this road there. And what we can do here is we can use the tunnel that already exists, right? So that one will just be a combination of the two of them. And let's just also make sure that we can really ramp up the speed here. That's 300. Looks good. And we're using the same tunnel here that we're then separating into Carden. So we should do this first, in fact. It's coming out then here. And Carden, is it long enough already? It looks like a tiny station to me. Passenger platform, we can still make this larger here. There you go, just a tiny bit. And we will need, for Carden, we're using 3 lines already here now. So the first 3 tracks should be now used. And we're using now the 4th one. So probably this, yeah, this system here. Nothing's been used here so far. So unfortunately, I will need to manually delete those tracks again. Because up to this very day, there is no upgrade button for these stations. Now, building this whole thing is actually really complicated, as we do have a lot of systems coming together here. And as we enter now,
we should be looking at some steady, yep, 250. And here, unfortunately, once again, I think for the third time, I have to delete this road here. And for the 1000th time, I had to delete this neighborhood that was already appearing there again. So, sorry for that. There you go. With that, we have the connection now of the next high speed, or of our first high speed actually. And this one goes then over that bridge and then through that tunnel system here. And we're using now the cargo train that we already have here, right? It's gonna be interesting here because I wanna, as you can see, I cannot upgrade the bridge in between. So I need to go in and take this one here because this has the maximum speed of 320, right? So this is now the upgraded version. 2 million it costs me. And then we continue to push here. By the way, we're a double billionaire at this point. Very nice, I guess. Money has no meaning anymore to me. Life feels meaningless. Okay, that's still 300 top. The real question here will be now, how should we best make sure that we not cross these tracks with one another? So this cost me 16 million. And it's the same tunnel here. We gotta make sure that we use the high-speed tunnel. Oh, we don't have a high-speed tunnel. Okay. 300, 300. That's all fine. And now we need to get over there, right? So how do we do this? How do we best do this? And I managed to do it, maintaining top speed as well. So what happens is that the cargo train sticks in the tunnel a bit longer, right? So there is a tunnel coming out here where the cargo train came out of it as well. Instead, I'm just gonna tell the cargo train to stick in the ground. It's just going one elevation down. It doesn't reduce top speed or anything like that because, you know, it's already underground. And then it's coming out here, the cargo train. Whereas the high-speed train comes out here already at the end of the hill, right? So they're never really crossing. They're just in different elevations. And it's really not steep at all, right? So this should be fine for both trains. The high speed anyway, because this one's flat all the way. Very good. I think this is how it should be done, as we have different kind of elevations then. Now with that, we have created our line. That is now Leek to Carden. And I'm not expecting, once again, this to be profitable anytime soon. Carden to Leek. This maintains now a high-speed train, or this is a high-speed track now all the way through. I'm gonna actually get it its own train depot for this. And these have the potential to become really bonkers profitable, right? If they're utilized properly. So in this case, let's get this one going. And we're using the latest, most powerful locomotive that we have for this, the BR103. Crazy expensive on the maintenance, right? So twice as much as any other locomotive that I have, 3 times as much. But also super fast, 200 kilometers an hour. I would like to push this. Oh, wait a second. Now that I think about it, we don't have the wagon for it. It's 140. All right, let's go with the Series 42 for this. Sorry, pals. I need to wait for a high-speed wagon first before I can do this. Right? At the very least, though, we got a nice, fast train. Now, we maintain good conditions so that the acceleration is also fast enough for this. It should still be fine. And this will then be our first high-speed train once we get the right wagons. We're in the 80s now, right? Beginning of the 80s, so this should happen now really soon, hopefully, that we get it out. And I can show you a proper high-speed one. This one's not. This one's a direct connection because it's necessary. Because, yeah, my planes cannot keep up with demand, unfortunately. And I just cannot push more planes onto these lines, right? Space is very limited. What we can also see right away, the moment I activate this one, public transportation continues to rise. So this will probably push towards 150% now. With that, Carden could become the first 1,500 residents city now as well. Also, I just love to have more trains on the tracks. Just more beautiful to watch, basically, as all of these are coming in and out. There's already some 2 people that want to go with this. I will need to plan now my next high-speed train somewhere else as well, so that we are ready then when the tech is coming up for it. And we still have a whole city cluster that we haven't developed yet that I should also have a look at to connect it then to the global stage here. I hope you enjoyed this one, Transport Fever 2, onwards into the modern times. And with that, some really sexy vehicles coming up. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, how very good of you to join and welcome back to the 80s in Transport Fever 2. Finally things are getting really interesting, and with that I mean also my cargo transportation. Look at Haywood Carton Cargo, it's busted, we have way too much stuff here, and of course it's also slowing down my goods production as a whole because we can't ship goods anymore. I also cannot get more planes on this route here because there's too much already. There's always a plane landing at this point. So what we can finally do? Well, we can finally replace it with something new, the Boeing 757, the latest cargo plane that we have now from 1984, and was specifically developed for the transport of parcels, containers and pallets. Windows and additional emergency access have been completely omitted. And in this case here, this can carry now twice as much than before, right? 51 as opposed to the 27 that we're still using on the Canadair. Also, not only that, it is also much faster. So we're really talking about 300 kilometers an hour more speed because it's now a jet cargo plane. It, however, also costs me more than twice as much in maintenance, so it always needs to be utilized. That also brings me to a problem already. We have too many vehicles on this for sure. So I'm gonna actually start getting rid of 3. There you go. And the rest we're gonna replace now with this for 134 million. And there we have them. And boy, they're beautiful. I love the color palette on these. And we now have jet cargo transportation ready to go with 50 in capacity for one vehicle. You just gotta love the sound of this as it takes off now. 800 kilometers an hour is also quite a nice speed, especially considering the distance this plane has to cover. And there's the next one already landing. And this is the first one that is going to be fully utilized then. But it's not only the cargo. We finally have a new plane for the Comet that we've been using now for quite some time. And all the way down here it is also the Boeing 757 now. So it's the equivalent to the cargo plane. And this one is the largest aircraft yet with 50 capacity, more than doubling it. And also way faster again with 150 kilometer top speed on top of it. Of course, it also costs me increased maintenance again. And this one is much needed because holy cow, my airports are overflowing. The Carleton Haywood, I would also like to replace both of them. Not gonna add more vehicles now, so it's not that's the main thing, right? Carrying more people while maintaining the same amount of vehicles on this route. That's the goal here. And of course, as always, also we need to always maximize their usage. So they should not go empty or so, just like in real world. The Orkney Carleton one, we still have this very old one going here. I'm also replacing the single one here now with the Boeing 757. And we'll just see if one is enough, as there are quite a few people waiting here. Orkney Haywood we also have, yeah. Let's also replace all of them for another 69 million. So that was over 300 million that we had to spend now on planes. But that's not all. Finally, also to this train line that we have here, which is not so bad looking at the moment. We have now the all waited for Einheitswagen 4, which can now go up to 200 kilometers top speed. So with that, we can now finally replace this one here with the BR103 and take then this one. Oh, by the way, we also have that one here as a new one. But as I can see, it is, yeah, more for carrying capacity rather than speed, right? Has 2 levels there. Yeah, can carry quite a few more per car. Also, we got the TGV down here. The thing with the TGV is, though, I would love to use it, but the maintenance is ridiculous. It's 10 million. It's a modded vehicle. You know what? Actually, let's just use it on this one, right? TGV 144 is also not a lot of capacity, unfortunately. So we hopefully can make it up with the speed then, right? But that maintenance cost is probably going to cripple this. Let's just have it because it's new, it's fun, right? And with that, it can now ramp up to 300 kilometers an hour. It's a beautiful train, no doubt, but it's so expensive. But now trains are getting really fun with all of these beautiful new vehicles. Oh, by the way, this one's gonna be full. So it should have a very profitable way back. And there it is entering now Modernization. So the maintenance cost really drag it down. But this was a full haulage now of high-speed transportation. And we'll just see if that is fine. You can actually stack 2 of them together if you want to. If there's even more need for it. But we'll just see. And this was now 4 million. Yeah, okay. But 2 million, we'll just see if that is enough to keep it profitable. And by the way, that's also a bit tricky, right? We're using the high-speed bridge here, the cement bridge with 320. But look at that, as we're merging now with the main track to Cardarton here, the high-speed train actually uses still the iron bridge that we had. So we need to modernize the whole bridge for 5 million, just so that the high-speed train can keep its high speed. Otherwise, it's losing that. Another modernization, finally with the 90s, where we are right now, is my trucks. Finally, we can really go for the modern versions here, and we can already use the first ones here, the truck with the side stake. So based on the original one was 17 on the wood, and this one has now 30 on the wood. It's also faster at the same time. And yeah, let's go ahead and get them. And this is now, these are now the proper trucks, right? The ones that we're using today. Getting now stuff back and forth. And once again, also revolutionizing my roads, my road networks. Got the same thing also when it comes to trucks, like with the grain here. Got these beautiful trucks on these high speeds now, maintaining some good speeds. And with that, we can also reduce the amount of vehicles we need, for example, for grain, for stone, and so on. Also, look at those beautiful towers coming up now, since we have the 90s. And the cities are changing once again. There is also a new modern skyscraper coming along in Orkney, for example. Now, modernization is fine, but we should also start developing more cities. And yeah, we have this whole city area up there. It's really at the edge of the map again. Madison, Phoenix, and Glossop. And we haven't looked at them at all yet. Saltish as well. The thing with Saltish is it's once again an island city. So this is not something that we will be able to really grow that much, right? Also, I don't want to, because it would just spam skyscrapers onto this small island here, which look a bit bad. So this can be kind of like a vacation home. Though Phoenix that we have over there, together with Madison, these could become some real powerhouses. Because yeah, what I can see is we got a tools production close by. With the new trucks, we could make something out of this one here. And Madison also needs tools. Phoenix needs tools. And that's it. So 2 cities at least. That's okay. That's okay to grow something here. And we can use that new industry to activate those cities. Especially Madison here plays an important role for a new city for my next high-speed train, the ICE, that we're gonna use, the German high-speed train, one of my favorite trains in the world. And for this, we really need to activate those cities. But look at that. Yeah, we need to remodel this. As we can see, we're also getting the warning right away. You have disconnected the cities. That's not good. They will have negative growth with that. Well, they're shrinking, you could also say. And yeah, these are gonna be some big cities, so I'm gonna plan with big roads right away. Gotta make sure here though that the curvature is not so bad, so that they can maintain that. This is really just nasty here though with the tracks, the tram tracks that we have. This one goes into the city then, and this one moves then basically now over to that. And this is what we upgrade then all the way up here into Glossop. What a name. And we've also connected Madison right away with the high speed track. So we're gonna go around Phoenix here, of course, to keep the pollution then low. I've also deleted quite a lot of normal roads that we have here, like these ones, to clean things up and have these industries die the unnatural way, because I don't think I'm gonna need this one. Goods. Goods is actually not that bad, considering there's also steel close by. Plastics. Not so far away. We'll just see. We could activate something here. It will stick around anyway for a while. And before these cities can even grow, I'm also just gonna give them get them a main road. Right, so I just love this. These cities are dormant, right? And we're just completely demolishing them, because we know we can activate them and they can become something really big. So that's for Madison. And then we also have Phoenix over here that gets its own main road then from the highway right through the center of the city. And then probably also continues here. Totally butchered that one. And we actually shrank them, right? So we reduced population by 100 here for Phoenix. And a bit later, the fleet is coming out of our trucks to activate a whole new industry, and that is now the tools. That is getting finalized then to Phoenix and to Madison. Now, based on the location of Madison, I can already predict that this is going to be a mega city if we let it grow this far. So we will need to really do some painful things here right away. I'm gonna also take Madison here and delete all the city streets here. And we're just gonna make this major city street that we have there, this large street, just gonna continue with that, growing this one further down. Right, so this is all gonna be central space here, central city at some point. Got this very strange road layout there. Let's delete it. Right, so that city goes all the way down, and it will also need a big train station. So this will be the first main modern station that we have. And let's just see. We could make it here. This is not good. We could make it like so. No, this is also bad. This is the best location that I can find right now. And the problem here will be though that, yeah, it's elevation. So let's build it actually. It's a beautiful station. I love the modern ones. Look at that, clean and beautiful. And this one here will go above it though, right? Because there's gonna be lots of tracks here. So we'll need to do something here or below it actually. I think below is safer to do. Why is it? No, the tram tracks are fine. Let's just see how we can do this. Okay, this is the closest we can do. I think that's not enough. It could actually work. It'll work. Especially if we use these tracks here for that direction to Phoenix, right? And this one here is going to be the high speed then. This can work, right? So this goes up again. And we probably will make a... going into this way. This looks super strange. I mean, it's cars, right? It'll work. It'll work because it's cars. And we also don't have a track system here. And the city will just build on top of that. We could even help the city and decide where it should build, right? And we can say also take this one, right? So this is all just city street and build me that city because that is a medium street. And we can just take it and decide that it'll have to build here. And of course, this station here has no room to grow now, which is fine. We have enough tracks for this. And here I still need to make that connection though. Otherwise we disconnect the cities and that is also bad because it's connected with Albany over there. All right, so far so good. So there will be normal city here, right? So it'll just grow. And the tracks we can actually get out already with the high speed catenary one. So can we do this here? Out of curiosity. It works. It looks a bit strange, but it would work. But I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna take this one here as the furthest we are going out here, right? And the sooner we do this, the cleaner it'll become at some point. Right, so this is then the high speed with that. And this one then probably merges here somewhere. Or with something else then as we move out of that system. There you go, very nice. So that's that. Time will heal the wounds for Madison. No problem. Phoenix also gets its main station, right, before it can really fully grow. So right over here. And with that, we also keep the elevation low. So this is a relatively flat terrain there. And with that, we have the option then to go to Glossop, to go to, I think, Fairbanks is down there, right? And we can connect Phoenix with Madison then easily as well. Ship-wise, we got the Merlin as a new one. And funny name that is, for sure. And the Merlin can carry now twice as much as before, also faster. Very important to get the goods to our ship destinations. I'm probably more surprised than you that my high-speed TGV train is actually extremely profitable despite the high maintenance cost. This one is just rolling it. It's also not fully utilized, at least one way back and forth. So there's a lot of people waiting in Leek to Carden, but from Carden to Leek it's actually less than that, right? And I think it's also taking away now passengers from my plane here. So I've actually reduced it. So it's just one plane now going here. But the high-speed train definitely takes away some of that air demand, which is great for me because I love to watch these trains all day, right? And this one's nice. This one's going places for sure. It's a great train at this point already, very profitable. Speaking about high-speed trains, once again, I would like to continue with my next one now. Now, we have a problem here. So, it's the Orkney-Carleton route. There is a huge demand for transportation between the two cities. Unfortunately, I have, once again, just one plane. And it's a very short route, right? So, profit is potentially not that high. It is actually pretty okay right now, but it's only because there's one plane. Adding a second one to this one, let's check it out. There's Air Orkney Carden is 200, okay? So there is a bunch of people waiting here that would like to use this. So my option here is now to copy this one, right? So there is a new plane now coming out for this. But that's it. I cannot go with more than that, right? Because it's just too short, and having two planes on this already has the potential of congesting those airports here that we have. Right, so a high-speed train here makes total sense, and it goes from Orkney with 1,500 people. So this is already a pretty big city now, right? And we go all around here down to Carden, where we have, lo and behold, yeah, still some space available. I've already implemented this high-speed platform that we have now, and from here we can now continue with the next high-speed that goes out here. So it will hopefully be able to go into a tunnel system, right? That would be the ideal thing here, because otherwise I will not be able to leave this city here in an orderly fashion. Okay, so 150 doesn't sound exactly high speed. 200 going into this one with 200. Perhaps we can go higher. 250. Yeah, that sounds about right. Right, so 250. Let's build this tunnel now for 4 million. And then we have this straight line that would go all the way over here now to Orkney. Now, Orkney still has this depot there that we implemented at some point. And there is already this train coming in, right? So the first two platforms are reserved, more or less. The second platform, though, I would also like to use at some point to connect with Fairbanks. So I'm probably gonna go ahead and take the fourth track here now. And the thing is, we can actually get out of the city without deleting too much, right? So that's that. And then we have this problem here, and that's called a bridge. Let's just check it out if we can connect it right away. That would be a lot of calculation for the game to do. Let's just see where it actually has the problem. It's really this one here, in fact. There is this road here that is hindering a proper bridge. So let's build the station or the tracks first, and then we need to connect it again, right? Okay, that tunnel here costs me then 78 million, which is a bargain really for what we are considering here, or what we are achieving here. Let's go ahead and build it. So this is now the connection that goes then into a bridge here, right? And into Orkney directly. We still disconnected those cities here now. So once again, we need to make sure the game doesn't really do that, right? So we need to actually build a tunnel here. Oh, wait a second. We could also just make it here. This should be the connection with Orkney. And here we should be able to go below that. Very good. There it is. And this is now where some really cool trains are coming out. The ICE, I love it. And 162 capacity, top speed is 280. So it's pretty much on par with the TGV. It can just carry a bunch more people. It also cost me more in maintenance, but that should be fine. 70 million we have to pay for this one. You can also, once again, get several of them together then into one. And they're just beautiful. May it bring me a lot of profit with the second high-speed train now implemented. That's the restaurant. And it's pretty long too, as you can see. It's a bit longer than expected, honestly. There's the locomotive. It has two, right, on both sides again. So that it can also seamlessly turn around without you noticing that, I think. Yeah, there you go. You didn't even notice it that it actually switched direction, and it now goes into this direction. Also finally, with all the modernization and increased capacity, my goods factory leveled up 2 times even, and is on its way now to the 3rd time. As long as we produce enough plastics, we have now all the necessary means here to have a good capacity running on this train. Okay, so next, before we implement any passenger transportation here, I still have a new opportunity that I would like to use now as well. And that is that we have the tools factory up there. And if you remember, one of those factories here cannot supply or cannot grow just by supplying 2 cities, even though the cities have the demand for it, right? There's just not enough, demand, not enough customers that the industry has for it to grow. So we need to find new customers. Unfortunately, Glossop here is not a good customer for that. Phoenix is finished. Madison is finished, and that's it. There's no other city here, right, that would need tools. But we have a tools demand all the way down here, right? All the way here. Aberdeen has a tools demand. Fleetwood has a tools demand. It's small at the moment, but it can grow. The good thing is we have a machines factory here that wants to grow as well with more customers, right? So you know where this is going to. We can combine both of them into a plane route. I've been thinking about a train route this way because trains are just very profitable if you make them really long. But I figured that based on the terrain, and especially because of the water body, it's not good to get the train going because the game calculates the air distance between the cities and between the airports or the train stations. But if I have to go around that, it actually gives me a penalty for this. So we cannot do that profitable wise. So we're gonna make an airport here. To be more precise, we're gonna make a cargo airport. And in that case, we're gonna go with this one here, and I'm just hoping that we can make it so that we can connect one with that machines factory here and also with that depot here, right? Because that depot is already supplying cities, so it's not that much work to actually get all of this going. The only problem will be space in this case here. So let's just see how I can make this one work. Also, yeah, terrain, right? Terrain is a big problem here. Let's just see if I can have my airport here that is nasty. The whole thing here is really nasty. Let's try it over there. If I have it here, all right, this is not bad. This works. It's not pretty. I mean, but it's also not that much terrain that we have to mess around with. And that's a cargo airport, all right. So let's build it. There you go. Cargo airport number 1 has been established. And now we go all the way up here. And there's my tools factory. Building a cargo airport here that's gonna be really messy, right? Like, look at that. The game is just doing some crazy wonky things when you're building that in the hillside. This looks especially cool, right? So it's carving the landing path or just the starting path into the mountain there. So we're not doing this, of course. We need to have a new train or a new route that actually gets the tools to the airport first, unfortunately. Okay, here this looks like something I can live with, right? As a cargo airport, also the traffic is not going right into Phoenix or Madison. We'll divert rather quickly. Also, I would like to keep this area here available for potential passenger airport then later down the road. So in that case, this one's fine. And the only thing we now need here is proper roads, and it's gonna be a Actually, should we go with the big one? Let's go with the big, large one already. Making a connection here. And then... and then we'll probably need to go all the way here into that. So that we have that system now connected with it. And here, just for the sake of it, let's make that completion. All right. And yeah, the downside is I will need to have a small country road, probably here around, so that we have a connection with the tools factory without having to go through Phoenix. That's unfortunately necessary. And with the right tunnel, perfect. It's not even that invasive to the environment that we have over here. And yeah, with that, we just need now a proper depot. Since this is an airport, right? It's fine to go with something else than the usual one. There's this cool truck parking mod that you can use. There's also this one here, but unfortunately you can't expand them as far as I know, right? So it's just that. And I would like to expand it though. So we're gonna go with this one, and it's just gonna be on the other side of it. Right, and yeah, since there's gonna be quite some traffic here, we can actually make this a bit larger. But it's not overwhelming or anything like that, traffic-wise. Should be fine. Customer-wise, let's have a look at the drop-off point. We have one here. My tools, it's in the middle of the tools. That is great. Where are my machines? Oh, okay, they're already connected with the machines. That's great. This one's already finished. This one here is a much higher machine demand, so this one here is going to be nice. And look at that, there's a lot of traffic on this in the city here. So let's try to make the truck route go in here and then probably here, so that we're not close to the main road or anything like that. There's a lot of traffic in this city. It's private transportation mostly. We can also check out where they want to go. So we can already see, yeah, there is demand for public transportation in the city. I haven't done this yet, right? So Madison still doesn't have it as it is growing. And especially also connecting it then with other cities, with that highway here, is going to reduce traffic, obviously. So this is also very pretty to watch. In general, this is a very beautiful area. And once again, we can now put the vehicles on the road. So we have now the Glossop tools to airport. And then I'm going to say Phoenix Airport Cargo. That makes it easier because there's only going to be one, right? So depending on how much cargo we actually deliver to the city, we can always use this line because there is going to be a collector station that we've built now. And then we also have the Madison Airport Cargo. Of course, we need a bit more. Right, so there's now Glossop Tools Airport. There's already one waiting. That's crazy. I didn't even build my planes yet. Let's actually double this one to 4 right away, because I'm pretty sure there's going to be some demand here. And then we're just going to create an airline now between the two cargo airports. And this is really just... Ooh, how should we call this one? This is going from Phoenix to Fleetwood Cargo Air. Actually, Air it should be called. So that I know exactly what it is, right? And then we're putting up a plane on this, but it's not going to be the highest capacity. Holy cow, we got, by the way, the 747 now available. That'll be interesting. It can carry 120. That's sweet. But I think I'm going to go with something smaller. We could still use the good old 737. It has a beautiful low maintenance cost. Just for now. And then we go for the 747 once demand is going up, right? Because we, of course, as always, need to create the customers first. And the cool thing here is we already have the distribution platform to the cities, right? So everything should now work automatically. The machines factory should recognize, there it is, Madison, automatically. In Madison, the tool factory will automatically recognize now Fleetwood and Aberdeen, because we already have that line here active, right? That provides stuff to the cities. And with that, that's basically it. We have created a new distribution network now. We can also see this here. Yeah, the shipment is already going up, and that machines factory will now push to the next level for sure. It will need more planks though. And I'm pretty sure the sawmill will then also level up. But what I can see here is, having so many trucks on this is not enough. I'm gonna actually, first of all, we need to reduce it to meet the rate there again. And then I'm gonna replace it with this one. Right, get those trucks on. And with that out of the way, we need to find a new supplier though of logs at some point now, right? Because one is not going to be enough, even though it leveled up already. And look at that, there's already 11, 12, 13 pieces waiting at the airport. Also, the tools factory is leveling up thanks to that. So this will also then need more planks down the road. This will level up, and this one it's not fully utilized yet, and this one is also then a supplier potential one. Very good. I'm also more than happy to see that Cardat and Orkney ICE is fully utilized from now on. This was, I think, the first hole that was not full. And this one here is not longer that full, so there's no need for that many cars in that. It's this train here. And yeah, I think we can reduce this. There's actually 2 trains on this right now. We'll just see if we really need that demand. Yeah, of course it didn't take long for this to completely explode here. The thing is that I've actually overlooked, and I feel a bit newbie about this, and some of you have been probably laughing already about it, is that we have, of course, this food processing plant connected with the airport now, because we had the machines going into Orkney and the food going to the distribution center here for Fleetwood, right? So in this case here, involuntarily, actually I've connected the food processing plant now with Madison and Phoenix. And with that, I've got 2 more customers for this food processing plant. And because of that, it will level up to the last stage here now. Yeah, I don't have enough grain to supply for now. There is just, yeah, there is actually a big grain farm over there that just leveled up now. And that's a bit more, but I think we don't need another truck here. And then we still have this one here, of course. That's never gonna be enough. There is something, right? It's a bit of a distance though, but we'll just see. Yeah, but I do have now the food also going up there. That's crazy. And with that, I can actually just add, you know what, let's add 2 more, because there's really a lot of cargo now back and forth between the 2. There's just that demand for it. And there's also 117 tools waiting at this port. I have no idea why so much. It leveled up. It actually can level up again if it gets enough planks. And there's really a lot of stuff here waiting now. So let's actually push this one. That's the tools going out. So yeah, that was a nice coincidence here. You know what? Let's actually do this a bit in the fun way. I'm going to sell 2. And I'm going to upgrade the one that we have to the 747, you know, because we want to see it, of course. Let's just see, we do have different options here. Lufthansa Cargo, DHL, Singapore Airlines. Let's go with the Lufthansa Cargo. I love Lufthansa. Let's go for them. And there we have them, the 747. Isn't it beautiful? Absolutely. And this can carry really a lot. It's just alone now on this route, because I think I'm just gonna add them more down the road, but they're super expensive when it comes to maintenance, so I really want to play them safe. What could actually hurt it is that it cannot maintain its top speed for too long, because this one here has a top speed of 900 kilometers an hour, right? So it probably takes the most profit out of that, and it cannot even reach it. So right now I'm not entirely sure if this is going to be profitable, to be honest. I think this is rather good for long haulages. And yeah, we can use them, of course, as well. Okay, I know where I can use my 747, and that is the passenger train or passenger transportation between Heywood and Orkney. Of course, there's a lot of people on this route. However, once again, we're playing it safe. I'm gonna sell me 1, and then I'm just gonna add now 1 again, and or actually, I'm just gonna replace this one here with a 747 passenger. No! Oh, look at that, we don't have it. I thought we would have it. All right. Then I'm just going to add this one here actually again, because why do we have a cargo 747 but not the passenger version? Since this is a mod, I assume it's a bug. Strange. Alright, we need to wait probably another year or two. By the way, I really don't need to be worried about this jumbo here, and it's deeply profitable. So that's with one of them, and he's basically full all the time, right? Well, I could watch this all day. It's so nice. I need a longer one. I need one that actually takes a further distance here to really use that speed that we have. Found it! You know what? We can actually produce the planks here, close to Haywood, deliver the planks with a 747 back home, and get the tools back in here. The 747 would be full all the time, and the cool thing is the truck supplying the airport with the tools can get the planks back home. So they are also then gonna be full in both directions. So I love this idea already. May it not backfire on us, please. First of all though, we need to also have this connection going again. And this one's basically going like so, right? So that's an easy one. Oh, there's a bridge here, really? You want me to build a bridge in this area? That absolutely doesn't make me sense. Okay, it probably wants to go up there. So we have this one here already supplying it now. I think this is a drop-off point here, right? With the fuel. This one gets the oil in, connects it with the airport. This one has an airport connection. There's a lot of traffic here though. That's an okay traffic. And this is the distribution center. So I think we could go with this one here by having a new road here, right? And we can also make this one here, of course, longer platform-wise to accommodate the trucks in both directions. Now I can only hope that we don't have any slope here, really. There you go. Right, and this one goes then all the way now to my point here, and there is no, but this is looking a bit strange, right? You want to have a straight road. Only this makes sense, really. I don't want to have a curved one. We're not using a train here after all. So this is perfectly fine, and this has now the straight road, right? This is the planks, and then we have a wood number 1 here. Unfortunately, only one wood supply as far as I can see, which is okay, right? One can actually level up and then supply it anyway. Now the cool thing is that's it, right? Because we already have the distribution center here, so the game automatically recognizes now Haywood and leads as tools customers again. The tools factory will automatically level up because of that, and the planks will be automatically be carried back to the sawmill then for the tools factory, right? So the only thing that we now need is a 747 in the middle of it, and I don't have a route here going at the moment, right? So we go with Haywood, and we go all the way up here. So this should really be nice for the speed now of the 747. We're going all the way to this one here now, right? Haywood to Phoenix cargo, and let's call it air once again, just so that we're sure what this is all about. And cargo 747, let's go with Lufthansa cargo again. There he goes. It's actually bigger than the hangar. Oh, the Tupolev. You don't wanna fly with that. Could have it on a fun route, but I rather not take boarding on Russian aircrafts. And yeah, with this beauty now in the air, going back and forth between the two, and also reaching some very nice speeds. Oh, this is really fast. We continue onwards then in the next episode, Transport Fever 2. Stay tuned. You know what's even better than big cargo planes? Even bigger passenger planes, and with that the A380 is now finally in the game as well. That is just an amazing mod, and of course we're using it in our usually high capacity route. So as you can see, it's doubling the capacity of my Boeings that we had before, and of course it's also Airbus, which is just a huge plus on that side. And off it goes. With just the most beautiful sounds out there, and yeah, delivering now 100 people per direction. So we will really need to tone it down now on the on the planes here and look at how beautiful and massive it goes from over there. It just looks so realistic, I think. Probably one of the most beautiful passenger aircraft out there in the world. Also extremely fast for its size, of course. So we can go up to 900 kilometers an hour with that now. And this is also a very long haul route, so it should be fine. We're using just this one now, right? It was 3 before that, so I'm just gonna go with this one and just see how it goes. By the way, this one here makes its first haul now. And as you can see, 100 tanks are waiting here for delivery then. Now, I've made a bit of a mistake here. We're using now one terminal for different lines. This is not good. So what we can actually do here is I'm gonna get rid of this hangar and we're gonna add the hangar a bit further over here if that is possible. Not every airport needs to have a hangar though, right? So you don't need to have this everywhere. I would rather have another cargo terminal, right? So this way we can actually have those here now, just like the depots really. Or just like my trucks running, right? So let's just have a look, manage the line. And we can now say for Haywood Airport, please use Terminal 2. Oh, wait a second. No. There it is. That's the one, right? Terminal 2. And it's now using that one only. By the way, has this one merged? But it has 2 entrances now. This is platform 2 and this is platform 1, right? And the other one that we had, the cargo, where we actually have a lot of vehicles on it, by the way, that we could also tone it down. And this one still goes for 1. Perfect. Now, I would like to continue this episode right away with my next high-speed train, and that is, of course, Madison now. Now, Madison is in a very good position here, right? So we have Phoenix close by, we have Albany, we have Wivenhoe, and we have also Fort Bridge down here that connects them to Orkney. So it's a good position here to create some some train lines. And the first one is going to be the connection of Madison all the way over here with Camborne, because having this connection, Madison kind of like is then connected with Leeds down the road. Of course, Madison Leeds is also interesting. And Leeds is my city with 1,800 residences. So yeah, let's go with Leeds actually. Also, when I look at Leeds, it's getting a bit crowded here. How can the city develop? Right, we have our train here. It's building along here. And it doesn't cross the station there yet. So this would be something we could give an incentive and just do it ourselves. And by the way, also what I would like to have here, Leeds, I never expected to be that big, right? So Leeds has the problem right now that it's way too small for what it offers. Look at that, there's 700 people waiting for this train here right now. I've neglected this and we should really modernize Leeds. I'm waiting for this train here to pass. And then we're deleting it. And while we wait for that, let's actually have a look at the Leeds airport route. There are 500 people that want to go to the airport, right? And that's no surprise, of course. I would like to fly the A380 as well. So let's replace our old Mirage that we had. And I'm gonna go with the commuter train now. The commuter train is also relatively cheap in maintenance, right? When we're looking at the other ones, it's barely above the Mirage. And it can carry 100, so twice as much in one direction. Also, it's just looking much more modern and sleek. And of course, you want to travel with this one here in the future. And I also just love how we can see the skyscrapers there in the distance of our big cities. Now with that out of the way, let's do it. Poof! There it is, Leeds station is gone. However, of course, it's just temporary. We're just leaving some tracks here. And then I'm gonna push my passenger station. 7 tracks it is. 320 it is. Oh, this is very long. And high speed, of course, all of that. And the moment we build it, Leeds station is active again, right? And I just need to connect it now again properly though, with what we have. So especially this one here looks a bit strange. I mean, there shouldn't be really a crossing here anyway, but I think it can't be avoided for that one. Okay, so there's the connection, and then it's this one here. That's the pass through. And then we have the airport line probably here, because this actually has then the best curvature. And I just love how the city actually built right beside the tracks. Let's just remove all of this. Right, and we can actually get in there pretty straight, actually. Ah, the train will need to slow down, but it's already entering the station at this point. So it will certainly not be faster than 170 kilometers as it enters that station, right? So with that, we have it out of the way again as well. I think I deleted a waypoint that I will need to get in here again as well. There you go. So what's missing now? Haywood Leeds could not connect all stations. Doing this in an afterthought is a mess, honestly. Right, so we're coming in from Leeds waypoint 1 to Upper Leeds. So it's this one here, platform 1. No, of course it should be platform 2 here, because we're on our way back. And this actually solved it, right? It was just this tiny puzzle that was missing. So this one's working again. And then we have still the Leeds Airport. And this one is still going through the wrong track. So the game actually should do it automatically for you. It does not. Okay, so this one's active again, and look at it. It's beautiful. I love this train station. And of course, now we can really work on the high-speed train system that connects then Leeds with Madison. A direct connection is not possible for the high-speed one. There's too many industries in between. So unfortunately, at least those two industries will need to kind of like, yeah, drive around. I just hope that we can do this. And there is a collision warning here again. Should be fine though. Let's always stick to the ground. And if we go underground, that's no problem at all. Alright, so if we are already underground here. Oh, we're not. Like, really? No, we should be underground. This point here is as high as this one. Alright. Okay, now we're underground and now we should stay down there. And yeah, my CPU has quite a bit of calculation to do on its way to this point. 45 million sounds reasonable. Oh, we have also some new bridges. They look fantastic. Yep. Gonna go ahead with this. And we should enter then a tunnel here. And this tunnel goes all the way then to the other side. And here we leave again, right? Can we choose a different one? No, still that one. 50 million it is now with the upgraded bridge that we have. And with that, we got Leeds and Madison connected. And once again, I'm gonna go ahead with the ICE as my favorite train out there to connect both of these cities. With 300 kilometers top speed. The Shinkansen would also be nice to look at this point. Perhaps I can mod it into the game. And just as we're reaching the millennia, 2000 it is, we also get some new trams. Those beauties here. Also much more sleek design. And yeah, once again, also the cities change. We get some more futuristic architecture now. And we probably should also upgrade some of the older roads here. So these, they look a bit out of time here. Out of space, out of time. I would also like to connect Madison with Phoenix here with a point-to-point train line. And we got some new locomotives for this, these two here. And the cool thing about them is this one's electrified, right? Has a much higher power. So it's twice as strong as the diesel one. But this one here costs only half in maintenance, the diesel one, right? So I would like to go with the diesel one, since this is a relatively short route. So the power doesn't really matter that much, rather than the maintenance. And do we have a new car for this? Yeah, it's the bi-level car that I can still use on this. Let's just check it out. Going up to 132. It looks a bit strange, right? Could go for this one. It's already mediocre then. Yeah, we'll just see. Alright, I'm gonna add this one here to the Madison, or the Phoenix Madison route that we have. Coming out now right over here. Those new locomotives. Chonk chonk. So that we create a new demand here, of course, that is not there yet. And that is the connection between the two cities, which is important because Phoenix hasn't had any public transportation up to this point here, right? And this, of course, leads to more growth then. And of course, once again, you name it, we need a tram for this. And that city saw that we built a tram, and boy, it just had to place another skyscraper right away. Just because of that. Of course, there's so much more connected to this now, right? Because it has connection to Madison, it has a high-speed connection now to Haywood and Leeds, and it also has a connection to a passenger airport, right? So all of that, of course, adds up, and with that, all of these destinations open up now for Phoenix. And the further into the game you open up a city to public transportation, the higher the boost, right? So this one's already breaching then 60% in an instant. Yeah, upgrading the airport transportation has its side effects. That is that there's so many people waiting here now that I probably will also need to upgrade my transportation here. And of course, we're also going to say here now the A380 for passengers. And I'm actually going to keep 2 of them on this one. And just like in real life, the original terminals are way too small for a plane like this. Yeah, that's just something you have to live with right now. Gotta make sure though that we keep the hangars going, right? Because I have lost them. I think 2 of them might be too much. Yeah, we'll just see. This is pretty hard to calculate on my part. There's always the airport transportation coming in here too. Delivering a chunk of people right away. And look at the details. We also have a cargo hold there. As this monster is now taking to the skies again. There's another one though. So this was the Orkney Haywood. And then we got the Carlton Haywood too. That is also not quite full. Alright. So an A380 is probably not the right choice here. But we have other ones, right? We have a new one here too. And that's a Boeing 737. No, it's not for passengers. Ah, there it is actually for passengers. But it has a lower capacity. That's not good for us. So I'm just going to stick with the old 737 on this one here. 757, sorry. Now, some of you have been pointing out that I do have a lot of vehicles in my cities. Of course, that's the only way to get the goods in, right? But this leads to a very bad noise situation here, or emissions situation. So we got a penalty here of 40%, which is just massive, right? 40% is more than 40% on the plus side. Negative 40% is devastating to cities, so it can really hinder your growth. So some of you have been suggesting, and we're doing this now, is that I'm gonna increase the maintenance for vehicles that are going into the city. We can go up to very high on this one here. This will increase the running cost of this vehicle by 50%. However, it reduces the emission because this vehicle is then in a good shape and the condition should improve because of that. We could also go for vehicles that give me lower emission ratings, right? So we got the emission here, 67 it is. And funnily enough, the small Japanese ones have a higher emission. And the older versions have also a higher emission. So we're already using the best available trucks that we have. Also, with the higher capacity, of course, we need less trucks, which leads to less emission, or emission again. Now, I've been going for this now for a couple of cities. Also modernizing the buses. We were still using the good old Gaggenau, if you remember. And now this also changed. There's also still the fuel trucks that we have. It's these guys here. And they have an emission of 71. So here we can also do some good stuff, right? By finally modernizing them. I will also not need that many, honestly. Because there's not gonna be that much fuel rolling into the city all the time. And with that, I'm hoping that we can get this number here down now. So there is still, that's my new bus route now, right? So the upgraded version. That should hopefully also add some bonus there.
It's even worse in Leeds. Leeds has a emission rating here of 60% negative. That is just crazy bonkers. And of course, the reason for that is this depot here. So we have a lot of traffic going into the residential zone. So this is something we really need to tackle. Otherwise, those cities cannot grow properly. So for this one, we have an option, right? We have the option of moving this depot down here. This will actually disrupt a couple of lines here. So 3 lines we have. And wait a second, we have the green lane here. I might actually push all of them now into a proper area. So into this area here. And I just hope that we can make it work like this so that we get this rating down. So for example, there we have number 1. That's the grain drop-off that we had. We also have this line here. Now this is a bit of a tricky one because it gets the grain from here, right? Gets them over into this area and brings the food back home again, as far as I understand. And this is also something, yeah, it was nice in the beginning combining this, but right now it doesn't make that much sense anymore. So I'm also gonna move now this depot here a bit further down, right? So, I mean, theoretically we could get rid of one of those fields. I think they're purely cosmetical, but it's still nice to see it, so, Now let's actually move it there. I like the field. And let's just take this one here. And I'm going to say now the Leeds East that we have. We're going to add this station here now and just delete the Leeds East. Right. So now we've moved it. And let's just check it out where it goes. It goes to Park Lane. But it should go now to my grain drop-off point here. No longer Park Lane. Right. With that, we've redirected the whole traffic now from through the residential zone all the way down here now to the main road that we have there, to the highway system that goes in here. This will definitely lead to less profit on these truck lines, but let's be honest here, these are just supply lines, right? I don't care about a meager loss there of 100,000 if another line gives me 28 million or so, right? What we have, for example. So this just way makes up for it, right? If we provide more people, we can have a better high-speed train that just gets in way more money. Now, we have this massive line up there, Leeds Central, and we need to increase the size of this depot for that, so that we get really a lot of trucks in and out. And what we could do here is we could also have a street access on that side that has then a connection with this area. So this is going in and out done. This is the last stop because we got a lot of traffic from the food going to Haywood, for example, right? And this is something that we can really push away now. So Leeds Food Haywood, there it is. And we're gonna say now, take not Leeds Central, but take this area here, Leeds North, right? So this is now my point of exit here. And we will also, of course, need to take all platforms for this. You can also specialize each line into one platform. Also works, but I think just everybody taking all the platforms works best for the flow of things here. So that's number 1. There's the food already coming. Perfect. Also important for Wells. There's a lot of traffic going away to Wells because it's far away. And there's quite the food demand on that, right? And then we have one that's Leeds Food. Okay, this is actually the food delivery service into Leeds Central. It still uses very old trucks. And we are also going to say here now, take this one. Take all the platforms. We might even say for these vehicles. So first of all, of course, we are going to replace them with the new ones. And I don't need that many. I'm just going to sell me some 4. The rest we're replacing. And I'm also going to say for these, go on high maintenance, right? Because I really want to have a lower emission rate for Leeds in this case here. It's still negative 60. I hope all of this works out. We'll just see. There's the truck. There's the tram. The tram is fine. We still also use a bus system as far as I know. There it is. Once again, the good old Gagano. Rocking it away. And I'm going to replace this one also now with the latest Volvo 5000 that we have, with a very good low emission rating there. I mean, the mass is actually better, isn't it? It has a high capacity. It has higher loading speed. Let's go with that. That's a new bus that I haven't used yet. And look at that. In Haywood, we are already dropping to negative 30 now from negative 40. So this actually works out. So now it's looking like that. In that zone, we probably will need to get some additional platforms going here. Because of course traffic increases now. Look at that, private cars are using my depot as a pass-through. How dare they? That just should be legal. I think I cannot actually say no to this. But there's still no real congestion here, so it's fine. Finally, we are also looking at something new and revolutionary for us. It's especially useful for these long haulage trains that we have going here right now, like this one. It's one of my most profitable train routes that we have, and it is completely full in both directions all the time, and simply just limited by the amount of plastics I can get over there. And the train left a couple of minutes ago, and it's already over 400 plastics again that's waiting for delivery. Now we can do something here, and we can finally in 2000 replace our steam locomotive here, the blue one, and we're going to replace it now with the very powerful and very expensive BR-185. The cool thing is about this one, it's a bit slower, right, and a bit less powerful than the BR-103, but also only half the maintenance cost. It still reaches the top speed of 160 kilometers an hour that we need for our new wagons that we have now. Hooray! We got the box car. This can go at top speed of 160 kilometers an hour now, and on top of that it has a way high capacity per wagon, right? So 7 more tons. We do also have the gondola, the new flat car here with stick. So this is all 2000, right? This is the latest tech that we can use, and we have the box here. Let's actually replace it before it docks, and let's just see how high we can go with this. We're going with 350 right now, so going with 400 is my go-to now. 160 is the top speed. Of course, we can make this one now way longer by simply adding another locomotive to the whole train, like this one here, right? Adding this one here gives me good conditions again, and we could make the train even longer now again. So we could push it to 500 capacity. Don't forget though, with a second locomotive, we're also paying twice the maintenance. So this is something that you should absolutely only do if you can really make this train twice as long. Right, otherwise it's not gonna be worth it. I'm gonna stick with good for now. This is not good enough. 320, 400. Let's go with 420. Oh, no electric path. Wait a second, you kidding me? It's because we are still using this very old station here. But this time around I'm not screwing anymore. I've installed the global upgrade mod, and in this case here we can now just take this one and globally upgrade all of my trains with electrification, and that's this one here, right? And lo and behold, there we have the tracks without having to do anything else. I don't need to delete tracks, you know, I don't need to do anything else. It just cost me a bunch, but that's it. And what I love about this mod too is that we can do the same thing with these outdated old small streets that we have in the city. So that's the small street, and we are gonna go with the small street new. And you can also then choose if you want to change here anything. We're just gonna keep it, so whatever is on the road right now, like if there are tram tracks, we can just keep them, but do not add them if there are none, right? So we don't want to have them everywhere. The same goes to the bus lanes, the same goes to the player ownership. So if there is no player ownership, then it stays like this. I don't want to take over all the streets because that would just add a lot of maintenance to me. So I'm not going to do this. But that's a very good one, right? So small street, old one goes to the small street, new one now, and execute the upgrade. And with that, we have now upgraded road. So this is going to take some time, right? This is kicking in as we speak. And as you can see, in progress now, out of the 634 segments, 222. Some failed to upgrade, but other than that, we have now beautiful modern versions of the streets. And we were also able now to successfully upgrade that train before it even docked. So now it docked, right? And now it's coming in, and look at that. These boxcars are really cool. So it's unloading right now. Oh, we will also need to, of course, make this larger a bit. And then they're loading it up. And you can even see those goodies coming in here. Lovely. Closing, and off it goes again. And this time though, with a top speed of 160 kilometers an hour, which is going to help, of course, tremendously with getting the volume back and forth, and also increasing my profit down the road. And it doesn't take long for the first cities to breach 2,000 on the inhabitants, despite having a penalty of 40% here because of the noise that is for a Carden, for example. So in this case here, that is once again a city where we're using some very outdated trucks like this one here, getting the construction materials in. By the way, we could use one of these here, but I'd rather go with the old cargo. It just gives me more flexibility. And let's also reduce the amount of vehicles on this route so that we can further get it down. Look at that. What a relic of the past. This poor soul has had no weather cabin for 150 years. Still going strong on that one here. Holy cow, I didn't even realize what the hell I'm doing here. Look at that. Holy cow. Actually, we should sell them before I upgrade them, of course, but when you have so much money, I simply don't care about the right steps all the time. But in this case here, of course, needed. Holy cow, really, that was an upgrade. A generational uplift. We're also still using the good old Gaggenhaus on this one. By the way, we got a new bus, is that right? No, it's still this one here. The green one, I like this way more. And we do have in Carden no tram at the moment. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Even though that city has quite the size at this point, and getting something from here into downtown could also help. I'm still gonna wait a bit. This game is so realistic that even here the A380 doesn't stay profitable for that long because you simply don't have the capacity at all times running these planes. That's just incredible, right? And it's not at full capacity, unfortunately, right? So this is the Orkney-Carden route, and just one of them is enough to completely deplete it, right? So there were 3 aircrafts before that were full at all times, and this one here, because of its speed and because of its capacity, is having so much throughput that I cannot keep up with the aircraft, right? I just cannot do it. And that means I will need to replace it again with something more efficient that we have. And we do have a bunch of them. And I would like to go for that's the Airbus A380 that we have. And we got the Airbus A320 over there. It's also an absolutely fine vehicle. And it also costs you like only a fourth of the maintenance costs, right? While maintaining almost the same speed, not the capacity, of course, but running 2 of them should already do wonders. So I'm actually going to replace it with this one now. And these are the ones that you basically see everywhere in the world right now, right? The A320. And in this case here, that's just probably going to be the right vehicle for the job here. I'm going to add a second one. It's going to wait though a bit, so that we can ramp up those aircrafts again. This one here is still doing exceptionally well, despite not being fully utilized, right? The Boeing 757 that we have there. That's because the maintenance cost of these vehicles is just much lower than that of an A380, for example. I'm still going to keep an A380 though on my biggest passenger route that we have for prestige, right? But for the daily usage, these aircrafts are just way more economically sensible to me, so useful, right? So that's just gonna make all the difference here. And you can actually load them up then. That is the important thing. Much more useful also for the global upgrade is that we are upgrading all of my tracks now to high-speed tracks, right? There you go, finished already. And now we have high-speed tracks everywhere, be it cargo, be it normal local commuters, or be it also passengers, right? So 1,445 segments were successfully upgraded. Very nice. That's just more useful for the trains going forward. And I think the upgraded version is not only useful for high-speed trains, but also for maintaining higher speeds when entering those stations, right? So the older tracks were just way more unstable for this. And especially my airport trains here should profit from this as well. Now, regarding ships, there hasn't been that much development. I mean, I would probably not want to go on these boats here. It's the connection, of course, to Islington that we have over there from Carden. In this case, we get something new though, right? So finally, after all this time, let's have a look at that. They're looking pretty sleek, honestly. And it's the Damon Ferry. This one has not that much capacity, but boy, is it fast. Like 70 kilometers, it's more than twice as fast, where it can do its stuff. And this type of ship has an aluminum hull. aluminum hull, is insusceptible to rough seas and is powered by 4 MTU main engines. Let's go ahead, finally, and get this on the route, and let's have a look at that. It's beautiful, no doubt, and not that rusty anymore than the one before. So this is hopefully gonna do a bit of a difference here, right? With the, I don't know where the other 50 people now went, right? Probably overboard. I should not have upgraded that ship while it's in the middle of the ocean. Probably wasn't the best idea for these 50 souls that kind of like got lost on its way to that station here. Regarding ships, we are still using the Merlin. In this case, it's not the best one, right? So I'm really a big fan of the Schaffhausen. This was the last ship that actually was able to carry all goods, right? So fuel and any type of cargo. Up from that point onwards, it's always just fuel and the rest, right? So you always have one version for fuel and one for the rest. You cannot combine that anymore, which is a shame. So this limits my routes a bit that we have. By the way, Orkney took the lead in the most popular city so far, 2,300, with a plus of 280%. And as we can see, it is actually starving of goods, so potentially we could get way more over in here. Also got a really cool new bus, and I would like to show this off. The Wright Streetcar, and is an articulated bus developed by the Wright Bus and Volvo. It is based on an adapted Volvo chassis and has a separate driver's compartment and is air conditioned. On top of that, it is super fast, right? So it can go to 100 kilometers an hour while also carrying 26 passengers. Loading speed is high, and the emission is also pretty low with this one here. So let's purchase that and use this bus to connect now York and Leeds. And bear in mind, York has not been connected to anything at this point, right? So York is over here. It has no public transportation. So this is kicking in now. It's a city with 800 people, and it's probably going to explode now because of public transportation. Because what I've also seen is that you don't need to have cargo transported as long as it's connected to the global stage, right? So it's just exploding with that a city once you connect it to the other cities. Of course, providing goods just brings it then to a much higher level. Yeah, let's just actually get us in a few of these, and let's have a look at this. Like, it looks like on the preview, it looks like it has no wheels, but there they are, right? Looks very funky, that one, and yeah, can go quite fast. That's important now for this distance. Why I'm using buses and not a train? Because the distance is very short. So also, where should I get my tracks? I could try and get the tracks here. I could also try to go underground. Either way, this is a very tricky business here. Could connect it to Haywood. That would be more realistic, right? Going in here is still problematic though, because once again I would need to cross my oil stuff. I wouldn't say it's impossible, but it's definitely going to be tricky. New developments also in the tram business. We got now the Vitias over there. This one actually has a higher capacity. The B Cobra that we had that was 2001. Actually looks like the 60s. And this one is now 2014. Actually lower maintenance cost. Top speed I don't care about in a city. I would really care about capacity mostly. Also loading speed, so this one has a higher loading speed. Let's replace this one in the high density cities like Leeds, for example. These trams are usually never really profitable, right? It's all about getting people to stations where there are more profitable routes than waiting. It's a beautiful one. I really like it. On top of that, we have now finally a new train that I would like to use for my intercity trains. Not the high-speed one, not the direct transportation to airports, but the train that is connecting several cities like this one here. They're okay profit-wise, right? They're not exploding or anything like that. They're really just transporting people back and forth. And it's this one here, right? And we can now replace them with a new version that I really like, the dual stocks that we have there. This one has a higher capacity actually than that one. Maintenance wise, it's actually probably not so ideal. The locomotive would cost me 1.3 on this one, together with the Einheitswagen, that's 500,000 each. I do have here, for example, 6 on them, so that's 2.5 million, 3 million, 4 million, 4.4 million is probably safe. So this is higher on the maintenance, but it has a much higher power, can carry more passengers, and is much faster too. potentially, right? So I would like to get this one going now on these routes here. And there it is. Also, they're quieter and look very elegant. I love them. And these are now connecting the cities, right? So just between cities, it's all about capacity here. It's all about getting people fast to the next city right away without covering too much distance. And yeah, speaking about my high-speed trains, so the TGV, for example, we can see it right now. It's on its way to Carden. This one's completely overloaded, right? So there in Carden League, we had 350 people waiting despite the train just leaving. So there it is. And in Carden for League, we have, oh, okay, 170 waiting. It's not that much. So here, what we could do is we could add a second TGV to this, right? So this would double the capacity. It, of course, would also double then the maintenance cost. So this can only be profitable when you really have this one utilized. 300 people? That's something I don't see at the moment, right? It's about 200 when the train arrives. I mean, perhaps we need to have a better public transportation card, right? The city is massive and we still use a very old bus system here that just takes this area into account. So connecting that city part with that city part could actually do wonders, while at the same time also crossing then that main station that we have there. So it's going to be the large street with the trams. So there we have it. Carden transfer goes then down into Carden Centre, here into downtown, also connecting it with the docks that we have there. Continuing onwards to the main station and turning around here in that district again, taking main station, Springfield Road, here, and then back again to Carden transfer. Don't get confused that we have the Carden construction materials also delivered here, right? So this is kind of like mixing it up right now. It's the same color. And this is now Carden Tram 1 that we can use. And of course, we're also using the latest version that we have available. And with all of that modernization, we continue onwards then in the next episode, Transport Fever 2, into the future perhaps. I have no idea. Stay tuned. What a busy day it is in Carden. Hello everyone and welcome back. I just love to watch my passenger trains going back and forth between the cities. There's actually 3 leaving right now at Carden, which is quite a lot. And yeah, we can also see that with the upgrade of our Carden intercity connection, we now have a very profitable line here, right? So it actually doubled in profit. I did not expect this, considering that these vehicles here cost me like 2 to 3 times as much maintenance as the old ones. But because of their improved speed and power, so they can accelerate much faster, they're actually quite profitable, even when they're not fully utilized all the time. Loving that, and these are very good trains now for connecting cities together when it's not about high speed. Now, regarding the growth of my cities, we do have now the problem that we cannot really supply those cities anymore with the industries we've built so far. So a lot of my industries are now maxed out and their potential has been reached. So for fuel, for example, we would need to activate more fuel refineries. And when it comes to the other good that we're already producing in high quantity, construction material, we face the same problem. So Leeds is a town that's very well on its way to 3,000 inhabitants there, or 3,000 pops. We could say it's 300,000 really. And in this case, look at that, it's actually already growing to the other side now here with those residential buildings. And in this case, we do have still this construction material plant over there. It's still not very nice, right? Because as you can see, there's only one quarry close by. And there, oh, wait a second, there's a second quarry. This is an opportunity, especially considering that we already have a highway system here implemented. So this is possible, absolutely. And you know what? We have a new type of truck for this as well, just on time. We can also already activate this quarry over there because I'm pretty sure we're gonna need it. And it's at the edge of the map, so I'm just gonna make this one into a straight line that goes then all the way over here. So that we have a direct connection then, right? And also our drop-off point. And here is also our entry point. And in this case, that's already it.
for the new trucks, we're using now these guys here. And as you can see, we do have different options here. This one is then the delivery version. And emission-wise, they're actually worse. No, actually they're not. They're even better emission-wise. That was me misclicking. They have more capacity, speed is the same, and maintenance is almost the same as well. So these are manufactured in China and over a period of 7 years and carry weights from 8 to 24 tons. The engines are equipped with up to 460 horsepower to get all of this cracking. The interesting thing is, well, for the stone, we can use these ones here, and these are completely new, right? This is also 138 capacity is just great. And let's push them. And we're going to push them from Wells Stone 1 we have, right, for now. And then we are also going to get this one here. And these are gonna be then the Wells construction to Haywood. And then also the Wells construction to Leeds. And with that, the dry thing is over and we can just enjoy once again some beautiful trucks. And yes, these are the ones that we have now on these sexy roads. What is going on here? Oh, yeah, they're taking this road, of course. This is then asphalt again. I mean, just for the sake of completion, let's actually make this one also into asphalt. There you go. These look extremely funny. Can't wait to see how that one looks with load. I have never seen trucks like this before, so I can't wait. They're extremely well detailed, gotta say that. And they're also now loading all the stone. Yeah, it's actually, they can actually carry so much that the quarry right now cannot keep up with it. By the way, we also breached 100 million in profit per year, right? So that's also a new record here as we're pushing past 3 billion despite all the expensive machinery. Now, I'm not gonna wait for the construction material, of course, to come in. We can already work on the next thing here, and that's the machine parts. Both of them need that, and Leeds actually gets or becomes a pretty big customer for this. Now, we already have basically everything intact for machine parts to deliver that. We have a cargo airport, we have a distribution hub that already has a line going to Leeds, right? So it doesn't matter what kind of stuff it transports as long as it transports stuff. And also on the other side over here, we do have a machine parts factory with an airport. So theoretically, machines one way, not a big deal. Look at the amount of stuff that's already waiting here despite having an A380 on it. Yeah, this is one of those routes where a second one can't hurt, a second A380. This machine part factory can still grow nicely. It has a lot of steel. We have the steel mill over there working at half capacity only right now. We have a sawmill working at only half capacity. It needs more wood. This one's fully used now, so I need another lumber camp. Please let me have another one. There is one. All right. That is okay-ish. It's tricky. How do we get over there? Probably with a tunnel. I don't want to congest too much. This would be messy because it would affect Fleetwood. We could have a connection here and then it goes up. This is okay, I guess. I'm actually gonna make a new road just here, right, that goes then into the depot, because otherwise we have too much traffic on the main road congesting it, right? And this one goes then here, and then we just need a nice connection. This one looks like it has too much going on. This is way too many vehicles here. I'm gonna sell 3. We're gonna sell 5, in fact. And I'm gonna replace the remaining ones with the new one that we have that can also carry more. I think this is still too much, right? And this road continues then, and here we're just gonna make a new route going up there into the highway system. And with that, theoretically, it should all be in order. Gonna make sure that we make a connection here with the lumberjack. And then I'm just gonna have me one of these. And this is just the next line that we have now delivering wood to that camp. And it hopefully should take this one. It does. Perfect. What was the name of that one, by the way? Fleetwood Machines Wood that we've called this one. All right, so we're gonna keep the same. Fleetwood Machines Wood 2. Actually, Fleetwood. Ah, it's Fleetwood, in fact. And out they come, once again, those sexy new models that we have there. all we really need to do now, in fact, is a new transport line that goes from this cargo airport now all the way to my Haywood cargo air hub that we have over here. And let's take this one. And by the way, what we probably will need is more cargo terminals here, as we are pushing all of this, right? So that's now 3, and cargo terminal 3 can be used then for this new line that we have. Fleetwood to Haywood cargo. And by the way, let's call it air once again so that we know what it's about. And yeah, then we just need a plane on this one. And I'm also gonna say in Haywood, please take platform 3, terminal 3. Otherwise it gets messy. We might also now need to think about replacing those. I love them, but their capacity is so low, right? So they can carry 51. And as you can see, that's just not gonna happen, right? So it's just too much. Adding more just congests the traffic here. So what I'm thinking about right now is something that's very tricky, because this is my most profitable route that I have, right? 54 million. But I need to do something about it. And I'm gonna sell me, in fact, to, as bad as this might sound, and then we're gonna push an A380 cargo line on this one, right? Because I really need to transport more stuff on this. And the new route that we have now, the Haywood cargo to Fleetwood, also gets an A380 now. 1. Right, until we see what is actually going on here. There it is. And out it comes already, the next one. So for cargo, these are really worth it, right, to some extent. Wow, I've never seen a plane with wow on the back of it. No idea what version this is. This activates now the machine's delivery. It should also activate here now the shipment, right? So once planks are coming in more often. Alright, with the A380 we have now a profit of 82 million on this one here. So yeah, it increased again, my most profitable route, and it's still full. So in this case, this is working out fantastically. Machines are coming in now. That's the important thing here with that plane. Now, I've been thinking though, we're getting the planks now back. That's fine, right? Because we need them to process them into tools then again. But I don't think we have enough machines for this one. I might also just replace it with a smaller one. We got some new cargo ships here too, right? So it's a Boeing 757 that is also doing just well. The Tupolev, the Boeing 737 is rather small. I wonder what kind of scenario we could use them for. And we even have a new propeller there again with 2000. Let's actually just keep this one here rolling for now. And as you can see, it is still busy here, right? And look at that plane. Oh, this could be close. And there's another one already coming in. So, of course, there is a lot of traffic. So I think this one here actually has to pull away again, by the look of it. Yeah. Quite impressive that the game actually makes you do that, or can actually do that, right? So it has to take another turn. Alright, so let's do something. We can finally expand the runway. And of course we're going to do this. We're just going to add another one now, right? There it is. Boom. Approach lights would be here again, so the same as here. And we could also make them here, but it wouldn't make that much sense, right? But now you can have 2 times that. And by the way, yeah, we could have a third one if I want to. So we can also now expand those cargo airports into craziness. Regarding craziness, I would like to start something new, a new endeavor that is absolutely bonkers, and that is we need to supply more goods to those cities, right? I want to breach the 3000. The thing is though, there's no more industry here close by that I could do something with, and also I really don't want to just increase the planes all the time, because yeah, trains are fun too. Now, how do we get this? We already have this very nice train station here that gets kind of like engulfed by the city. And this train station, of course, we can also configure so that we get a cargo platform rolling all the way here. So we can get a cargo train in theoretically. Now, where is that train cargo coming from and what does it deliver? That's the question. And I can see that potentially we can have a production going here with plastics, right? Because don't forget, with the trains, now trains are really the least flexible vehicles you have in this game, actually. For a train game, that's baffling to me, but really, planes can take everything, right? Trucks can take everything, trains cannot. For trains, we only have these specialized ones. And that's of course a problem to me, because for a train to be profitable, I cannot just make half of the train going with flat car, the other half with the box car, with one of them always being empty. That's just not gonna happen. So I wanna have a train here with the box car that delivers the food that we need and the goods that we need, because those are things that we need in high quantity. The same car can take plastics. We have a chemical plant over there, we have an oil refinery, and we have an oil well over here. So there is the potential here of actually getting this one done. I would need though, I would love to have a second oil well though close by, and that is something we don't have. And so it is time to do the craziness, to do the craziest thing of all. This could be my downfall. No, of course it will not. My downfall will never happen because of my Airbus A380 that is now passing 100 million profit there soon. So I have no idea how we can stop this from money pouring into my account because of this single line. Of course, there's a combination of a lot of lines here, right, being profitable. But of course, it's the planes really that kick it off. And yeah, we do have probably not going to be the most efficient line that I'm going to build here, because we have this triangle, right? The problem is there's really nothing else. There's not a single other oil well, right? There's only this refinery, and then we have the plastics chemical plant here. And yeah, so that means we cannot grow it that far, right? If I really want to push it, but we'll just see. We'll just see how we can make this work. There's always a solution. There might be an industry just popping up somewhere, right, out of nowhere, and just giving us the holy grail again of deliveries. Now the well is here, and then we're basically making a connection all the way up here. And by the way, we could just use a medium country road for this, I think. And I would definitely like to carve this one into the mountain, please. Because... can we make it like so? No, I don't want to touch it here at all, right? Absolutely no touching, please. Strictly. And this way we could probably make it with a bridge. This is really nasty, right? So in this case, it needs to go over here. It needs to go to this area. We need to circumvent the city. We need to go around the city. I might even, you know what, do an underwater tunnel. Is this crazy? I mean, regarding the craziest route of them all, this should absolutely be allowed. So we already have the tunnel system here. And I just want to basically make a connection with this area up there. Just see if we can pull this off. I mean, yeah, of course we can pull it off, right? There's the tunnel coming out, and this is just one giant tunnel now going all the way here. The reason why we're doing this, of course, first of all, this one needs to be a bit cleaner, is that we want to maximize the amount of stuff we can really carry between the 2 points, because we can only use trucks on this, right? And we need to feed a massive train with that as well. So that's also a downside. All right, so the plastics. So we have oil, refined oil, plastics, plastics back. Here, I'm sure we have the train line here. Actually, might have it here. Now we need to work on that station. And that station has its own, by the way, what? 800, 900 people waiting for the ICE. I mean, I love this train as well. So many that we probably will need to increase the amount of trains we have on this. Now, this station here, we can now add and we should add a cargo platform. So I'm gonna make this over here. All the way, right? I mean, this is probably a pretty long train, so I might expand the cargoness all the way here. And then we have those tracks, right? So it's this one here anyway. This one, and then here, right? So that's going to be the track system. And what we can also have then here is a side entrance, right? And that side entrance will make it possible so that we have a potential cargo entrance here. So if I place this one here now, there it is. And now look at that, we can actually connect. It's not nice looking, of course. We got a bit of a terrain problem here, to say the least. But let's just see. Too much slope. Yeah, I realized that. Let's build it anyway. We can force the game. This is not meant for any kind of traffic to go here, right? This is just meant so that we have a cargo platform here that we can use then for deliveries. Now, this delivery will come from here, most likely. So I'm gonna make this road a bit bigger. And really, I'm usually not showing you all the steps of how route is being made, but this one is just interesting, I think. And yeah, it's actually really based on an emergency for me, because I want to have these cities growing further. And this one goes once again also in a tunnel system, right? So this one's going steep down here into all of this, right? Below the lake. And then, wait a second, is it coming out of it now? It is. Was actually coming out of it in the water. What is it doing? Why does it not want me to go further down? Alright, kind of like the tunnel is ending there. This is just super strange. I really don't want to have the tunnel ending there though. I want to have the tunnel expanding. So this is now right. This is now actually having this tunnel here. Here we're gonna make it kind of like... The thing here is that the lake is not even, right? So the ground of the lake. This makes it actually so difficult. But no problem, we can connect it, right? That's 6 million we pay. And you have now basically a full tunnel system below that lake here. No one is bothered by this, right? And there's actually tunnels like this in the world. So I'm totally confident of doing this. We have the money, we have the tech. Why not pull it off? Now what we can do here is we can have a juicy depot, right? That connects with that station because of the side entrance. So this is possible now. I'm gonna pull this ahead as much as possible here to really, yeah, stay outside of the city as much as possible. And that's being done now. No one will dare to crucify me for this, right? Next, we have now the tracks. And for this, I would like to use now the cargo track that we've created here, right? So, by the way, this one can go for now. It's gonna make me a special one then. And we need to make sure that we keep this one separated at all times now from the other ones, because this is just the cargo track now. And the cargo track follows the ICE, right? So we already have the high-speed track system here. We already built the bridge. We already built that massive tunnel that starts here. And now we're just following this route alongside. So it's that simple, right? All the way here to the other side. Look at the distance we're covering. And all the way to that point there. Okay. Why is there collision? A collision should not be happening here. Okay, connection established. It still cost me a kidney, but it was worth it. It's gonna be worth it, right? So the one-time cost, I didn't even feel it. It was still, I think, 100 million. And in this case, there's the train now coming out, right? The separate one. We're gonna have another one here for the ICE to push this further. And now we have the plastics going where exactly, right? So we have our goods factory here. And this goods factory, once again, is part of a bigger complex here that is complex, right? We already have a goods factory, by the way, running, but it's already scaled up pretty high. And yeah, it's getting increasingly difficult supplying it. So supplying a new one is fine. Also, we have cities here that want goods as well, right? So we can have potential customers close by, but also very far away. Now for the steel mill that we have, so there's already a road, very nice. We're gonna build a new port. It's been a while, right? It's going to be a large port with 2 terminals right away. Cargo port it is. And isn't there a modern version? Right, we got this one here, but that's just empty assets. Is that right? I think it is. These are just empty assets, unfortunately. I mean, they look fantastic, but they're not doing anything for me. So I want this one with the large size. That's an interesting layout that we have. And let's just make sure that we get as close as possible there to my steel mill. There you go. Now, the reason for that is that the steel mill needs iron. Where's iron, right? You wonder. There's no iron anywhere close by, but there's iron on the other side of the whole mess over here. And 2 even, right? And coal. So we can combine a ship here using that. And I would like to do this. This route is definitely going to be exceptional. There's so many moving parts here, so many different lines to make it work that. I'm really curious if we can pull this off in a profitable way. Now, with that out of the way, we have now, it's all for the Madison goods factory, right? So we're gonna have Madison. It's just now, let's call it the Madison goods iron 1, right? Then we got the ship transportation here. So this is now Madison ship or Madison goods ship, because we want to keep this one together here, categorized, right? Goods. And then we have the Madison goods steel one, might be another steel route at some point, right? So this all leads into that one here. That's my ships and my trucks here. Next, we have a traffic jam, a pretty massive one at that too. Holy moly. Was that me that created this? Could be, right? I mean, the city is pretty massive at this point, Madison. And yeah, it's just a lot of private transportation taking this one. Let's make this one into a large country road. This should make traffic a bit more fluent. It will not solve the problem itself that there is a choke point here somewhere, but for now it makes things a bit easier. And in this case here, what we are gonna have is a cargo station. And that cargo station really needs to have a connection with our goods factory. It could be a terminus station as well. And it should, for the sake of it, it should have its own route, its own road here, right? So let's just make it like so. And where's the tunnel coming out? There it is. I want to keep the slope as small as possible here, or the curvature. And then we have it like this, right? So this is a crap one. Gonna go with high speed, catenary, 2 tracks, 320 max length. It immediately could go into a tunnel here. And we can just try and use this one. Okay, making it like this does not work. The thing is, this one's too low, right? Yeah, this one's too low. The 160 I need to reach somehow. So come on. This looks good. Yeah, I'm fine with that. This is as close as possible. Because to my understanding, there's nothing faster than 160, right? When it comes to cargo. And that's the 300 then. Perfect! We have the connection established. It's now all the way back here. And it moves all the way now into Leeds train station. Now comes the crazy truck route. We're gonna say oil to this one. The refined oil being transported to the plastics, and the plastics being transported back to my train. This is just one line, right? So here it's gonna be full, and here it's gonna be half full, and empty. So we'll just see how profit will be on this route. Honestly, I don't care. We want to supply the train here and ultimately our cities. And it's just going to be called Leeds Plastics route. I don't know. This is not very original, but I think it gets the job done. We need a road depot. And with that, we can now activate this route. And it's going to be all cargo, right? We also have a dedicated fuel one, but it's going to be all cargo for this one. Let's just get this one going into the Leeds plastic route, right? This one delivers then the plastics to the train now. Now we need to create a train route now that gets the job done. So that's the Leeds siding all the way over here to Madison North. Leeds, Madison, goods. Right, so yeah, that's okay. I'm gonna have me a train depot for this one too. And really, some of you might be asking, what's the point of this? You can also just make factories supplying each other close by. The thing is, you want to be profitable, right? And long trains really, really take the cake here. I'm just gonna build this anyway, because I don't care, it's just one train. And we still need to activate this one here, right? So that's the ship. I don't have a shipyard close by. And there's no other way to supply Leeds really with a lot of materials at the same point, right? So that's also not great for me. And here we're gonna say now take, yeah, all cargo again. And that was the Madison area now, where we are. Madison goods iron, there you go. coming out of here, supplying now the ship. And then we have this one, and let's just check it out. We do have these tanker towboats now with a capacity of 300, a top speed of 30. Is this really the best I can do? I'm probably gonna go with the Merlin on this one. It can take coal and iron, so both of them together. This is important. And the maintenance cost is not so high yet. So let's go with the Merlin for this one. Medicine, goods, ship. That's this one. Connected. Connected over here. This one still needs to be activated. I'm gonna get me a road depot going again. For my medicine, goods, steel line. Medicine, good steel. Very good. So the steel is coming in. The plastics theoretically should also be coming in once I activate this route now with a train. We're gonna go ahead and take, of course, this one here. This will be the ultimate locomotive then for this. It's still the most powerful one. 1970. I think it's just almost twice as fast as, or twice as powerful as this one. And the top speed is also fine. The top speed is higher than the carts. Let's go with the blue. No, let's go with the white one. Yeah, let's go with this. Or yellow. And here we need to take the boxcar for the plastic and goods both ways. Let's go with... Let's keep it not that full yet, right? We pay maintenance for every single boxcar. So let's keep this short, just so the game recognizes there is a route now active for this, right? Leads, medicine, goods on its way. Yeah. Optimistic. Now things are kicking in. Now goods are appearing, right? And also here at the docks, there's already some iron now forming. And of course, this one's still waiting. Oh, wait a second. We haven't created a line here. This is the medicine, goods, coal line that we have. And that also gets its trucks now. Medicine, goods, coal. We might need a second one there too at some point. Okay. So a lot of lines. We might try and find something for that ship to carry back to become even more profitable. There would be grain close by, and perhaps we have no food processing here. This doesn't work. Mine, refine, can't use that. Nah, there's nothing over there. At least we can marvel those ships now. It's a beautiful water effect. As it is taking shape. This will tank my profit so hard again. But I'm hoping here's for the best. By the way, to me it's also crazy. We have a ship line here. That's this one, the original one, right? That is extremely profitable, right? It's that one. It's because of its high speed. And because of its high speed, there's a lot of people waiting. 400 in Orkney, 400 in Islington, and 300 in Carleton. Not that many in Orkney. I wonder why. Oh, traffic jam. Traffic jam. There's people waiting. Oh yeah, okay. Let's replace this bus. It's probably because of the bus, honestly. We're using a very old one. And let's add another one to this one. And then we got the whole traffic jam situation here too. There's so many private citizens. Yeah, it's not that bad yet. I might just keep it as is. You remember the construction materials that we still created? Yeah, that's working out just fine now too. So this is the Wells Construction Wells line that we have for this city here to provide even more. And look at that, it has a nice supply of construction materials now. And I might even need to double the roads that we have here. This materials plant already leveled up 2 times, 3 times, and it still has enough stone coming in. That's from over here. That's these red, sexy goodies that are transporting the stone back and forth. And they can really carry a lot of stone, right? And then we have this one, construction to Leeds. And yeah, we can add more. There they are now. I have no idea what this plastic thingy here is around the cabin. Why it's there. What's the purpose? But with more construction materials coming in, at least, we have breached the first 3,000 residences. And that is Leeds, that takes the crown as the biggest city at this point. And yeah, it's sprawling, right? It's sprawling all the way over here to the farmland now. It definitely needs more public transportation. There's the tram. And how's the tram looking? Every tram line is negative in my games. So, you know, you have a lot of people you need to transport, but they're not paying. It's subsidized. So, yeah, public transportation. And 1.3, that means there's 1,300 people waiting now for this high-speed transportation system here. But I'm working on my cargo right now. Speaking about the cargo that we have, that is now working, right? The plastics are there. The first plastics are being now delivered to the drop-off point, where the train will then pick it up. And yo, while we are in Leeds, I can actually go ahead and take my good old street road and get electric trams on it. And it's this one here, right? By the way, okay, why can we not upgrade that version here? This one's not possible, but there's no traffic here anyway, but strange. Right, and then we go in here, more or less. So this is electrified. And then all the way through these suburbs here to get as many people in as possible. All the way to out here, right? And we can basically connect that tram line now with this station here, so that we have a connection between the two. And this is the first time that we're also creating now a second tram line in the city. All right, so this is going back and forth. And Leeds Tram 2, it's called. Okay, while we wait for the plastics to wrap up, I would also like to now go ahead and finally fix this problem here with Leeds Madison. I've already tried to, you know, you can of course always just add another ICE to the same train here. So that is then 324 capacity. The thing is, that thing is so long that I just cannot accommodate that in my trains, right? So in my stations, I would need to increase the size by 2 times just to accommodate the single train. So I'm not going to do this. We're rather just going to work here with 2 trains then on the same line again. This though presents once again some challenges to me, because what we have going right now is this massive tunnel over there, and also my entry here into the station. So let's just check it out where it's coming in, right? So that's the line, and it's coming in here, right? So this is okay. We can go ahead and connect this one here. All right. So with that, the train has potentially 2 platforms to move in. And then we're just following this one here, right? And here we do need to make another one. And let's just see if we can keep the high speed here. Yes. So this is actually a merger here that allows a speed of 300 kilometers an hour. That is just incredible, right? That is a very high speed merger that we have there. And with that, we can now continue all the way once again. The bridge is also possible. That's just crazy, even though my PC is cooking at this point with all the lines that work in the background, plus now calculating the new pieces in, right? So the engine really comes to its limits here with all of that. There's the ICE. Beautiful. This is the 1st gen, right? There is a 3rd gen already going, and perhaps it's in the game. We'll just see. So right now, it's not. And yeah, this is already a very profitable route now, with just 1 train entering that station here. And there's a lot of people waiting for it. And look at that, it's just almost the same length as my train station here. 6 million for 1 direction. Then you can take this one. The other 900 people will have to wait. And there's the new one coming now out. So now we have 2 ICE. We just need to make sure that they're of course on opposite sides all the time. The game usually adjusts for this, and using the waypoints, of course, they should be on the right track then at all times. May this be one of my most profitable train routes so far. Hopefully. There is over 700 people waiting, by the way, in Madison, so demand is certainly there. In the meantime, my plastics transportation is coming in again. Deeply red, of course. There's just not enough yet. Let's just see how much plastic we have waiting at the station. And we look at 21. That is disappointing. What is going on here? We do have the drop-off. And something fishy is going on. This one's working. There's the raw oil coming out. This one here actually has it stored. It's not producing it though. It's not producing any plastic. Is it? It's not. Why is it not producing plastics here now? We have this one going over. Oh. We still have a connection here though between the two. And I think the reason is that there is no production going on right now because there's no steel coming in. So we have the iron, but we do not have any coal, despite having 160 coal waiting. So I will definitely now need to copy my ship here. We need more of them. Right, so there's a second one coming out now right here. So we have 2 ships for this. That's the coal number 1. But we have a coal number 2 actually also much closer, so we probably should also use this. So we have 2 iron mines then, and 2 coal mines supplying this one. I think this will be safer to calculate. And since there's so much traffic on this highway there, I'm definitely gonna have a bridge over here. Otherwise, this could lead to further congestion that I really don't want to have here. And it's a very short route, as you can see. So this is basically just that tiny piece here. Medicine, goods, coal too. Of course, there's still one more thing that we also need to do, and that is the consumer, right? So Leeds goes into the center of Leeds. Let's just check it out where we do have... We might even have 2 drop-off points for this, but of course it's goods primarily, right? So it's somewhere up here, and we already have a bus station there, or an unload station. So this is going to be very short, in fact, right? So it's going to go from here all the way in here. And this is now, how should we call it? Medicine, goods. No, actually, that's not good, right? Leeds, goods, 1. So this is our drop-off for the goods that we have then here. And we just need a bus or a truck for this. It's just a single one, so that once again, we activate the customer and get it to Leeds goods. There it is. We also have a second customer, right? And that is, of course, Haywood here. It's a smaller one, in fact, but it's still there. So let's just check it out once again. Where do we have the drop off for this? It's once again here, where we already have something. So we can just go ahead now and take this one here, Park Road, and this one here. And it's going to be Leeds goods to Haywood that we have then. There you go, 2 customers created. There's also the fact that we have the food processing plant over there, and this one lacks grain that we do not have here. So this will be a pretty big project that we're tackling in the next episode. And I hope you enjoyed this one so far. So we got the ICEs rolling now. They're profitable at least, that's that. This one here still needs some time to mature. Other than that, onwards to the next episode. Stay tuned. I would like to start this episode with Fairbanks. Not that I really care about Fairbanks. We have neglected this city for over 114 years or even longer, so I'm not even bothering to start this now, but we still need to reactivate Fairbanks. And the reason for that is that Fairbanks is connected to something legendary, even mythical, they say. And to get to the point where I would like to create my next route, we need to actually follow this road here. And this road leads into something beautiful. Look at that. The serpentines going up the hills into a vast valley with
with mountains, hills, forests, and whatnot. And this road was actually automatically created, so I'm just following this along now, and we'll just see where it leads us. There's even some traffic on this road, some poor sods here, going to a residential building, going to an industrial building. They're taking this very long route because they love where they live, and we just follow along to see where it's going. We continue onwards, further deeper into the hills. There's another vehicle, yeah, tediously trying to get up here with his old engine by the looks of it. This is very dangerous here. This looks even very adventurous, the path that we need to take to further get deeper into this valley here. Further up into the mountain, beautiful scenic. We can now have a look back. Nothing as far as the eye can see. And we continue to follow it along all the way here through dense forest. And boy, something is coming up in the forest over there. Something deeper. Let's follow. Let's continue. And as we get closer, you might have a glimpse of it. It's a city, in fact, that is down there. And we just follow this road further and further into Sleepy Hollow. There it is. Welcome back to Sleepy Hollow once again. And Sleepy Hollow, we really want to connect now to the city, to the global stage, to the map itself. It's a sleepy town. And in fact, it's completely isolated, right? There's nothing close by. It looks like it's been built in a volcanic crater or something. And yeah, or in a crater. Yeah. And in this case here, it has very good station quality and very good emission ratings. That's great. It might even be called a vacation town, right? Where some people go to relax. And I would like to connect Sleepy Hollow with the world. For this, however, we need to connect Fairbanks with the world, because Fairbanks is the closest city that actually has a connection to Sleepy Hollow. The problem with Fairbanks is that it's pretty steep up here on a hill already as we are moving into the mountainous terrain that is Sleepy Hollow. So in this case, a train is probably pretty tricky. We can still try it. And of course, it will not be a very profitable route, honestly, because it's just too hard to get there. We would probably, yeah, split it up here, as you can see. So we're coming in from Orkney, which is the closest city for that. And then, yeah, then it's just one steep battle uphill, I should say. Let's actually finish that bridge area here, right? So we're kind of like starting here. All right, so that we have that bridge finished, or that split of the bridge. And then I do need a tiny station up there. And it's really just going to be a normal, smaller passenger station. 240, high speed, of course, as always. Where should we have it, though? That's the question. I mean, look at that. The air distance between Orkney and Fairbanks is really small, right? It's once again just because of the hills and the lakes that a train is usually not a very good idea here. We're still trying this one, of course, to get a station going somewhere here. I really don't want to cut off Sleepy Hollow from the from the map, or from the last city that it's connected to. So I'm just gonna have my station somewhere over here, right? We could have it here. There you go. And I'm gonna cut away this road there, in fact, so that we have a crossing then going up there. There's also one road here. We can actually get rid of this. There is a coal mine up there that, yeah, needs no connection with the world, honestly. Just gonna clear this. And with that, we can make a clean track now, going away from here. Let's just check it out. Can we make a direct connection there? Work somehow? Yeah, this works, right? 150 is fine. But boy, is this gonna be steep. It's possible, no doubt about that. Let's build it. Absolutely possible. And Fairbanks, of course, we connect further with, yeah, Phoenix. So it's an okay trade route, actually. Though probably not the most profitable one. We will need to leave Phoenix somewhere here. Already have a track going here, so I'm going to use this platform. And once again, we have a bunch of roads here in between that I cannot allow to exist. I mean, depending on how big Fairbanks gets, we might make this one into another, you know, direct point-to-point high-speed train line. But we'll just see. So this is taking the left one now. And then we'll just see what we can make out of this one here. This looks actually not so bad. Let's build this one.
And then we probably will need to work with some tunnels or so to make this connection work. Okay, so this is once again mountain. There's a bridge here, so we're gonna need to upgrade this. It's a tiny bridge, right? So you don't really see it that much. So that's fine. Actually, it's not looking so bad. We can maintain top speed levels all the way through, right? So this is it. Fairbanks has been connected, and Fairbanks will probably explode because of that. We already have some cities that just quadruple in their size because we connected them to the other cities, right? You don't even need to supply them with all the goods that you have. This track goes in here. That's the parallel track now, and this one goes then into my platform here, right? Looks good. Let's build it, or let's actually create it. That's Orkney, Fairbanks, and Phoenix. And then its way back. It's just gonna be one train for a long time. Orkney Phoenix train. And I think we can actually use this one. Should work out. And yeah, the dual stocks is really good because it's powerful, so it can go up, but it's very expensive when it comes to maintenance. The commute train is fine, but it's not that powerful, but it only costs half, right? It's also just half as fast, so that's also something I don't like. But I can already see, yeah, we don't have another choice, right? Because this one here can actually take a high speed, and it's probably what you want to have here. Ah, very good. We can actually just unleash it without having to do anything else. Alright, so Fairbanks. Fairbanks has its connection. There it is. Public transportation is ramping up, right? And this will probably explode pretty much. So we're starting Fairbanks here with 500 people, and we'll just see where it goes. Much more important now, though, is that we connect Sleepy Hollow. Sleepy Hollow, yeah, it's not gonna be easy. I'm gonna make me a country road for this. We're not doing any big tunnels or so. I want to keep the romantics of Sleepy Hollow intact. It's really just, we don't have anything else, right? So yeah, this one. And we're just upgrading the road that we have here already, right? Oh. Okay. There is a problem here with this train that we just created. And this is the road that goes right in here. So finally no more dirt road, right? Proper streets connect Sleepy Hollow now with the world. This will certainly lead, there it is, in an increase in private transportation. Oh, and traffic actually goes up because of that. And there it's working again. Very nice. So this one's active. It should switch here. So it was just this tiny piece here that was actually not connected, even though it was there. But I think it was a... I think it moved, kind of like when I built something else here. And with that, the connection no longer existed, even though visually it was still there. There, look at that, already 70% now for public transportation. And for starting the bus route, I would like to use a special station here. It's this one, it's a modded one, in fact. It's the Greyhound Fairbanks transfer station. And by the way, here we still need to finish that road there. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, okay, it's part of the station here, this road there. Too much slope? What? Okay, we could also... Yeah, this isn't looking so great here. Let's just see where we can have it again. There, this works out actually. Right, so now you can make the connection by turning it around. So buildings will appear here all around it. And that's my direct connection to Sleepy Hollow, right? We have then this road here. This looks a bit strange. There you go. Looks cleaner now. And now this one goes then to Sleepy Hollow. And in Sleepy Hollow, I will actually also use the same station there again, the Greyhound. And let's just see where we can have this one here. Probably here somewhere in the center. Nicely connected. There you go. Right in the middle of it. And now I just want to have my line going from here to Fairbanks. Oh, by the way, wait a second. Let's get rid of Fairbanks again. I want to have a connection there to make it possible to have, you know, Fairbanks and, of course, the train station here, right? You need to have both of them connected. So I probably want to have it here, because with this we have a connection with the train as well. So the nice people of Sleepy Hollow can, you know, change with the train and with the city of Fairbanks right away in one go. That's, I think, much more sensible. Fairbanks to Sleepy Hollow has been created. And we just need now a proper bus for this one. And let's just see if we have something new. Not really, right? We still have these guys here. And I think I'm gonna go with... We could go with the streetcar. Just one. Or with this one here. Let's go with the Mars 103. This is much better for a road of this size, right? The streetcar here with its second car attached to this, I think this is not very safe. And in fact, before the bus even arrives, there's already one person waiting. I guess that's us. Or it's you, the viewer. And in this case, they're just gonna try it out now, right? Where is he? There he is. Ready for a very long journey. And you never know if you actually get to Sleepy Hollow in one piece. It's a fine day for making this first test drive. And probably the moment he comes back, Fairbanks will have changed quite significantly. I feel like it. I feel like that's gonna happen. All right, let's just follow this bus now on its journey. Rather tricky here. Cannot go really fast. But doing his best. Now finally into the open valley here, he can probably speed up again a bit. We can also have a look inside the bus. He's not looking so happy. Wait a second, we can actually walk around in the bus. That's pretty cool. While it is moving. Black magic. This is an interesting camera. Now comes the dangerous part, and that is of course the high mountain area. Where you need to be very diligent, you need to pay attention to the road, that is. Alcohol is not allowed on this route. And finally, after a very long journey, we're entering Sleepy Hollow. Where there are at least 4 people already waiting at the station. And how much do we get for this one person here? 5,000. Thank you very much for this. Bunch more people now on their way. The situation in Fairbanks is actually looking a bit different. There's 32 people waiting. So I'm actually gonna, add a second bus to this route here, starting now in Fairbanks. And Fairbanks, as expected, is growing right now. Public transportation 140% plus at this point, and we are closing in on 700 people. In Leeds, where we created this crazy route in the last episode with the plastics delivery. This one's finally working now. It has 91 plastics waiting for that train. That is, of course, still deeply profitable because there's no goods coming back because there were no plastics coming in one way. Now, what was the issue here? I've been actually looking for quite some time to see if there's any problem with the supply chain. And you know what? The city, Leeds, cut off my connection here to the train. So this depot was not connected with the train station, and thus my plastics factory over here did not recognize any connection with the goods factory. So that led to zero production here despite oil being in, and yeah, no deliveries being made. It is this tiny connection here, and the city built this road here, right? And that kind of like cut it off. So I needed to add this strange road there again to make this connection work, and now it's working. And we need to, I think I will need to monitor this a few times because there are now buildings coming up here that might cut it off again. I hope not, right? But you never know. Now we stay in Leeds because Leeds has really a problem with traffic, right? So it's at -70, it's even at -80 and 90 depending on fluctuation. This is just unacceptable because it really hinders growth. And the main problem, I think, so we've already updated everything here, right? The main problem, at least in my opinion, is probably this area here. So that's a lot of traffic going in and out with lots of trucks in between. So we'll need to do something about this. And I've already got some experience now with underground buildings, underground roads. So I'm just gonna do this, right? So we're gonna stop the game right now. And I'm then going to delete this whole part here. That's gonna hurt the city, of course. And it'll also hurt my own routes, of course, because we got some trucks on these roads there, right? So for now, this is all being cut off. And as you can see, that can be quite devastating, right? So now the traffic would go into the city, over here into this tiny road, and then there. This would be even more devastating than before. So we need to fix this quickly. Let's actually get rid of that one too. Right, and we do have one main road going here. And I'm probably gonna make a second main road somewhere over... wait a second, we need the city roads. This is such a huge menu at this point. Is it that one? It's that one. I'm just gonna move this main road all the way over here. Yeah. And then into this one too, right? So we got several main roads now connecting the city then with the bigger picture. So that's that. And then we just add now this large street that we have. No tram, no bus. Let's just keep it there. And I'm just gonna get this one below the ground now. The cool thing about this is also that, of course, the city can grow above that, right? And we no longer have the problem here of this area here being inaccessible for the city itself or so. And then I would like to make my connection now with, should it be this one here? I think actually I'm gonna cut this one away too. And here it's coming out, right? So that's the first path here. So with this, a lot of traffic goes away. But of course, we still need to have some connections here, right? So I'm gonna have one road going in here. And hopefully this is working. Because I would really like to make the connection here. But yeah, that's the slope. Can we connect this one? This one would be possible coming out of it, right? So, oh no, actually it's not. Then, because we need to redirect that traffic somehow. There's one, but this could be overwhelmed with all the traffic coming in. This one here we cannot upgrade because of the grain farm. Okay, I'm actually also gonna delete this junction here that we had, right? So there's this one road coming out of it. And we're just gonna have this road here then coming together with the highway here somewhere. Can I not do this? There you go. Right, that's my grain delivery. And then we should be able to make this connection here now. Right, so there you go. Before we enter the city, we have this one and we just need to upgrade that one now. And of course, that's also not possible because we have this freaking depot here. So I'm gonna delete the depot and just will build it again a bit further over here. It should automatically move. There you go. And then we can just connect it here now. Perfect. Now we have it. And let's also just get this one here into a bigger road as well, just because we can. Oh, it's actually the wrong type of road. Gotta be very careful with this because of course that is the city space here already. So it should be the city road, right? So you don't want to have the country road in the city somehow. All right, this looks now fine. There's no disconnection here, no warning. And we basically built around that. So the main traffic can now go uninterrupted through that, right? Because before that we had like 4 or 5 junctions, and now there's no junction anymore except this one, right? So there's one junction here and one here, and that's it, into the city. Also, all that noise is now underground, disappearing kind of like into this area. There's still that one. What's coming away from here? Okay, so I will also need to make a bit of a flow here. So we're going to add a new road. And we're just going to have then a tiny one, this one, connecting with this side road there, where this is coming out. And are these residentials? Oh, these are residentials. This is not good. Let's delete them. Costs me a bit. But there's a lot of industrial traffic here. And usually you don't want to have residential zones where there's lots of industrial traffic. So I hope that this makes it a bit easier there too. All right. They have now room here to make beautiful beach houses. Kind of like. So I'm expecting really this noise pollution here to go down. It needs to go down somehow. There's really not that much traffic in the city for a city that size, right? Finally, it pays off. We have the goods rolling in, and that means that goods are waiting for Haywood and also for Leeds. For this, what we can do actually is having a new bus, right? So or trucks. The Leeds goods one here that still uses now this truck here. It's a totally fine truck. It's fast. It has lots of cargo, and it's very good for the long haul, right? But for city delivery, we have a new type of truck, and it's the Urban E-Truck. There it is. In 2020, it came out. 70 kilometer top speed, so it's not the fastest, but it's electric. It has the lowest emission rate so far. And yeah, let's take this one, self-explanatory. And this one's now delivering, for example, 20 goods right now into Leeds. Very good. So these are the ones that we use now for, yeah, trucks that go into the city, right? Because we want to get the emissions down. By the way, I'm still not able to get that emission further down. So average emission reaching residential buildings is at 91. So this is, you know, here we have residentials, for example, but there's barely any traffic, right? So it's the train that we have there. Okay. I really can't see where else we would have this tremendous emission that is actually coming out. Then we have all of this. This is low traffic here, right? There's trams. We got the buses. Some of them are now electrified. By the way, there's another bus system here. It's this one, Haywood Goods Leeds. So I'm going to replace all of them now with the urban trucks to also reduce emission further. And then we got the Leeds Construction. Also going to replace all of them with my low emission trucks now, right? And this is kind of like a testing ground to me to see how we can do this for other cities then as well, with all of these trucks delivering goods into the city itself, replacing them with that, and we'll just see, right? We got the trams. The traffic is getting diverted now, so it's really below the ground here, not touching anything at all. By the way, also this triangle road that we created here, right, is very profitable. 1.3 million it rakes in right now, getting the raw oil to the oil refinery, to the plastics, and then down to my train station. Even though it is only filled half of it, most of the time it's still profitable because of these direct connections there. So I'm happy with how this goes. And the plastics is also rolling in. Got some residential buildings here, close to the factory, which is a bit strange, honestly. So I'm trying to remove them to see how much we can actually save, and actually it goes up. Can't believe that. Something very strange is going on with this rating here. Now, once again, doing something to provide more food is a different beast, because as I've done, so I would like to continue growing Leeds here right now, of course, and also Haywood in that. I love those two cities. Haywood also is starving of food, in fact. So we need to do something here about that. This food processing plant that we have is not going to help me out that much more. It actually needs more customers for it to grow, and that is just something I'm not willing to do right now. Even providing another one. I mean, we do have York over there, where I'm not providing food, but it's a tiny customer, right? York basically has no food demand. The same goes with Camborne's. It's too low for me to really do something here. So I need to get another food processor in that delivers food to Leeds and Haywood, because yeah, this one simply can't do it anymore. And lo and behold, we got a little carrot there, and that is this Leeds Farm 5. It actually appeared a couple of minutes ago. It wasn't there before, right? It's completely new. spawned right here. And we cannot use a train to combine it, but we can use a plane to get grain to another food processing plant somewhere on this map and get massive amounts of food back. This would be an idea. For this we need a new airport. We got those two airports right now. Getting the grain down here, and then, I mean, we could make this even bigger, right? How's traffic looking? We would once again need to go here. And then we would need to have an... Oh, wait a second, we have the food processor going into Leeds, right? We have this one already. Yes, we can do this. Let's do it, in fact. Let's use this grain farm here to get grain to the airport, and then the grain to a food processor. And I'm doing this in the most hardcore way that I can possibly think about. We are once again building a tunnel just below this lake here, coming from this grain farm right away to the airport to make this as direct as possible. Also, I really don't think it's a good idea to get more traffic via Leeds, right? So Leeds is already pretty overwhelmed. Yeah, the grain line has been established, and the food would potentially already get into Haywood and Leeds via our distribution center. So we just need now a food processor that is not overwhelmed. No, I'm not looking at you, Orkney, here. Orkney is already pretty overwhelmed. We can have a look at the other, let's just see, suppliers, the other food processors that we have. So we're using here now this one. And Wigan actually has another food processor here, and this one also has more grain farms close by that we can supply this one with. So this one looks like a good decision. Wigan itself is not a good customer, Amble is not a good customer, so it also makes kind of like sense to get the airport here going for the export, right? So that's the one. And let's build me another road here again, and hopefully with a connection to the food processing. There you go. This road here, where's it going to? I don't care. Nowhere apparently, so we can completely get rid of it. There you go. And then we can actually already build us the cargo airport. Let's just check it out. Cargo airport here. Make it like so, because there's probably going to be once again a lot of traffic in here. Elevation. Can we make it like so? I guess I'm going to build it here. Makes sense, it's a bit further away from the city, and also we need depots here anyway at some point, right? So let's just get the road going here. And this one goes then into... Oh, this is looking nasty. Might actually just make a direct connection here and be done with it for now. We could always remodel that road, but don't forget, we will need to have more depots here for the grain, right? Now I'm creating a new airport, and that is now, or a new airline, and that is this new one here that goes once again now to our Haywood airport. And we're gonna call this Food Haywood, I guess. This might be a bad name, depending on how you look at it. Another problem here will be terminals. So we got 3 terminals going on right now. This new one that we have now could take any of them, honestly, right? So we can just make it so that take whatever platform is available right now. Does that make sense? We cannot do this, in fact. Ah, we can. Nice. Possible. So this one takes all terminals. And I'm gonna once again with the 757 here, my horse, right? My really cool horse here that is just profitable wherever it is. The Airfood Haywood route. And with that, it should actually all trickle down now, once again, activating this industry. And yeah, we'll just see, right? So it should get the grain in here and get the food back. So that's the cool thing about the planes. They can take all types of cargo. There's gonna be more and more traffic here, so I would like to add another runway once again to this area here, right? So I think, do we need to have another taxiway? Ah, all right. This doesn't work right now. We need a taxiway, in fact. And can we have then another runway? No, we can't. Oh, that's a pity. Okay, those two need to bid. But we can hopefully move a cargo terminal. Yes. Okay, we can have the cargo terminals on the other side to make it a bit easier, right? So let's get the cargo terminal going here. And let's also get a hangar going here, as this one's growing. And the air food, you're gonna be on platform 4 now, right? It's over there. So that it doesn't, so that they don't clog up then over here, as there's more and more traffic coming into this airport here. All right, and the grain delivery is gonna take all the platforms available. So I have a feeling it's gonna be high volume stuff, right? So we should already see grain here, please. Yes, grain is coming in. Shipment is full, so we're just waiting on transport. Then this will level up. and deliver even more grain. The food comes back into this distribution center that we have there. We could, yeah, it's called Haywood Exchange right now. And this one has already done the delivery here to Leeds, and it has the Haywood delivery, right? So as you can see, there's all different types of goods here filled in, and all of these trucks here can take all type of goods. And we have this one, this one, this one. Tools Camburn uses the old trucks, that's fine, and Tools York also uses the old trucks. It's a longer distance. But the Haywood and Leeds, these are the new electric trucks that we have then. By the way, let's upgrade this road. Thank you very much for this wood thingy here. So I need to do it like that. Because there's gonna be a whole bunch more traffic. And yeah, this one's one busy airport at that point, the cargo airport Haywood. We need to make one more thing, and that is the lines that pick up goods in Haywood Airport. We need to configure them so they don't pick up grain, right? That's very important. Otherwise, that grain could be distributed to Phoenix or to Carden, and that is something I really don't want. On the other hand, the Haywood food line we also need to configure so that it picks up nothing except grain here, right? It's just beautiful how many jumbo jets we have here now, going back and forth. Our 747s. Just a pity up to this point that the A380 does not have a cargo version, which will also make sense, right? We got the 747 now for the cargo, and we got the A380 for the passengers. In the meantime, finally, by the way, our train is now full with 160 plastics in one direction. So I would like to ramp this up now and continue adding more boxcars now. We still have excellent condition, this one with 200 capacity. Let's ramp it up to 220 to 40. Where does it end? 300 is still excellent? Really? Holy cow. We also, by the way, I just realized we have a new version, but it's not as fast. But we are limited by the cards anyway. So this new version here, the Euro Dual, is a dual mode locomotive for passenger and freight traffic and can be operated both electrical and with a diesel electric combination. This enables a flexible field of applications. And also it is a bit cheaper in maintenance, right? While maintaining almost the same power and way more tractive effort. So this looks like a no-brainer to, yeah, replace it with the one that we had now. And let's actually do this. And there it is, our new locomotive, rolling in now. And that's now probably the new version of my old hauler, of this one here, of the BR103. A classic, but 1970s, that's a bit of in the past at this point. Unloading all the plastics and now getting in the goods. Let's just see how many goods we get here. Yeah, 136. This is nice. So this is now profitable. 9 million in one haul is good enough. And that's a lot of goods coming now for Leeds and Haywood. And this one here should then hopefully also level up in the process. We need another customer potentially here. We'll just see. Perhaps a small one like Madison. And also 100 million in profits out of one line. It is my 747 Haywood Carlton Air route. And we have 5 planes on this one, and despite that there's a lot of cargo waiting all the time, despite each one of them can carrying over 100 goods. That's a lot of transportation here between the cities. Our good old grain plane is coming in now for the first time, and there's 62 grain waiting for it already. So this will be full, right? Then we'll probably be empty again, and then it will be half full from now on. So we of course will need to also add another delivery then to the food processing so that that plane can also go back with full food at all times. Quite busy here now, and you need to be careful where you're going. So regarding the delivery, we can just use actually the grain farm that we have the closest. So this one here. And this one's also just gonna have now a depot here and a depot here. And don't forget, we once again also will need to make it so that this line here is not picking up any grain here in Wigan Airport, as it's called. Otherwise, it would do that because we have some lines connected in Haywood to the food processing plant in Leeds, if you remember, right? Where we have one of our biggest food processors. And this would then it will actually happen that the grain is getting transported over there rather than here. So that is something I really don't want. And we're probably using this one here. This one's actually much cheaper for the distance. It could work better. Let's take 2 of these. And we go with the Wigan grain. I'm also super happy that we have a new tram line now, our tram. That's the CAF Urbus 3. And this one here, 2018, can carry once again more, right? It also has a higher power, so it can accelerate faster. And we're going to replace it, especially in my cities where we do have huge clog up, right? Like in Leeds, for example. And let's just have a look at one of them. Ooh, black they are. But have their own style, and they're massive. And they're, of course, now the typical modern trams that you can see in every city. Fantastic. Should also lead to more people being delivered than to my train station, and which should also then lead to a higher public transportation rating here. There it is. It's going up actually, and we're closing in on the 4,000 for Leeds. And by the way, here we are now in the present. July 30th it is, 2025. And with that, we have reached the present era in Transport Fever 2. And I'm also happy to finally see 4,000 residences in a city. That's now thanks to more food coming in, and especially also goods being almost fully satisfied. And look at that, there's the goods waiting here, and there's also lots of plastics already waiting. And this one here might even be completely full again, right? So this train that we had, that the crazy route that is actually completely profitable. Also, the truck transport here stays very profitable throughout the years. And with that comes the end of the series. I would like to end this series where we started this episode, and that is with Sleepy Hollow, our sleepy little town. We have the bus route here that is also, raking in $4,500 there right now, thanks to the buses being always full. And also Sleepy Hollow has grown a bit to 540 there as thanks to the public transportation coming up on this. So this is Transport Fever 2 starting 1850 on very hard mode settings with mods as well, of course. And I hope you enjoyed this one. This is a very pleasant game still up to this day, even though in late game the engine comes to its limitations. This is where I also hope that Transport Fever 3 brings more improvements. It's a lovely game, it's complex, it is versatile, you have so much fun watching those vehicles going around, and it's up to this point still the most complex logistics management game out there, I think, at least. Once again, thanks for watching, thanks for your support, onwards to new adventures, stay tuned.